Chapter 1 I am a full-time dad. Beep, beep. Ling Feng, who was catching up on his sleep on the table, suddenly woke up. I saw that it was editor Madua's profile picture flashing, so I quickly opened it. The new book doesn't have enough hatred and the pace is too slow, so I can't buy it out for you. Ling Feng's expectant heart suddenly fell to the bottom. As an online writer, I make a living by writing novels. Not long ago, my daughter was hospitalized with a fever, which delayed the update of the old book. Without reader subscriptions and rewards, revenue plummeted. I wanted to start a new novel, but before I could put it on the shelves and charge for it, I had to update it for free for a month. It is still uncertain whether the final performance will be good. Seeing that he had to pay the rent and buy milk powder, Ling Feng stayed up all night. I wrote the opening chapter of a new book of 20,000 words and submitted it to an editor hoping that it would be bought out. Even if it's only $20 or $30 per thousand words, it's fine. Writing 20,000 words a day and earning over 10,000 yuan a month is enough to support the father and daughter. Unfortunately, I didn't pass. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at his precious daughter who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to him. Ling Feng is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. After graduating from college, I worked as a salesperson in a small company, writing bids. In order to earn more money so that I can buy a house and settle down earlier, I work in a bar at night. One night, a beautiful woman came to the bar and was drunk. All the colleagues wanted to send the beauty home, and after a draw, Ling Feng successfully won. But the beauty didn't let Ling Feng take her home, but went to the hotel instead. A year later, a mysterious man brought a baby girl to Ling Feng and left in a hurry. So, Ling Feng, who had never even been in a relationship, suddenly became a dad. I took the child for a physical examination and did a paternity test to confirm that he was my biological child. It is so painful to think about how I grew up in an orphanage without parents. Ling Feng made up his mind and vowed to raise his daughter well. But the idea is beautiful and the reality is cruel. Because there are no relatives or friends who can help take care of the children. You wouldn't go to work or meet clients while holding your daughter in your arms, right? My daughter is still young, and it is impossible for her to take her to the bar to work part-time. So Ling Feng resigned and became a full-time dad. I was very uncomfortable at first. I didn't know how to make milk powder, and the water was too hot and made my daughter cry. My daughter doesn't know how to take a bath and her diaper is wet, which makes me very busy and she cries loudly. After a period of adjustment, Ling Feng finally became proficient. We know that when a child cries, it means he is either hungry or sleepy. I also know when to change diapers and when to prepare milk. Play with her every day, make her laugh, and teach her to call daddy. From crawling slowly to shakily walking. From just babbling to simple communication. Ling Feng learned to be a stay-at-home dad, but his savings accumulated over the years were almost gone. Therefore, since his daughter was 1.5 years old and could walk and speak simply, Ling Feng took his daughter to try to find a job. I can't get into a regular company, so I can only look for those that hire temporary workers. Ling Feng took his daughter to work as a salesman in a maternal and child supply store and as a picker at a Sino station. I tried many jobs, but the income was not high. Apart from the rent, there is not enough for the father and daughter to live on. He once bought an electric car and used it to deliver takeout with his daughter. When he went out on errands every day, he would tie a stool around his waist and tie his daughter to sit in front of him. Many times, in order to save time and avoid being fined for bad reviews from customers, we have to drive against the traffic and run red lights. Even if he fell, he didn't bother to check his injuries, for fear of hurting his daughter and spilling the takeaway. I worked for more than half a month, in wind and rain, but I didn't make any money and my daughter caught a cold. My takeaway food has been stolen several times, and I paid out of my own pocket to compensate the customers. The customer felt sorry for himself and brought his daughter to deliver the food, but no one had the heart to give him a bad review. But after his electric bike was stolen, he could no longer work as a delivery man. Because I used to like reading novels, and after a friend introduced me to novels, I decided to write novels full-time. It feels pretty good to be able to take care of my children and earn money by typing at home. Who would have thought that it was so hot a few days ago that I forgot to turn off the fan at night, and as a result my daughter caught a cold and had a fever. While in the hospital taking care of his daughter, Ling Feng had to constantly update. Damn, life only bullies the poor. After cursing angrily, Ling Feng raised his fist but did not slam it hard on the table. If I wake up my daughter and want to play with her, I want to be able to type. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng immediately asked the editor. Brother Do, I'll revise the manuscript and speed up the process. Is that okay with you? Madhu quickly replied. No, your subject is too old. Nowadays, the story of a son-in-law is popular. No matter whether the protagonist is an immortal emperor, a god of war, or a rich family's son possessed by a system, he has to be a useless son-in-law at the beginning and be bullied. Or you can write a super-rich story, where the loser protagonist gets dumped and cuckolded at the beginning, and then gets a sign-in system and a lottery system, and suddenly becomes a billionaire, and then starts to show off and get slapped in the face. In short, don't worry about whether it's reasonable or not. What readers want is a fast-paced, mindless and exciting book. If you follow the trend and write a book, I believe it's easy to make a living there. Ling Feng smiled awkwardly and typed back. Thanks for the suggestion, I'll think about it. Madhu, brother, it's not that I don't care about you, it's that you have to adapt to this market. What do readers want from reading novels? Isn't it just for fun? Don't worry about whether the protagonist's golden finger is a supernatural power, a cultivation of immortality, or a system possession. The core is to pretend to be cool and slap people in the face. The pace must be fast and the plot must be exciting. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, and only routines can win people's hearts. You are also an old author who has written several novels. Don't you understand this? Ling Feng replied, got it, then I will start a popular topic as soon as possible. Madhu, that's right, hurry up and write, for your daughter, work hard bro. After Ling Feng sent back a smiley face, he fell into melancholy. What should I write in the new book? Damn, if only I had a golden finger like the protagonist in the novel, would I still have to worry about not being able to support my precious daughter? Just as he finished cursing, the penguin number started beeping again. When I opened it, I saw some great authors chatting in the author group. The big boss who earns 1 million a month and is known as the ugly god raised a question. If you have to choose between 5 million in cash and an admission letter from Peking University or Tsinghua University, which one would you choose? Seeing this boring multiple choice question again, Ling Feng couldn't help but complain. What's the use of choosing? Can you really give me 5 million? As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden buzzing sound in my mind. God-level selection system binds host. Whenever the host faces a choice, it is possible to stimulate this system, and the system will satisfy the choice made by the host. What the hell? The voices in my head kept coming. Ling Feng covered his head tightly, thinking to himself. Could it be that I am hallucinating because I am thinking about new books every day? How could I be possessed by the system? I am so poor that I can barely make ends meet. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose 5 million. But will the system give it to me? There was a dull thud. Ling Feng looked back in surprise and was stunned for a moment. It was bundles of red banknotes that weighed down the small table and scattered all over the floor. Ling Yutong was awakened by the noise while sleeping and started crying loudly. Chapter 2 Daughter, we have money. Daddy, woo woo. Ling Yutong turned over and sat up, crying loudly. Ling Feng rushed to the bed and picked up his daughter. Pat on the back, comfort softly. Tong Tong, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid, baby, go to sleep. Ling Feng walked slowly, whispering softly. After a while, Ling Yutong stopped sobbing. The little head rested on Ling Feng's shoulder and fell asleep with eyes closed. Ling Feng didn't rush to put her down, but continued to walk slowly. Holding my precious daughter, who depends on me for everything, I feel like I own the whole world. At this moment, the surprise of unexpected windfall from the system. Everything became dull. Looking at the collapsed small table and the bundles of banknotes. Thinking about taking my daughter with me, doing sales, picking up couriers and delivering takeout. In order to make money, we went through wind and rain, those were bitter days that I cannot bear to look back on. There was a hint of moisture in the corners of Ling Feng's eyes. Excited, nervous, ecstasy. Since becoming a dad, Ling Feng only wants to make money and dreams of giving her the best things. But unfortunately, I am an orphan. There are no parents to rely on, and no close relatives or friends to depend on. With the help of the welfare home director, they were able to rent this public housing at a low price, so the father and daughter did not have to live on the streets. But living costs money. My daughter is growing up day by day, and clothes, shoes, snacks, and toys are all big expenses. Whenever Ling Feng accompanies his daughter shopping, he feels heavy-hearted when he sees other children carrying their school bags to kindergarten. Because even if you go to a public kindergarten, the tuition and living expenses are still quite high. Money, 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 life is connected. I have woken up from dreams countless times before. Either I dreamed about my daughter being kidnapped, or about the father and daughter begging on the streets and starving to death. So Ling Feng dreams of being rich. Only with money can I give my daughter a stable life and a bright future. Now, I have money. A full 5 million. Looking at the money, Ling Feng didn't think of showing off his wealth. I only think about the future, which will be stable and secure. My daughter used to want to buy beautiful clothes and toys she liked. I am short of money, so I can only coax her and buy it for her when she grows up. Baby, Daddy is rich. Daddy is rich. From now on, Daddy no longer has to work so hard on typing and not play with you. He can now take you to find Mom. The cheese sticks you want to eat and the electronic piano you want to buy, your dad can't buy them for you? Buzz. The cell phone vibrated continuously. Ling Feng gently put his daughter back on the bed and covered her belly with a thin blanket. After tiptoeing out of the bedroom and onto the balcony, Ling Feng answered the phone. It was Fang Qin, the owner of the maternity and baby store at the entrance of the community, who called. Fang Qin is a kind-hearted person and knows that it is not easy for Ling Feng to raise a child alone. So she not only let Ling Feng work part-time in her store, but also often gave clothes, shoes, and toys to Ling Yutong. The things you buy in her store are all at the lowest prices. The situation this year is special and business in the store is not good. 2 days ago Fang Qin posted a notice for the transfer of her store. After 2 days of selling it at a loss, it is estimated that it will officially close today. As soon as the call was connected, Fang Qin's voice came with a smile. Xiaofeng, Tong Tong is still taking a nap, right? Yes, I'm sleeping. What can I do for you? When Tong Tong wakes up, bring her to the store to play, and we'll have a farewell dinner together in the evening. Ah? Has the store been sold? No, given the situation this year, who would dare to take over? Okay, let us not talk about this, bring Tong Tong to play as soon as possible, I still have to notify others. After saying that, Fang Qin, who was quick and decisive in her actions, hung up the phone. Ling Feng originally wanted to say that he had the money to take over. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. Even Fang Qin, who is such a capable person, can't run the business. If I take over, won't I suffer even greater losses? Even if it is unexpected wealth, you can't squander it recklessly, right? After putting away his phone, Ling Feng immediately returned to the bedroom. The moment I opened the door, I was once again deeply shocked by the piles of banknotes. I've lived for more than 20 years, but I've never seen so much money. I randomly picked a few pictures and checked them, and they were all real. This much money cannot be kept at home, it must be deposited in the bank. Ling Feng quickly found a suitcase, a large backpack and a woven bag. After filling it up, he put on the backpack, held the woven bag in his right hand, and pulled the suitcase with his left hand. There is no problem with the action, but what about my daughter? She is now over 2 years old and no longer likes to sit on the waste stool. You must free up one hand to either hold her hand or hug her. After thinking about it, Ling Feng stuffed the woven bag into the closet and put some winter clothes, bedding, and other things on it. After a simple tidying up, I sat back in front of the computer and saw that the authors in the group had already chatted a lot. Of course I would choose 5 million in cash. For a poor student like me, it is useless to study in Peking University or Tsinghua University. I am afraid I will fail every semester. I would choose the admission letter from Peking University and Tsinghua University, because academic qualifications are a stepping stone. By entering a higher education institution, you can not only learn knowledge, but also build connections. I support the option of choosing 5 million in cash. With 5 million, you can eat, drink and have fun every day. Wouldn't that be great? 5 million is enough to buy a house in first-tier cities like Tianhai Magic City. Who told you to live in a first-tier city? Why not buy a house and a car in a second or third-tier city and save the rest in a bank to earn interest? Isn't that good? 5 million is enough for ordinary people to live for a lifetime, but for the big guys who go to clubs with young models every day, how can this be enough? What is a young model? I don't understand, please help me. After that, the topic went off track. Ling Feng really wanted to say that he made his own choice and got the 5 million. But if I say it, who will believe it? Out of curiosity, Ling Feng awakened the system to familiarize himself with the rules. It turns out that whenever faced with a choice, there is only a possibility of activating the system. For example, someone asked, should we let the Earth explode or let all living things be destroyed? The system will not be activated for multiple choice questions like these that are negative and meaningless. After getting familiar with it, Ling Feng felt that this system was really good. You don't have to be busy with tasks every day, nor do you have to rely on your luck in the lottery. The system will only be activated when faced with a choice, and it will not interfere with your life at all under normal circumstances. Wow, fate reverses and life takes a sudden turn. Is this what it feels like to be the protagonist in a novel? Ling Feng couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Dad, I want to eat something delicious. Ling Yutong tugged at the corner of Ling Feng's clothes and pouted. The dark and bright eyes looked at Ling Feng pitifully. After Dad goes to the bank, I will take you to the supermarket. Tong Tong, whatever you want to buy, Dad will buy it for you. Thank you, Mua. Ling Feng felt warm in his heart. He put his wallet in his pocket and picked up his daughter. Then I picked up my backpack, packed my suitcase and went out. My steps had never been as light as they were today. I left the community and went straight to Feng Qin's maternity and baby store. After leaving his daughter in the care of Feng Qin, Ling Feng immediately took a taxi to a bank a few kilometers away. It's too scary to deposit more than 4 million at one time. What if you are caught by someone you know? However, as the classic Murphy's Law says, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. After hearing the broadcast notification, Ling Feng came to window number 3. As soon as I sat down, I found out that the bank teller was my next-door neighbor Pan Wan. This woman looks delicate and beautiful, but she is not kind-hearted at all. Everyone knows that infants and young children are prone to colic at night for a period of time, and they will cry for a long time when in pain. For this reason, Pan Wan often scolded and blamed Ling Feng, and called the police more than once, saying that he was disturbing her rest. I didn't expect that we would meet here. Chapter 3, Money is Everything. Hello, what service do you need? Pan Wan asked expressionlessly. Of course she recognized Ling Feng at first sight. But this is a bank, not only are there many people and eyes, but there are also surveillance cameras. I'm here to save some money for my friend. Ling Feng placed the backpack and suitcase on the counter one after another. Although I don't want to deal with Pan Wan, it would take too much time to get a number again. The daughter was still in Feng Qin's maternity and baby store, just wanting to save money and leave quickly. How much to save? Pan Wan asked in a cold voice after she sat down. That's all. Ling Feng patted his bulging backpack. What? Pan Wan suddenly stood up, her mouth wide open in shock. Online payment is so convenient these days. I have never seen anyone save so much cash. What? Can't I deposit it? Then I'll go to another bank. No, it can be saved. Please wait a moment. Soon, Pan Wan rushed out and took Ling Feng to the VIP room. When bundles of $100 bills are placed on the desk, the scene is truly spectacular. The manager who was specifically responsible for handling major customers used 3 money counting machines. Listening to the sizzling sound of counting money is really a unique experience. Tong Tong Dad, please drink some water. Pan Wan poured Ling Feng a glass of ice water with a smile. He bowed slightly and was very respectful. This attitude, this smile. Compared to the vicious and angry shrew she was when she scolded and accused Ling Feng before, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Thanks. Ling Feng took the cup of water and drank it all in one gulp. It's so refreshing to drink some ice water on a hot day. How about I pour you another drink? Pan Wan asked with a smile. Ling Feng shook his head slightly and kept staring at the money counting machine. Tong Tong's dad, excuse me, what kind of business is your friend doing? Pan Wan was standing aside, bending down, and asking with a smile. Ling Feng felt very unhappy when he thought of Pan Wan's arrogant look when they had quarreled. This is my first time being a dad too. My daughter is crying so hard because of colic. How can I not be anxious and heartbroken? I didn't mean to hit my daughter and make her cry or feel hurt. Ling Feng felt guilty for disturbing the neighbor's rest. He apologized and coaxed his daughter. The other neighbors were understanding and offered help. Only Pan Wan kept cursing, saying countless ugly words, and cursing her daughter to die quickly. Even the police officer couldn't stand it and reprimanded her severely. So now. What? Do I need to be checked for my household registration just because I deposit some money? Ling Feng asked back unhappily. Pan Wan quickly shook her head. No, I want to suggest that if you don't need the funds urgently, you might consider some of the wealth management products that our bank has recently launched. Coming. Ling Feng guessed that Pan Wan's sudden change in attitude must be because of profit. Online payment is too convenient nowadays. More and more people don't like to deposit their money in banks. How do banks mainly make money? Of course, it is to absorb savings at low interest rates and make loans at high interest rates, thereby earning the interest difference. If they can't absorb enough deposits, how can they get the money to lend? To this end, from the bank president to the teller, everyone has a deposit raising task every year, and a certain amount of deposits must be collected to meet the target. And Ling Feng's deposit is more than 4 million. Of course, Pan Wan wanted Ling Feng to save the money for a year or two, or even buy some financial products. Sorry, I'm just saving money for my friend. Ling Feng interrupted decisively. Pan Wan did not give up, but moved closer. Could you please give me a contact method? Inconvenient. Ling Feng answered decisively. Those 3 casual words were like 3 knives, stabbing Pan Wan's heart. It made her feel a little angry and annoyed for a moment. I am so beautiful, I will speak to you in a humble manner. You didn't even look at me. Is it because your daughter cried at night and you had a fight that you called the police? What a stingy person. But due to her status and the occasion, Pan Wan certainly didn't dare to offend Ling Feng at this time. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Pan Wan smiled, bent down and handed over the business card with both hands. Ling Feng took the business card but did not put it in his pocket or wallet. Manager Wang, I'll leave first. You go and do your work first. He bowed and left the VIP room. Before closing the door and leaving, Pan Wan found Ling Feng and put her business card on the table. Although it is not thrown directly into the trash can, it is obvious that it will not be taken away. You are such a petty and mean man, you deserve to be a single orphan. After cursing silently, Pan Wan closed the door. But even though he was cursing, he was still very anxious. She has been working in this bank for nearly 3 years. I have been working as a teller, dealing with various trivial matters every day. When can I get a promotion and a raise in salary? At a meeting a few days ago, the bank president complained that too little of the deposit raising task had been completed. If I could save this huge sum of money, wouldn't it be a great achievement? The president will definitely look at me with new eyes by then. Maybe this will be the beginning of my promotion. But how can I convince Ling Feng? This petty man is a nerdy guy who won't listen to anything. Oh, doesn't he have a daughter? If I can please his daughter, he won't be so rude, right? After making up her mind, Pan Wan immediately left the bank and went to find a toy store. Inside the VIP room, after counting and confirming, Ling Feng soon received a text message from the bank. Without hesitation, I immediately paid off all my Huabei credit cards. It feels so good to be debt-free. Coming out of the bank, Ling Feng opened his arms and really wanted to yell. Tongtong's father. Ling Feng turned his head and looked. Pan Wan was holding a large teddy bear wrapped in a plastic bag. I sincerely apologize to you and Tongtong for my previous mistakes. I hope you can accept this teddy bear on behalf of Tongtong. Ling Feng snorted and laughed. I used to curse my daughter for not dying earlier. Now he is sending teddy bears to beg for forgiveness. It turns out that once people become rich, it's like they have superpowers. Sorry, my daughter doesn't like teddy bears, please return it immediately. Ah. Then, what does Tongtong like? Lego blocks or Barbie dolls? She has me, that's enough. Ling Feng immediately waved to stop a taxi and drove away quickly. Looking at the taxi driving away, Pan Wan stamped her feet in anger. Bastard, I spent more than 200 yuan and you don't even appreciate it. I just helped my friend save a few million. Why are you so arrogant? What do you have to be arrogant about? Humph. Pan Wan stomped her feet hard, ran back to return the teddy bear, and had a big argument with her boss. And in the taxi that drove away, Ling Feng checked the bank balance information over and over again. At this time, a car program was playing on the radio. The host analyzed for the audience whether to buy a high-configuration domestic car or a joint venture car with a strong brand for around 100,000 yuan. This host is really stupid. Anyone who spends 100,000 yuan to buy a car must be going for economy and practicality. Of course, you should buy a joint venture brand like Corolla, Sylphy, Jetta, etc. They are durable, have few problems, and have low fuel consumption. While complaining, the taxi driver was probably bored, so he turned around and asked with a smile. Young man, if someone gives you 100,000 yuan and asks you to buy a car, would you buy a domestic one or a joint venture one? Ling Feng was stunned. Because there was a ding sound in my mind. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute. Chapter 4, Domestic Cars are also cars. 1 minute to make a choice? With 100,000 yuan, should I buy a domestic car or a joint venture car? Ling Feng smiled and said, I chose a domestic car, but without support, how can I make progress? As soon as the voice fell, the system immediately reminded. Based on the host's choice, a Geely Grand GL latest sedan has been purchased for you. This vehicle has completed all formalities and can be driven on the road at any time. Please specify the drop-off location. Specified delivery? In broad daylight, a car suddenly appears out of nowhere on the road. It must be scary, right? After a little thought, Ling Feng immediately ordered. Please find a safe and secluded place nearby to place the system. Please send the address to my mobile phone. Okay, the vehicle has been dropped off at Tonluo Lane, 1.5 kilometers away, and the master key has been placed in your right trouser pocket. Accompanied by a buzzing sound. Ling Feng received the text message. Master, let south go to Tonluo Lane. Okay. The driver skillfully downshifted and turned, then continued to chatter. Boy, you look too young. Cars are consumer goods. Although domestically produced cars have made great progress and are not inferior in all aspects, they do not retain their value. For cars like Honda Fit and Toyota Corolla, you won't lose much if you sell them after a few years. Ling Feng laughed secretly in his heart. Domestic cars don't retain their value? That's the case for others. But I didn't spend a penny and got one for free. So does it matter whether it maintains its value or not? Not long. The taxi then arrived at the old Tonluo Lane. Ling Feng saw a brand new Geely sedan from afar. Throw the suitcase and backpack into the trunk and get in the car. The seats were covered in plastic and there was a new car smell in the air. Open the passenger glove box and you will find everything you need, including the driving license, title certificate, insurance policy, contract, invoice, etc. After flipping through it casually, Ling Feng started the engine. I even filled up the gas tank. That's really thoughtful. Following the instructions, I explored the device out of curiosity and immediately navigated home. My daughter had a high fever in the middle of the night and we rushed to the hospital. But there are no taxis available in the middle of the night, and online ride-hailing services are slow to respond. Ling Feng thought at the time that it would be great if he had a car. Now I have a car and money. It's time to consider buying a good house and give my daughter a warm and comfortable home. After a while, we arrived at Roman community. As soon as I stopped the car and opened the trunk, I saw Fong Qin and 2 female employees coming out of the supermarket carrying large and small bags. Hey, Ling Feng, where have you been? Did you go to pick up your new car? Ling Feng wanted to say that the car belonged to a friend, but he felt it was unnecessary. We are all friends. What if Fong Qin borrows the car one day and sees the driving license? Wouldn't that be exposed? Yes, didn't Tong Tong go to the hospital with a fever a few days ago? It's hard to call a taxi in the middle of the night, so I just bought one myself. Fong Qin stared in shock. Oh my god, you are too rich, aren't you? If it's hard to get a taxi, just buy one. Wow, you are so rich and willful. Having said that, Fong Qin immediately came over and looked around carefully. This car is nice. You bought a new car without saying anything. It seems that you have made a lot of money by writing novels recently. Just barely okay. Ling Feng was ashamed. Make money by writing novels? My editor just rejected my signature today. Fong Qin laughed with envy. Oh, why are you being so modest? Such a good car, even if it is made in China, should cost at least 100,000 yuan, right? Now that you have bought a car, is the next step to buy a house? Ling Feng shook his head decisively. No, paying the car loan every month is stressful enough, I should wait a little longer to buy a house. Oh, so you bought the car with a mortgage? Fong Qin smiled with relief. Ling Feng clearly noticed that her envious and jealous look disappeared immediately. In fact, you should save money to buy a house first. Your children are growing up day by day, and you can't always rent a house, right? What's more, it's been more than 2 years and the child's mother hasn't shown up. I guess she will never show up in this lifetime. You are still so young, you won't be single forever, right? Buy a house early, and you will be more confident when dating. Fong Qin started preaching again. She is 10 years older than Ling Feng and often lectures him like an elder. After all, in their eyes, a home is a house. Houses can make money, cars are just consumables. Ling Feng is the same as usual, just listen. When they arrived at the maternity and baby store, Ling Yutong dropped her toys and ran over immediately. Dad, hug me. Ling Feng quickly put down his suitcase and backpack and picked up his daughter with both hands. Did Tong Tong cry? I didn't cry. Ling Yutong pouted her lips, but her bright dark eyes were fixed on the shopping bag that Fong Qin had placed on the table. She bought a lot of wine and drinks for the dinner tonight. Of course, there is also the yogurt that children love to drink. Tong Tong, do you want some yogurt? If you make a nice sound, I'll give it to you. A shop assistant said with a smile. Aunt Xiaoxia. Ling Yutong called out in a soft voice. Oh, you are so good. Auntie will give you a bottle. This immediately caused a sensation among the children. In an instant, the little kids stopped playing with their toys and swarmed up. Before dinner even started, they were already drinking bottles of yogurt. At dinner time, everyone talked about the difficulties of doing business, then Ling Feng buying a car, and finally Fong Qin's new business. Nowadays, there is fierce competition in the maternal and infant industry, and there are many maternal and infant stores around any community. In addition, there are many online e-commerce companies, so Fong Qin decided to change her career and run a nursery. Help office workers who have to work during the day and have no time to take care of children aged 1 to 3 years old. As a friend of many years, Ling Feng of course gave his full support and was the first to sign up. What's more, now that my daughter is in nursery, I'll have more time during the day to look for and buy a house, right? After dinner, Ling Feng fulfilled his promise and took his daughter to the supermarket. Snacks, fruits, and toys that I used to think were expensive are now freely available for purchase. Not only that, Ling Feng also bought activated carbon bags to remove odors and absorb formaldehyde, as well as a safety seat for his daughter to sit in the car. After shopping for an hour, the father and daughter finally returned to the car carrying large and small bags. Sitting in the safety seat, Ling Yutong's bright black eyes looked around with curiosity. How about Dad's new car? Does it look good? Nice. Then you eat the cheese stick in small bites, and Daddy will take you for a ride, okay? Okay. Ling Yutong clapped her hands excitedly. After a while, Ling Feng slowly drove his daughter for a stroll. After stopping the car at the intersection, Ling Feng looked back and saw his daughter licking a cheese stick and looking out the window with curiosity. At this moment, my heart is filled with happiness and peace. I continued strolling and before I knew it, I was near the Muddle Bar. It's south still that familiar street. It is still as prosperous and lively as before. Dazzling lights, roaring sports cars, fashionable men and women. Ling Feng has brought his daughter here more than once. I fantasize about meeting that incredibly beautiful woman and the man who gave me my daughter. But every time I return disappointed. At this moment, Ling Yutong suddenly asked, Dad, when will Mom come back? Tong Tong misses Mom so much. Chapter 5 Is this woman crazy? Ling Feng was stunned. My daughter once asked me why other children had mothers but she didn't. Ling Feng had no choice but to coax his daughter every time. Her mother was busy with work and went to a very far place. But as his daughter grew up, Ling Feng didn't know how long the lie could last. As long as Tong Tong is obedient, her mother will be back soon. Tong Tong is well behaved. Ling Yutong answered in a childish tone. Really good. Ling Feng turned around and sighed secretly. As an orphan, Ling Feng's only memory is of the orphanage. I have no idea what my parents look like, and I have never experienced what it feels like to have fatherly or motherly love. From childhood to adolescence, I have fantasized countless times that one day my parents would come to the welfare home to pick me up. But from hope to despair, and then to hatred, crying and madness. After growing up, I completely gave up. It is precisely because he has experienced the pain of loneliness that Ling Feng loves his daughter so much. I hope that even without motherly love, she can still be happy. But the fact is that a childhood without maternal love is destined to be incomplete. Sister Qin is right. It has been more than 2 years and Tong Tong's mother has never appeared. Maybe she will never appear again in this life. Tong Tong is getting older and older. I can't delay any longer. I have to find her a stepmother who loves and cares for her as soon as possible. But I am a single dad with no proper job, only a car but no house. Who would be willing to be my stepmother? So I must buy a house and give it to Tong Tong, a big, beautiful house. Having made up his mind, Ling Feng shifted gears, stepped on the gas, and drove home. A few minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove over quietly. After pausing for a long while on the street outside the Muddler bar, he suddenly sped away. Banyan Community. After registering and reporting at the gate, Ling Feng drove his car into the community's underground garage. This residential complex was built with government investment, and all of its dozen or so buildings are only rented and not sold. Cheap rent allows low-income families and individuals who have stable jobs but cannot afford to buy a house to have a place to live. Therefore, the tenants of this community naturally have limited financial resources, and naturally very few of them own cars. In order to prevent the property management company from operating at a loss, the community's underground garage is rented out on a long-term basis. Ling Feng found an empty parking space and parked. He put on his backpack, held his daughter in one hand and pulled the suitcase with the other. Maybe it's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. When the elevator reached the first floor and the door opened, Pan Wan walked in. Ling Feng didn't say anything, but Pan Wan noticed that the shopping bag on the suitcase was full of snacks. It turns out that your daughter doesn't like teddy bears, but likes snacks. Be careful not to eat too much snacks, or she may develop poorly and have rotten teeth. Pan Wan said with a sarcastic smile. Ling Feng was too lazy to pay attention. After the elevator reached the fourth floor, two people walked out of the elevator one after the other. When they arrived at the door of their house, Pan Wan was surprised to find that there was a car key on the keychain that Ling Feng used to open the door. Wow, car owners still live in public housing, you really know how to save money. Ling Feng glanced sideways coldly. You are not bad either, the bank white-collar elites and high-income groups also live in public housing. You. Pan Wan was very angry. The 4 words white-collar elite are really heartbreaking. She is just a small bank teller. I'm busy all year round but I don't make much money. What kind of white-collar elite is this? But just as he was about to retort, Ling Feng had already closed the door. Isn't it just a bastard who owns a broken domestic car? What's so cool about that? When I find a rich boyfriend, I will drive a Mercedes, a BMW, and a supercar. I don't know how much better it is than you. While cursing, Pan Wan slammed the door shut with a clanging sound. She took off her high heels, walked barefoot into the living room, and lay down on the sofa. Take out your phone and check WeChat. Except for the work group, the class groups in junior high school, and university are almost dead. The chat group formed by several friends was also quiet. I am busy with work all year round and work overtime until very late every day before going home. Pan Wan thinks she is good looking and has a nice figure. But why is there no man to seduce me? Is it because I haven't posted on WeChat moments for a long time that others have misunderstood that I have been single for a long time? After thinking about it, I decided to touch up my makeup and take a selfie to post on WeChat moments. But the makeup was not yet finished when the light suddenly went out. Tragic, I forgot to pay the electricity bill. Pan Wan immediately turned on the flashlight on her phone and quickly searched for the power card. But she rarely cleans the house, so where can she find it now? After searching for a long time, not only did I not find the electricity card, but I ended up making the living room and bedroom even more messy. With a ding sound, the phone reminds you that the battery is low. Pan Wan became even more anxious. Where did I put it? It's not in the drawer or on the coffee table, so maybe it's under the sofa? Pan Wan started moving things frantically, making all kinds of noises. The SIM card hasn't been found yet, but the phone has automatically shut down. In an instant, the room was plunged into darkness. After groping for her handbag, Pan Wan followed her memory and slowly walked to the door. I opened the door and the corridor lights came on. What should I do? I can't find the battery card, so I can't charge it. My phone is out of battery again. I need to find a place to charge it. Looking around, Pan Wan was at a loss. There are quite a few tenants on this floor, but they don't interact with each other on a regular basis, and the only difference between them is that they are familiar faces rather than strangers. In comparison, Ling Feng next door is relatively familiar. So after much thought, Pan Wan knocked on Ling Feng's door. After waiting for a while, the door opened. When he saw it was Pan Wan, Ling Feng wanted to close the door immediately. Etc. Pan Wan quickly reached out to hold the door. Can I come in and charge my phone? There's a power outage at home, I can't find my card, and my phone is out of battery. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Didn't you call me a bastard before, saying that I just have a broken domestic car? What's so cool about it? You should go find your rich boyfriend. Pan Wan was stunned. She forgot that this public housing was not like commercial housing and had extremely poor sound insulation. With a bang, Ling Feng pushed the door shut and locked it with a click. Be gentle and considerate to women? Does not exist. For a sharp-tongued little woman like Pan Wan, it's already good enough not to kick her. Back in the bedroom, Ling Feng continued looking for houses online. I don't know how to decorate a new house and I can't wait for a pre-sale house. Ling Feng just wanted to buy a second-hand house that he could move into right away. But the housing prices in Tianhai are really expensive. A community with convenient transportation and complete supporting facilities. A two-bedroom apartment of about 60 to 70 square meters, with ordinary decoration, furniture and appliances, would cost 4 to 5 million yuan. Including taxes, fees and other expenses, 5 million is only enough to buy a small two-bedroom apartment. Just when I was worrying, there was another rapid knock on the door. What should I do if I wake up my daughter? Is this woman crazy? Ling Feng rushed out in rage. If you dare to harass me again, believe it or not, I will call the police immediately. Calling the police was a trick Pan Wan used often in the past. Ling Feng had long wanted to retaliate. However, when he opened the door angrily, he found that it was not Pan Wan outside. It was Wang Lin, the security captain of the Mutal Bar. Bro, a man asked me to pass this package to you. In addition, he warned you that you must leave Tianhai before dawn, otherwise you and your daughter will die. Chapter 6. How dare you threaten me? What? Ling Feng was furious. Must leave Tianhai before dawn? Otherwise, he and his daughter would be silenced? Who is so overbearing? Why? Ling Feng was about to ask Wang Lin, but in his mind. Bite. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute. If the host chooses to leave Tianhai, he will be given the most luxurious house in the destination city. If the host chooses to stay in Tianhai, he will gain top-level fighting skills to protect himself and his daughter. Ling Feng did not hesitate and decisively chose the second one. Host has made a choice. Please be ready within 10 minutes. During the period of acquiring the skill, you may experience fever, cramps, dizziness, and other discomforts. Ling Feng didn't bother to listen to the system's explanation and immediately questioned Wang Lin. Brother Wang, who asked me to transfer the package. Why should he ask me to leave Tianhai? Wang Lin shook his head and said, I don't know who he is, but I don't think he is lying, so you should quickly accept the package and pack up and leave Tianhai overnight. Ling Feng shook his head decisively. I don't want this package, and I won't leave Tianhai. Why is he so overbearing and strong? Tianhai, with a population of tens of millions, is not his. Why does he chase me away? Wang Lin sighed helplessly. Brother, I think that man looks ferocious and doesn't look like a good person. You are alone and have a child with you. I advise you to move out quickly. As for this package, Wang Lin weighed the item. I estimate that there are at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in cash here, which is enough for you to find a small city and raise Tongtong. And if you don't want it, who can you ask me to return it to? I don't even know him. It's free money, why don't you just refuse it? Ling Feng's heart trembled. Is he the man who brought Tongtong to the bar 2 years ago? Wang Lin shook his head slowly. It's been such a long time since I last saw you, I can't remember exactly, but you're right to listen to me. Hurry up and pack up and go. Leave Tianhai, find a small city, raise your child in anonymity. It is better to live a miserable life than to die, do you understand? After saying that, Wang Lin stuffed the package into Ling Feng's hands, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. After closing the door, Ling Feng tore open the package with a swish. 5 neatly stacked bundles of new 100 yuan bills give off a unique smell of ink. Just 500,000, and you want me to take my daughter away from Tianhai? Ling Feng threw the money onto the sofa. He took out cigarettes and a lighter from under the coffee table. Just as I was about to light up a cigarette to relieve my boredom, I remembered that smoking indoors was bad for my daughter's health. He sniffed the smell of cigarettes, satisfied his urge, and then put it back in its place. Now that I've made my choice, let's go. Lying on the sofa, Ling Feng silently waited for the system to grant him skills. Just when I was feeling sleepy and was about to fall asleep, the abdomen began to feel slightly hot, and then became hotter and hotter. Then, the heat began to spread throughout the body. After a while, I felt extremely hot all over and the world was spinning. But when he thought of his daughter, Ling Feng gritted his teeth and endured. Beads of sweat kept rolling down his cheeks. The fat on the body is burning like crazy. After 10 minutes of agony, I finally felt less uncomfortable. I got up and took a shower to wash off the dirt and sweat on my body. Looked in the mirror. I can clearly feel that I had become much stronger, with well-defined muscles and full of strength. But this belly. I'm so hungry. Opening the refrigerator, Ling Feng wolfed down a lot of fruits and snacks, and finally he was no longer hungry. I tidied up the living room and went back to the bedroom. I walked slowly to the bedside and saw that my daughter was sleeping soundly. The curved eyelashes flutter occasionally. The little face is pink and chubby. Her little lips moved from time to time, probably because she was dreaming about something delicious. Why do you want me and my daughter to leave Tianhai without any investigation or explanation? I raised my daughter with great difficulty and never offended anyone, so I just want to find her mother. Wait. Ling Feng frowned and suddenly realized. Where does Tong Tong come from? Ling Feng recalled the night about 4 years ago. I wanted to take the stunning beauty who came to the bar to get drunk home, but was asked to drive her sports car to the hotel. A year later, the mysterious man brought Tong Tong to the bar. After more than 2 years, he appears again. But he wanted Ling Feng to take his daughter and leave Tianhai as soon as possible. Why? Doesn't he want Tong Tong's mother to find him? But why didn't he ask me to take my daughter away from Tianhai when he sent Tong Tong to the bar? Ling Feng couldn't guess the reason for the time being. But one thing is for sure. Using threats and inducements, one must either leave Tianhai overnight or wait to be killed. By doing this, the person must not want Tong Tong to be reunited with her mother. If it were in the past, when I was poor, I might have chosen to take the money and leave with my daughter. But now, I have system assistance. With such a lucky life, do you still need to hide from people? Who knows if after going to another place, you will be asked to move away again one day in the future. Damn it, I'm not leaving. I'm going to look for her mother in a big way. Having made up his mind, Ling Feng immediately began to prepare. Outside the community, Wang Lin came to an Audi sedan. The passenger's privacy window was not closed tightly, leaving a gap 2 fingers wide. Wang Lin couldn't see clearly who was in the car, and he didn't dare to look. The package was given to him, and the message was delivered, but as to whether he would leave or not, I don't know. A wad of banknotes was handed out from inside the car. Go back and warn everyone in the bar not to reveal Ling Feng's contact information. Just pretend that he has never been in the bar. Do you understand? Wang Lin took the money and bowed repeatedly. I understand. Don't worry. I'll go back and tell everyone that our bar has never had an employee named Ling Feng. If anyone dares to say that, I won't let him off easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the Audi suddenly accelerated and drove away. Only after the roar disappeared did Wang Lin straighten his back. I glanced sideways and saw the business car that had not left. I didn't know how many people were inside, and I didn't dare to look or ask. I looked back at building number 7 in the community where Ling Feng and his daughter lived. Hey, brother, run away. After sighing softly, Wang Lin put the money in his pocket and hurriedly took a taxi away. About 4 in the morning. Ling Feng was awakened by his cell phone vibrating continuously. I answered the phone in a daze and heard Wang Lin's voice. Brother, have you set off? Their people have been waiting at the gate of the community. Ling Feng turned over, afraid of waking up his daughter, and whispered. Thank you for your concern, I don't want to leave. What? Are you crazy? Wang Lin's voice suddenly rose, and he shouted in anger. Ling Feng, do you know what you are doing? It doesn't matter if you are tired of living and want to die, but Tong Tong is so well behaved and obedient. She is not even 3 years old. How can you bear to let her die with you? Ling Feng chuckled. Yes, my daughter is less than 3 years old. I want to see how they can have the heart to kill us. You. Wang Lin was so angry that he was speechless. Ling Feng smiled calmly and said, Okay, brother Wang, Tong Tong and I have no relatives or friends, so we have nothing to worry about. If they really dare to harm us, I will risk my life to fight them to the end. I will kill one by one if they come, I will kill as many as they come. I don't believe it, they are not born by their parents, they can all come back to life. Chapter 7 I Can't Beat You to Death. You, alas. Wang Lin was completely speechless. After the bar closed, out of kindness, he asked Ling Feng whether he had left. After all, Ling Feng worked part-time in the bar at the time and he was a very nice person, so everyone was considered a colleague. Who knew Ling Feng would not take his daughter with him? It's okay, Brother Wang, you can go home and rest after get off work. I'll come and have a drink with you in a few days. Okay, if you can come to the bar alive, I will treat you as a man and make sure you drink enough. That's settled then. After putting away his phone, Ling Feng immediately lost all his sleepiness. Tomorrow morning, it is bound to be a fierce battle. After carefully checking the anti-theft windows of the bedroom, Ling Feng prepared snacks, toys, etc. for his daughter. Then go to the living room and confirm that the hidden camera can capture clear video and upload it to the cloud disk for backup. Finally, I wrote an email scheduled to be sent at noon to an author friend whom I have known for a long time and with whom I have a good relationship. The email briefly explains the case and also includes the cloud disk account and password. Ask him to call the police immediately after receiving the email and hand over the video to the police. For Tonton, I must live. Gritting his teeth, Ling Feng began to prepare for the battle actively. Because we don't know how many people will come and what weapons they will carry. Therefore, Ling Feng took precautions against the enemy and considered that the enemy might be carrying hot weapons. And what do you have? The kitchen knife that is commonly used at home is actually not the best weapon. In comparison, the close combat damage of the claw hammer is even greater. The kitchen knife is too light, so a single cut may not cause much injury. But if you get hit hard, the physical damage will be great. In addition to weapons, Ling Feng also set traps. When I was a child in an orphanage, I played mischievous games with my friends and set traps to play tricks on people. It used to be for fun, but now it's to save lives. Therefore, traps are naturally set according to the principles of stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness. After careful preparation, Ling Feng did not go to bed, but cooked breakfast in advance, and waited quietly after eating and drinking. Time passes quietly. The middle and low-income people who rent in the community were the first to go out. Some of them are sanitation workers, and some are small vendors. Gradually, office workers also went out to work. The business car parked on the roadside at the entrance of the community started slowly. After turning a corner, we drove into the community's underground garage. Soon it stopped at the door of the elevator room on the basement floor of building number 7. Four sturdy men got out of the car, each wearing a hat and mask, covering themselves tightly. I took the elevator upstairs and followed the signs to the door of 715. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. There were repeated heavy knocks on the door. After waiting for a while, the door didn't open. The burly man who knocked on the door took out a toolkit from his trouser pocket. He took out a long thin wire and easily pried open the door lock. I pushed the door open and the room was pitch black. The burly man who knocked on the door did not rush into the house, but took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight function. Holding their cell phones high, a group of 4 people slowly walked into the house. With a bang. The sturdy man walking in front bumped into a transparent fishing line. Instantly, chili powder and pepper powder came from all directions. Ah! Accompanied by the eye-piercing screams of the peppers. The 4 people's eyes were irritated, and before they could see clearly, they vaguely felt someone rushing towards them. Subconsciously raised his arms to protect his vital parts. But as soon as the other party rushed up, he kicked him hard. Immediately afterwards, he was hit in the face with a hammer, causing him to feel dizzy and have a severe pain in his head. The second strong man was still busy rubbing his eyes when he was kicked hard in the knee, breaking the bone. Immediately afterwards, the third one was hit hard on the head by a hammer, and the fourth one subconsciously wanted to fight. But his eyes were not clear enough and his punch missed, so he was hit hard in the face by the claw hammer instead. Suddenly my nose hurt so much and blood spurted out instantly. The double stimulation of chili pepper and Sichuan peppercorns made the 4 strong men's eyes blurred with tears. The lights in the living room suddenly brightened, and the strong white light made the eyes even more blazing. Ling Feng wielded the claw hammer and smashed it wildly. After a while, the 4 strong men were beaten all over. Especially the arms and legs, the bones were broken and he rolled over and screamed in pain. "Come on, you bastard, kill me! Damn it, I have no grudge against you, why are you pushing me into a desperate situation? Ling Feng kicked the sturdy man with blood all over his face so hard that his teeth fell out. A strong man near the door was trying to climb out. Ling Feng rushed over and kicked him hard, then swung the claw hammer and hit him hard. After a severe beating, the 4 strong men who came uninvited could no longer move. One by one they were either lying or sprawled, either unconscious or wailing for mercy. The short battle lasted less than 2 minutes from outbreak to end. Coming to a burly man with a tattoo on his neck, Ling Feng stepped on his broken arm. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out. Shut up and wake up my daughter. Do you believe I'm going to smash your head off with a hammer? The tattooed muscular man endured the severe pain, his facial features distorted in pain. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of the desperate. Who wouldn't be afraid if Ling Feng beat someone to death like he did? We only have one life in this world. In critical moments, human instinct is to save lives. If you don't want to die, just cooperate with me. Ling Feng tightly grasped the claw hammer and glanced at the other 3 people. The claw hammer had already been soaked in blood, and drops of blood dripped onto the face of the tattooed strong man. Who sent you here? Yes, it's 6th Master, whose real name is Lu Yi, also known as Willow Tree, Willow Fire, Huai. Lu Yi? Ling Feng frowned slightly, searching his memory but could not find any impression. Who is he? Why did he force my daughter and I to leave? The tattooed muscular man gasped. I don't know either. He also took money to do this. He asked us to drive you away. If you don't leave, we will take you 2 away by force. After a slight pause, the tattooed burly man looked at Ling Feng timidly. Brother, please spare us, it's not easy for us to get out here. Ling Feng snorted coldly, you asked me to spare my life, but who would spare me? Where is he? What's his phone number? He is in the Buick business car downstairs, the license plate number is 15. Ling Feng dialed the number and the call went through quickly. Hello, who are you? Ling Feng poked the tattooed burly man with a hammer. It's me, 6th Master. Would you like to come up here? What am I doing here? A skinny poor guy and a little girl who is less than 3 years old, can't you 4 handle it? No, there are special circumstances. You, come and take a look. The tattooed man was almost crying. The bones in his hands and legs were broken by the hammer, and he was shaking with pain. Not long after the phone call was hung up, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Not long. A short, fat man appeared at the door. The scene before him stunned him instantly. 4 strong brothers fell in a pool of blood. Ling Feng looks frail and thin. His eyes were cold and his aura was awe-inspiring. In his hand he clutched a bloody claw hammer. That cold and ruthless look is frightening. Come in and close the door. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, walked into the living room, and slowly closed the door. Brother, I can tell you anything you want to know, but can we call an ambulance and send them to the hospital first? Ling Feng shook off the blood on the claw hammer and sneered evilly. If you don't want them to die, just tell me why you forced me to take my daughter away from Tianhai? Chapter 8 Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Lu Yi sighed. Brother, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess, right? In the middle of the night, Chu Yunxian, the daughter of the Chu family, went to the bar to drink to drown her sorrows, and went to the hotel when she met you for the first time. After finding out she was pregnant, she still stubbornly wanted to give birth to the baby and raise it. This would be embarrassing even for an ordinary family, right? Ling Feng nodded slightly. Getting pregnant before marriage is itself a very unusual thing. What's more, she went to a place like a bar and met a strange man she had never met before. Lu Yi sighed and continued. Although this matter was very embarrassing, no one expected that when her family took her abroad and forced her to abort the child, her stepfather Chu Tianwei was investigated. Pregnant women are a vulnerable group and will be given lighter sentences for their crimes, and they do not have to go to jail during their pregnancy and breastfeeding periods, so Chu Yunxian and Chu Tianwei made a deal. Chu Yunxian took all the blame and took the blame for Chu Tianwei. After giving birth to her daughter, she went to jail, and her daughter was given to you. Because Chu Yunxian knew that her parents hated their daughter so much that they had no choice but to hand her over to you. As her biological father, you would definitely take good care of her. Recently, she was released on bail for good behavior in prison and having served more than half of her sentence, but as soon as she returned to China, she tried every means to find you. Ling Feng couldn't help but ask anxiously, mother and daughter are reunited, isn't this good? Why do you force me to take my daughter away from Tianhai? Lu Yi chuckled. Brother, you think too simply. Super rich second-generation Wang Yue has always had a soft spot for her, and it was he who spent a lot of effort to help her get out of prison on bail. If you were Chu Tianwei, would you tolerate your adopted daughter dating or even marrying Wang Yue with another man's daughter? Therefore, you must take your daughter away from Tianhai to let her give up the idea. Only then will she get along well with Wang Yue and achieve the goal of the marriage between the Chu and Wang families. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. Suddenly I felt that what the director of the welfare home said before was right. Many things that seem complicated actually have very simple reasons behind them. Life is actually not complicated. When it comes down to it, it's often all about interests. The daughter whom I regard as my precious treasure is seen as a hindrance and a burden by others. It not only damages the image of the wealthy family, but also affects family marriages. So he and his daughter had to disappear from the face of the earth. Either flee far away or die. Anyway, they must not be allowed to reunite as mother and daughter. Seeing Ling Feng remain silent, Lu Yi asked tentatively. My dear brother, I respect you as a man. Actually, I also have children. If anyone dares to harm my son and daughter, I will definitely fight to the death. So you beat up my 4 brothers, I don't blame you at all, but I sincerely advise you, there is really no need to be brave and stay in Tianhai, it's too dangerous. Today you are in your familiar public housing, having made sufficient preparations in advance, catching them off guard, but what will you do in the future? Do you hide at home with your daughter every day? You can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th day. After all, it's easy to avoid a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow. Ling Feng sneered, even if I take my daughter away from Tianhai, Zhu Tianwei will probably still be worried and will have to kill both of us before he can feel completely at ease, right? Lu Yi was suddenly speechless. Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. Because Ling Feng's rhetorical question is indeed very likely. No matter where Ling Feng and his daughter hide, it would be more reassuring than to kill them directly. Okay, I have no way out. Can you briefly introduce how powerful the Chu and Wang families are? Lu Yi smiled awkwardly and said, I don't need to say much about the Wang family, who are in real estate, right? Ling Feng nodded slightly. Let's talk about the Chu family. Lu Yi said quickly, I don't know the details, but the business on the surface seems to be import and export trade, cross-border tourism, study abroad agency, etc., but privately it is money laundering for others. Because of the suspected money laundering crime, if Chu Yunxian hadn't taken the blame, it would have been Chu Tianwei who went to jail. And every failure makes one wiser. The Chu family wants to completely clean up their name, so naturally they hope to marry into the Wang family. It would have been fine if Chu Yunxian hadn't been released from prison and returned to China, and the Chu family would not have paid any attention to you and your daughter. But now that Chu Yunxian is back, she can't wait to find you too. What should we do? You two have become a stumbling block to the marriage between the two families of Chu and Wang. Chu Tianwei certainly wants to drive you two out of Tianhai, or even get rid of you secretly, so that Chu Yunxian will completely give up. So I advise you to take your daughter away quickly, live in a remote area under a false name, and wait for the Chu and Wang families to successfully marry. Even if Chu Tianwei knows that you two are still alive, he will not kill you. Ling Feng smiled faintly and asked. So you think that the only way for me to survive and save my life is to take my daughter and hide far away? Lu Yi smiled bitterly and asked, what else? Do you have a second choice? Perhaps out of respect for the law, Chu Tianwei has not yet thought of killing you, otherwise he would not have given you 500,000 yuan and let you run away. But if you take the money but don't leave, it will be like refusing to accept the toast and drinking the forfeit wine, which will definitely make him want to kill you. Ling Feng snorted and laughed. I promised Tong Tong that I would find her mother. So unless Chu Yunxian gives the order, I will never take my daughter away from Tianhai. Lu Yi let out a long sigh. Brother, why are you doing this? It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about your daughter, right? She is less than 3 years old. At such a young age, if she died in the conflict, wouldn't it be such a pity? Ling Feng smiled calmly and said, you don't need to worry about this, just take care of your 4 brothers first. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yi suddenly realized. I looked down and saw the 4 brothers in such a miserable state. Thank you for your kindness, brother. I will take them away now. After saying that, Lu Yi immediately went to open the door. Then they were supported and dragged one by one out of the living room. Pan Wan, who lives next door, slept on the sofa in the dark last night. My cell phone was out of battery and there was no alarm clock. I woke up, washed up and went out in a hurry, and was instantly frightened and screamed. Lu Yi dragged the seriously injured men out of Ling Feng's house one by one as if they were dragging corpses. Ling Feng came to the door with a bloody hammer in his hand. "Oh my god, you are a beast." Ling Feng glanced sideways coldly. "What? Do you want to experience the feeling of having your bones smashed by a hammer? You are crazy." Pan Wan turned pale with fright. He hurriedly picked up his bag and ran away as if he was avoiding the plague. He was afraid that if he was half a second slower, he would be knocked to the ground by Ling Feng's hammer. Bang! Ling Feng closed the door, quickly tidied up the living room, then saved the video and cancelled the email. After finishing her work and preparing to boil water to make milk powder, Ling Yutong opened her sleepy eyes. She turned over and sat up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and called out Daddy sweetly. "Baby, wake up. Daddy will make you some milk powder. After you finish drinking, Daddy will take you to find a kindergarten, okay?" Okay, thank you, Dad." Ling Yutong jumped and danced excitedly, clapping her hands. Ling Feng smiled slightly, but he was very clear in his mind. "From now on, I will be a crazy protector of my daughter. Anyone who touches my daughter will die." Chapter 9. You are so arrogant. Underground garage. Lu Yi dragged the four brothers into the car one by one with difficulty. I was so tired and out of breath, but I didn't dare to rest and drove to the hospital quickly. Not long after I left the community, the phone rang. "Xiao Lu, has that guy moved away?" As soon as the call was connected, Chu Tianwei's questioning voice was heard. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what to say. I felt very sympathetic towards Ling Feng and his daughter. Ling Feng is an orphan, with no relatives and no power, and his daughter is less than 3 years old. If I tell him now, Ling Feng refuses to leave and even injures his four brothers. Lu Yi estimated that Chu Tianwei would definitely send people to deal with Ling Feng and his daughter immediately. We are preparing to go to his house to check. I will call you as soon as I have any news. Okay, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yi immediately found Ling Feng's phone number and called him. It's me, Lu Yi. Chu Tianwei just asked me this. I said I haven't been to your house yet, so I bought you some time. From what I know about him, his patience is extremely limited, so you'd better take your daughter away as soon as possible. Lu Yi was extremely anxious, but Ling Feng just smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not going to leave. Lu Yi was shocked. Are you really not afraid of death? Hey. Lu Yi raised his cell phone and wanted to throw it angrily. But after thinking about it, he put his hand down. Considering how young and pitiful his daughter was, I said everything I should say. Why am I so angry when Ling Feng doesn't listen to my advice? He didn't accept the toast, so he deserved to be killed. What's more, he also injured his four brothers. Every bone in his hands and feet was broken. It will take at least several months to fully recover. After passing several traffic lights, Lu Yi turned the car into the hospital and parked in front of the emergency building. After calling for medical staff to come and save the person, he immediately called Chu Tianwei. And the other side. Ling Feng was concentrating on driving, while Ling Yutong was sitting in the safety seat in the back seat, happily eating corn. The passenger seat, rear seat, and trunk of the car were all filled with luggage. Since you know you will be retaliated against, how can you just sit there in public housing and wait to die? A few minutes later, Ling Feng arrived at the kindergarten that Feng Qin had praised many times. Ling Feng has also been here. The facilities are complete, the security is strict, the teachers are responsible, and the food is excellent. There are nursery classes for children aged 1 to 3 years old. The monthly fee of 4,900 was too expensive before, but now I feel that 10,000 is nothing as long as I can take good care of my daughter. After completing the enrollment process, Ling Yutong, who was not shy at all, quickly started playing with other children under the guidance of the teacher. After driving away from the kindergarten, Ling Feng planned to save money before renting a house. As soon as I parked the car in front of the bank, a call came from an unfamiliar number. You have taken the money, why don't you leave? As soon as the call was connected, a cold questioning voice was heard. Ling Feng smiled coldly. Why should I leave? Is Tianhai yours? We are living peacefully as father and daughter. Does that bother you? Boy, I'm warning you, don't look for trouble. I'm giving you one last chance, you must get out of Tianhai before noon. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Who the hell are you? Why don't you get out of Tianhai? After these words were spoken, Chu Tianwei on the other end of the phone was stunned. I wipe. This domineering question instantly disrupted his train of thought. Okay, you kid, you don't want to drink the wine, right? Then you wait, when you cry and beg for your life, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Ling Feng chuckled. Keep this sentence to yourself. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng took out his suitcase and walked into the bank. And at the same time, inside an office in Tianhai Xingfeng Commercial Building, Chu Tianwei slammed his phone on the table. This little bastard is so arrogant. I gave him money out of kindness and told him to take that bastard away and get out, but he didn't appreciate it. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Picking up the phone, Chu Tianwei made a call. Xiao Lu, I will give you 2 more days. You must find the father and daughter and make them disappear from Tianhai. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rapid knock on the door. This was the secretary's hint. Chu Tianwei hung up the phone immediately. After pretending to be reviewing documents, he pressed a hidden button under the desk. Come in. The door opened and the female secretary shouted. Mr. Chu, the lady is here. Chu Tianwei put down his pen, stood up immediately, and walked over with a concerned expression. Why don't you rest more at home? I feel so sorry for you, come and sit down. Xiao Wang, please pour a cup of hot water for the lady, quickly. The secretary quickly went to pour hot water, while Chu Tianwei asked his daughter to take a seat. Mr. Chu, the hot water is here. This is none of your business. Go out and get busy. Chu Tianwei took the cup of water and handed it to his daughter with a shy smile. The exquisite profile and the hint of sadness in the beautiful eyes are so adorable. No wonder Wang Yue, the eldest son of the Wang family, was so bewitched by her. Knowing that Chu Yunxian had given birth to a child and had been in jail, are you still obsessed with her? Have you found out where my daughter is? Chu Yunxian asked with a frown. Chu Tianwei quickly said, not yet. After all, it has been more than 2 years and that guy no longer works in the bar. He changed his cell phone number and he was an orphan, so no one knew where he went with his child. But don't worry, I have already sent more people to search everywhere. I believe there will be good news soon. After a slight pause, Chu Tianwei looked at his daughter's expression carefully. By the way, Wang Xiao made a lot of efforts for you to be released on bail and return to China successfully. So, isn't it reasonable for us to treat him to a meal as a token of our gratitude? Chu Yunxian nodded slightly, stood up and said. He helped me get out of prison and return home early, so I should thank him. You decide the time and place of the dinner. I also want to go to the bar now. Chu Tianwei hurriedly dissuaded him. Why are you going to the bar? It's broad daylight and they're not open for business. It's a waste of time for you to go there. Chu Yunxian asked back, then I should go shopping and buy some decent clothes and shoes, right? Yes, of course. Chu Tianwei immediately took out his wallet and handed the black card to Chu Yunxian. I'm going to have dinner with Mr. Wang tonight. You should buy some nice clothes, shoes, bags, etc. and dress up nicely. I'll send the password to your phone. Buy whatever you like, no matter how expensive it is. It would be best if you also buy a gift for Wang Xiao. Chu Yunxian took the card and left. After opening the door, she suddenly stopped and turned around. By the way, what is my daughter's father's name? You should at least find out, right? Ling Feng. Chapter 10. Too late to explain. Ling Feng? Chu Yunxian frowned slightly, turned around and left. As he walked, he muttered to himself. What name would he give his daughter? If it sounds nice, that's fine, otherwise I will definitely change my daughter's name. Judging from the time, she should be 2.5 years old. No matter whose genes she inherits, she should be very beautiful, right? Chu Tianwei followed slowly behind. Listening to Chu Yunxuan's murmurs filled with happiness and anticipation, I felt very uncomfortable. This silly girl must have been thinking about it day and night for the past 2 years, hoping to reunite with her family of 3. But if they are reunited, what will happen to young Master Wang? How can I marry into the Wang family? Therefore, Ling Feng and her daughter must die, and Yunxian must not know about it. Make up your minds secretly. Chu Tianwei passed by the administrative department and immediately shouted. Send someone who is familiar with the route and has good driving skills to accompany the lady to go shopping. Okay, I'll go there myself. He Yan, director of the administrative department, is naturally the right person to take on the responsibility. How could I give up such a good opportunity to flatter someone else? After watching He Yan and the other person leave, Chu Tianwei turned around and went back to the office. After locking the door, he called Wang Yue immediately. Yue, it's me. Are you free tonight? Yunxian said that you played an important role in her being released from prison and returning home early. I want to treat you to a meal. Tianhai Yida Real Estate Headquarters. Wang Yue, who was in a meeting, suddenly stood up excitedly. Okay, I will be there in the evening. Thank you, uncle. After hanging up the phone, how could Wang Yue still be in the mood to attend the meeting? That's all for today. Washuiwen Phase 3 project, hurry up and start construction. No more delays. After giving the order, Wang Yue strode out of the meeting room with his head held high. The beautiful secretary put away her notebook and hurried out to catch up. Find the best hairstylist and stylist in Tianhai immediately and provide door-to-door service. I must appear in front of Yunxian in my best image tonight. In the conference room, everyone suddenly started whispering. Mr. Wang is in such a good mood, there must be something good going on. Is there any need to guess? It must be the return of the beautiful Lady Chu. It's strange to say, how come the beautiful Miss Chu seemed to have disappeared out of thin air for 2 or 3 years? I heard that he went abroad to study, but I don't know which university he went to. It must be a famous school like Stanford, Wharton, Harvard, etc. Alas, you can make a living with your face, but you still have to rely on your talent. That's right, she is already so beautiful, yet she is still so hardworking. So God is fair. He gave you an ordinary life and will definitely give you an ordinary appearance to avoid disharmony. You're just beating around the bush and calling me ugly, right? Tianhai Anhu Company. Ling Feng hired a female bodyguard based on the introduction on the internet. It is said that this company not only has an impressive background, but also has strong strength. 90% of the employees are veterans. The company has undertaken on-site security tasks for many large-scale events. We have provided security services to many celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and multinational companies. Under the guidance of the salesperson, Ling Feng took a tour around the store. Whether indoors or outdoors, there are many bodyguards undergoing rigorous training. Some are learning special driving and emergency response skills. Some are also practicing grappling, fighting, and quick first aid. After taking a look around, Ling Feng was naturally quite satisfied. Although the fees are expensive, as long as my daughter's life can be protected, what does it matter if I spend a little more money? Not long after arriving in the reception room, the salesperson brought a tablet computer. Mr. Ling, I have selected these 5 female bodyguards for your daughter. Here are their detailed information, you can choose. Ling Feng took the tablet and started browsing it immediately. Soon he took a fancy to Gui Shui. She has an oval face with a little baby fat. Her smile is very friendly and Ling Feng believes that his daughter will like it. She also served as a Marine Scout for 5 years. After retiring, she worked as a bodyguard and protected many female stars. Call Gui Shui over. I want to talk to her in person. Okay, please wait. The salesperson immediately called someone. Not long. Gui Shui, wearing camouflage uniform and looking very heroic, ran over. Hello, Gui Shui. Let me introduce myself briefly. I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. Ling Feng gave a quick and concise introduction. That's basically the situation. I don't lack money, but I lack a sense of security. Gui Shui nodded repeatedly and said, I understand, after all, a person's energy is limited. You can't stay highly alert 24 hours a day. You have to eat, sleep, and rest. Ling Feng smiled and said, if there is no problem, then let's sign the contract now. Well, protecting a little girl is much easier than protecting a celebrity. After signing the contract and having a light meal together in the cafeteria, Ling Feng took Gui Shui to the kindergarten. Although my daughter was taking a nap, it was possible for Gui Shui to get acquainted with the teacher. After entering his facial features and applying for a new pick-up and drop-off card, Ling Feng took Gui Shui to find a house nearby. She is a professional bodyguard, so Ling Feng let her choose which community would be better to live in. After careful selection, Gui Shui chose Tianhai Haoding Lijing community, which has a high rent but strict security. Under the guidance of the agent, we visited several good houses that were available for rent or sale. After viewing the last set, Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. These 5 houses all look pretty good. I want to buy them right away. When the agent heard this, his eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. Each house is worth 20 to 30 million yuan. Even if they only charge 1% commission, that's still a low income of 200,000 or 300,000. So she smiled and said kindly, "Mr. Ling has a good eye. This community is a high-end residential community carefully built by Tianhai Yida Real Estate Group. Even their senior executives live here. It is only because of the special circumstances this year that the housing prices have fallen back. Otherwise, they would definitely continue to rise sharply, so it is definitely a good choice for you to settle down here." However, the layout, decoration and prices of these 5 apartments are actually similar, and the difference is not very big. I wonder which one Mr. Ling wants to buy. Ling Feng was about to speak when the system was suddenly activated. Byte. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please choose a suite within 1 minute. Building 12, Unit 1, Bar 801. Ling Feng replied immediately. It's not because that suite is the most expensive and luxurious. It's because it has a very comfortable children's room with lots of play facilities and toys. My daughter will definitely like it. Based on the host's choice, I have purchased it for you. Before the system's statement was finished, the agent was already making a phone call with joy. But just as I finished speaking. What? Sold? When was it sold? Damn, they are the devil. The agent hung up the phone angrily and said unhappily, "Sorry, I just got the news that the house in Building 12 has been sold by another agency." Guo Shui exclaimed, "Is it such a coincidence? Who bought it?" The agent shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. How about there are 4 units left? You can choose another one?" Ling Feng was stunned. WTF? Still choose? But there was no time to explain. Because the system has been activated again. Chapter 11. It's really shocking. Byte. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please, within 1 minute. Ling Feng was a little amused. Doesn't tea happiness come too suddenly? I never expected that I would have to make another choice so soon. But you can get another luxury house without spending a penny. It would be a waste not to choose it. Room 1502, Unit 2, Building 11. Ling Feng made a choice again. Among the 5 suites we just viewed, this one is the best in terms of decoration, furniture and appliances. Based on the host's choice, I have purchased, for you. The system was still stating, and the agent called again. I made the call with great anticipation. The same stunned astonishment and cursing. What the hell? Sold again? Are you sure it's 1502, Unit 2, Building 11? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the agent was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. Sorry, Mr. Ling, the house in Building 11 has just been sold. When these words came out, Guo Shui was surprised. As a bodyguard, she should have been more talkative. But this incident is indeed too rare. Whichever house Ling Feng chooses will be sold immediately. This is a luxury house with a price tag of 20 or 30 million, not a bottle of soda that costs 2 or 3 yuan. As for Ling Feng, although it is very clear why luxury homes are sold out in seconds. But the system is my biggest secret and I must never tell it to you. In order to earn commission, the agent certainly would not let Ling Feng go easily. Mr. Ling, although the 2 houses in Building 11 and Building 12 have been sold, the other 3 houses still have good value for money. Why don't you choose another one? After hearing what the agent said, Ling Feng was completely speechless. Nima. Want to choose again? Byte. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please, within 1 minute. Ling Feng has become a little numb. Building 8, Unit 1, Room 1601. Ling Feng didn't want to listen to the introduction of the system. As for what will happen if the agent calls for the 3rd time? Is there any need to guess? WTF. How did it get sold again? Are you kidding me? My client selected 3 sets in a row, and they sold all 3 sets in a row? Are they deliberately going against me? I don't sell it early or late, but I buy whatever my clients choose when they are choosing a house. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Are you afraid that I will achieve my sales target and get the commission? If I ask the customer to choose another set, will they still rush to place the order? Looking at the angry and furious agent, his hysterical and crazy appearance, Ling Feng suddenly felt a little guilty. I really want to tell her that it's not that someone is against you. But once faced with a choice, as long as the system is activated, Ling Feng must make a choice. What is the punishment for not choosing? Ling Feng didn't want to try it either. What if it was humane destruction? What would happen to his daughter? Between choosing a house or his life, Ling Feng of course chose the house. But the agent was furious and really lost his temper. Damn it, I don't believe they are still trying to steal my order. The agent picked up the phone and asked Ling Feng without hanging up. Mr. Ling, there are 2 houses left. Please choose another one. Ling Feng was completely speechless. This is really endless. Although it is helpless, I still have to choose. After saying something casually, the system quickly bought it, and then the agent. Bang! The phone fell heavily to the ground. The agent squatted on the ground and broke down in tears. He kept pounding the ground and crying. Why? Why on earth? I finally opened the business, I just want to make some commissions. You buy 1 set in seconds after you choose 1 set, and you buy 4 sets in a row. Who are you anyway? Even if you want to show off your wealth, don't come after me. I am just a small agent with a base salary of less than 4,000 yuan. Why are you targeting me like this? Why? Guo Shui was stunned. This matter has seriously exceeded her imagination. Even though she saw it with her own eyes and experienced it, she still found it hard to believe. Every time Ling Feng chose a house, it was bought by someone else. At this pace, if Ling Feng were to buy a new house today, if he selects them one by one, won't the other party buy them all one after another? Mr. Ling, is there anyone who doesn't want you to buy a house in this community? Wei Shui put forward a very bold hypothesis. The agent stood up with tears in his eyes, wiped his tears, and asked with sobs. Yes, Mr. Ling, you wouldn't have offended some super rich man, right? He has already bought all the 4 houses you wanted to buy. I am sure he will buy the last one you want. Ling Feng sneered in his heart. What the hell? There is no choice for the last set, there is no choice, and the system cannot be activated. Why pay for a house out of pocket if there is no system to pay for it? Forget it, since we are not destined to be together, I want to buy or rent it. The agent quickly asked, the houses in the community opposite are also pretty good, how about I take you over to have a look? Thanks, no thanks. After coming out of the community, Ling Feng asked Guo Shui to get in the car first. Let the system put all the files of the 4 suites into the trunk. After unpacking, I found 4 extra document bags. Just open any one and you will find everything you need, including the house purchase contract, property certificate, water, electricity and gas cards, etc. After finding the file bag of the house in Building 12, Ling Feng took it back to the car. Ling Feng drove on the road and Guo Shui didn't say much. But when he saw Ling Feng, he actually drove the car towards the entrance of the underground garage of Haoding Legion Community. Mr. Ling, have you taken the wrong road? No, I already have a house here. Well, what? Gui Shui was completely confused. And when she saw Ling Feng, she parked the car at the entrance, opened the document bag and took out the property ownership certificate. At this moment, she was completely confused. What was even more unexpected to her was the conversation between Ling Feng and the security guard. Hello Mr. Ling, is this car yours? It's mine. This is the driving license. The background check shows that you have 4 apartments and 8 parking spaces in this community. Which building do you plan to park in most often? Building 12. For suites and 8 parking spaces. Guo Shui was almost shocked to the point of vomiting blood. But as a professional bodyguard, she forced herself to endure it and refused to vomit blood. He inhaled, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to endure. Beep, beep. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind us suddenly honked its horn. Guo Shui subconsciously looked back. It was discovered that the car owner was Wang Yue, a super-rich second-generation man known as the National Husband. Sorry, Mr. Wang, the new owner is moving in and registering the license plate. It will be ready soon. Inside the booth, the security guard quickly apologized with a smile. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Wang Yue cursed angrily and retracted his head into the car. As soon as I saw the Geely Grand in front of me, I was so angry. In the high-end residential area carefully built by our group, there are actually owners driving this kind of broken domestic car? It might be the nanny's grocery cart, the secretary whispered. Wang Yue said angrily, even if you want to buy a grocery car, you can't buy a domestic one. You can get a Mercedes-Benz S Series or a BMW 1 Series. It's really embarrassing for our community. After waiting for a while, the railing was lifted and the Grand slowly drove into the underground garage. Wang Yue followed closely. All he wanted was to go home early, wait for the makeup artist and stylist to come and dress him up, and have dinner with Chu Yunxian in the evening. As a result, I suddenly stepped on the accelerator and it was downhill again. With a bang. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly collided with the Geely Grand. Wang Yue was immediately filled with rage. Just step on the accelerator to the bottom. Chapter 12, The Rich Youngster Crashes and Escapes. Buzz. Wang Yue stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Mercedes-Benz G roared suddenly. The 4.0 V8 engine has a maximum torque of 850 Nm. At this moment, an extremely strong thrust erupted. Plus it's downhill. So even Ling Feng stepped on the brakes immediately. Even with a full load weight of no more than 2 tons, the Geely Grand still cannot withstand the fierce push from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. There was a muffled bang. The Grand was hit hard and at high speed into a concrete wall. And at the moment of being hit, all the airbags popped out. Under the effect of inertia, Ling Feng was tightly restrained by the seatbelt, preventing him from crashing into the windshield. The airbag that pops out from the steering wheel provides a buffering and protective effect. Ling Feng felt like he jumped high and then fell on the soft bed. The people are fine, but the car. Beep, beep. Warning lights flashed, and hot, strange smells filled the air. Gui Shui, a bodyguard who had undergone various professional training, unbuckled his seatbelt immediately and pushed open the twisted and deformed car door. Ling Feng shook his head, then quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Although my head was buzzing and extremely messy. But the first thing Ling Feng saw when he got off the car was his car. This Geely Grand GL is a new car sent by the system yesterday. It was clearly a 3-box sedan, but now it has almost been broken into 2 compartments. The front and rear of the car were severely concave and deformed, but fortunately the A-pillar was not broken and all the airbags popped out. The space in the front and rear rows is not overly compressed. This is enough to prove that there is no problem with the design, workmanship and materials of domestically produced cars. But I was driving into the garage just fine, so how come I got rear-ended? And even though I had braked, I couldn't stop at all. Recalling the roar of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class engine when the collision occurred. Isn't it obvious that he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and deliberately crashed himself into the wall? Son of a bitch. Did I provoke you? After Ling Feng came to his senses, he turned around and went to find the owner of the Mercedes-Benz G. And inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Wang Yue was also frightened by the violent collision just now. The female secretary in the co-pilot seat was so frightened that she screamed. But I don't know if it's because the impact was in the wrong place or the force of the impact was not strong enough. Anyway, the airbag in his Mercedes did not deploy. Seeing the other car owner coming towards him aggressively, it looked like he was going to kill someone. Wang Yue was scared. I have an important dinner party in the evening. I have been madly infatuated with Chu Yunxian for so many years and have pursued her desperately for so many years. Finally got the chance to help her get out of prison early, and won her gratitude, so that she took the initiative to treat us. How could I miss such an important dinner? When I think of this, Wang Yue immediately shifted the car into reverse gear, and the Mercedes-Benz suddenly accelerated backwards once again. With a snap, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class retreated violently and crashed into the railing, breaking it. Before the security guard could react, he had already backed up to the side of the street. The delivery man was unable to stop when an electric bike passed by and simply fell to the side. The electric car slid over and hit the right side of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a bang. The delivery man who abandoned his car rolled on the ground for a few times before stopping. Although my arms, elbows and knees were scratched, it is better than directly hitting a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. But before he could get up, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class accelerated and quickly fled. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? The delivery man got up, limping, and tried to lift the electric bike. But the fall just now was so severe that I couldn't lift it at all. At this moment, a young man rushed out from the underground garage and helped him with his quick eyes and hands. Thanks. Bro, are you okay? I'm fine. Hey, you, aren't you Ling Feng? Why are you here? Ling Feng was startled and immediately remembered that the other person's name was Gu Yong. The two were once affiliated with the same takeaway station. Seeing that Ling Feng was too tired to take care of his little daughter while delivering food, he helped Ling Feng deliver orders more than once to avoid being late and getting bad reviews. Damn it, Gu Yong, it's you, kid. Didn't you say you were going to work in an electronics factory? Why are you still delivering food? Gu Yong sighed and said, this year's situation, you know it, if you want to earn more in the factory, you have to work overtime. There is not much work in the factory, how can you make money by delivering food? By the way, what about you? Can you make money by taking care of your children and writing novels every day? Ling Feng smiled indifferently. Well, that's all. You won't starve to death. But you have so many scratches on your hands and feet. You need to go to the hospital for treatment. Gu Yong fiddled with the electric bike with the broken rearview mirror, then shook his head and sighed. What's there to deal with? It's just a superficial wound and it will heal in a few days. When I opened the safe at the tail seat, I found several orders of takeout inside. Either the food was spilled or the boxes were rotten. Gu Yong frowned immediately, looking distressed. Ling Feng took one look and immediately understood everything. I have encountered this situation before and don't want to be complained about by bad reviews. Not only do we have to call each customer to explain, but we also have to notify each merchant to quickly make a new one. Finally, I paid out of my own pocket and quickly delivered the meals ordered by the guests. The car crashed and people were injured. You still have to pay for the ruined takeout. Ling Feng, who used to be a delivery man, could certainly feel Gu Yong's pain. Taking out his cell phone, Ling Feng immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to Gu Yong. Brother, please go and process the order. Consider this 1,000 yuan as my compensation to you on behalf of the owner of the car that caused the accident. Gu Yong was stunned. No way? Did he hit you too? Ling Feng raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the underground garage. I was driving out of the garage, and he suddenly accelerated from behind and hit me, then reversed and ran away. So I will definitely call the police to hold you accountable, and I will help you claim the compensation then, so just accept this 1,000 yuan first. Gu Yong smiled with relief. Let's talk about it after you get the compensation. But you are really good to buy a car so quickly. Ling Feng pretended to be angry and said, I bought my house with a mortgage and I drive for Didi to make a living, otherwise would I be so anxious and rush out to look for him? Gu Yong nodded repeatedly. Oh, then you should call the police immediately. I have to hurry back to catch up on the order. After watching Gu Yong ride away on his bike, Ling Feng sighed. Thinking back to the past, I was the same. After falling down, he got up without even bothering to see how badly he was injured. As long as my daughter doesn't get hurt and as long as there are no complaints or bad reviews from customers, it's fine. Wu Shui hurried over with her cell phone in hand. Mr. Ling, I have called the police, and I know the owner of the Mercedes-Benz just now, Wang Yue, who is known as the national husband. Wang Yue? Ling Feng frowned slightly. He is the national husband and has had more girlfriends than Ling Feng has known. When the hell did I offend him? This. Wu Shui really wanted to complain. How would I know about the feuds between you wealthy families? But as a professional bodyguard, she immediately reminded. He is a real estate tycoon, and this community was developed by his Yida real estate group. He had a car accident in the community he developed. I think it is necessary for us to preserve evidence to facilitate rights protection. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng ran away. As soon as I rushed to the security booth, I heard the security guard answering the phone. Okay, I'll format the hard drive right away. Before the security guard hung up the phone, he felt a strong hand patting his shoulder heavily. Glancing sideways, I saw Ling Feng's cold eyes, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 13, Can you do whatever you want if you have money? After hanging up the phone silently, the security guard raised his hands and slowly walked out of the booth. Ling Feng immediately operated the computer and played back the surveillance video. Record the entire incident process with your mobile phone first. Then, instead of removing the hard drive, he unplugged the network cable, exited the security booth, and locked the door. Without an internet cable, even if someone wants to remotely control it or delete the hard disk recording, they can't do that. You stay here and watch, I'll go to the car. Ling Feng quickly ran back to the car and took out the dashcam. Use your mobile phone to record the entire process of the car accident captured by the rear camera. Not only that, Ling Feng chose cloud backup for both videos. Even if your phone is stolen or smashed, you can still get it back. At this time, several men and women in white shirts and black trousers came running over. The short and fat one ran the fastest. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. When the short and fat man ran over, he didn't even have time to catch his breath and hurriedly took out a cigarette and handed it to me. Ling Feng took the cigarette and smiled coldly. You didn't hit me, why are you apologizing? The short fat man smiled awkwardly and said, on the first day you moved into the community, you were rear-ended by our CEO Wang's secretary, and I took her place. Etc. Ling Feng frowned and asked. What secretary? You want to lie to me? The short and fat man's face suddenly tightened, and he quickly waved his hand to signal others to go to the garage entrance booth. After looking around, he smiled shyly and whispered. Mr. Ling, you are the owner who can afford 4 luxury houses in our community. A billionaire like you should know the Tianhai Wang family and Yida Real Estate Group, right? Ling Feng leaned against the car and sneered. Of course I know. Isn't this community developed by your Yida Real Estate Group? But does this have anything to do with Wang Yue, who crashed my car and fled the scene? Just because this community was developed by the Wang family and they hit my car, can they just pretend nothing happened? For no apparent reason, he accelerated and slammed me into the wall. Did he want to kill me? What hatred do I have against him? Is it necessary to be so cruel? The short fat man was very embarrassed and quickly advised. Mr. Ling, calm down. Maybe she mistook the accelerator for the brake and made a mistake. Ling Feng chuckled. Operational error? Okay, I'll assume he's mentally ill, stepped on the wrong accelerator, and the crash was not intentional. But he crashed my car into such a state that the sedan was almost a hatchback, and he didn't even apologize, let alone show concern or ask about it. He rushed out with the car in reverse gear and almost hit a delivery man. Can he say that hit and run was not intentional? The short and fat man broke out in a cold sweat. As a small property manager, he felt that he was under pressure that was not appropriate for his position. Hearing the sirens wailing, he became even more nervous. Mr. Ling, Mr. Wang has a special status. He must have been nervous and scared after the car accident. He drove away in a daze, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to take responsibility for the accident. Otherwise, we will compensate you with a better new car you can choose from Mercedes-Benz, Audi or BMW, and exempt you from the property management fee for the next year. Do you think you can pretend that this never happened? Ling Feng crushed the cigarette and threw it on the ground. Who are you to him? Are you his father or his mother? The person who hit my car and fled the scene was him, not you. Why should you apologize on his behalf? Fortunately, I was lucky enough to be okay, but what if I was seriously injured or even died? He didn't even come out to apologize, so is it all over just by finding someone to say a few words and pay some money? Do you really think that you can be willful and lawless just because you have money? The short and fat man was completely speechless. Of course he knows. For Ling Feng, who is worth billions and can afford 4 luxury houses, how much compensation is paid is secondary. The key is Wang Yue's attitude. He crashed the car into pieces, but he didn't care, didn't apologize, didn't call the police, and just drove away. Even if it were an ordinary citizen, he would definitely be furious and would demand an explanation. At this moment, angry shouts suddenly came from the entrance of the garage. Calm down, I'll be back soon. The short and fat man hurriedly ran along the ramp towards the entrance to the underground garage. Not long after he ran, he saw a woman standing in front of the security booth, preventing her men from entering. Seeing this scene, of course he understood instantly. The other party wanted to protect the video surveillance and keep the hard evidence of Wang Yue's car crash and escape. Stop it, calm down. The short and fat man yelled angrily and took out his cell phone to report it immediately. He ran back immediately before finishing the call. Mr. Ling, our group public relations director Wang Lihua wants to speak to you. What a shitty director. Even if a eunuch comes now, it won't work. Wang Lihua on the other end of the phone naturally heard Ling Feng's loud roar. You put the phone on speakerphone. The short and fat man hurried forward and turned on the speakerphone. Director Wang, I'm on speakerphone. Please go ahead. Wang Liwa took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling, this accident was caused by our boss Wang's fault. I would like to apologize on his behalf. Although I cannot contact Mr. Wang for the time being, I believe he is definitely not someone who shirks his responsibilities. Today's accident is entirely our fault, and there is no dispute over responsibility, so I implore Mr. Ling. Could you please, for the sake of the Wang family and our sincere apology, not let the police intervene? Give us a little time, I believe we can communicate and negotiate and handle this matter, okay? Ling Feng knew that this was a delaying tactic. As long as Wang Yue's embarrassing hit-and-run incident is not exposed, what's the harm in paying a small price? After all, people need face and trees need bark. In this information-rich age, once a reputation is ruined, the loss will be beyond imagination. The simplest example is those celebrity artists. In order to cover up negative news, they would rather spend a lot of money to please the paparazzi and bribe the media. Otherwise, once negative news is exposed, fans will abandon them and the public will spurn them. Who would still ask them to film movies, perform in commercials or endorse products? Wang Yue is a well-known and famous super-rich second generation. In a sense, he has long been tied to Yida Real Estate Group. If his reputation becomes ruined, I'm afraid all the properties of Yida Real Estate Group will downgrade in quality. At this moment. What? I got in touch with him. Okay, I'll pick him up right away. Wang Liwa said quickly, Mr. Ling, 1 hour, please give me 1 hour, I will bring Mr. Wang back and apologize to you in person. Ling Feng chuckled. 1 hour, right? Okay, I'm not the kind of person who would be fussy about it. Wang Lihua immediately said, thank you Mr. Ling for your magnanimity. I will definitely bring him back to apologize to you in person. Taking out his cell phone, Ling Feng called Guo Shui. You come back first and move the things upstairs, and do some simple tidying up and arranging. I still have to deal with the incident here. The short and fat man smiled flatteringly and said, Mr. Ling, do you want me to call a few security guards to help you move? What do you think? Ling Feng rolled his eyes, if I don't help the owners, will I have paid the property management fee in vain? After a moment. Guo Shui and several security guards left first, carrying large and small bags of things. The short and fat man personally brought a chair and prepared cigarettes and tea for Ling Feng. Time passes slowly. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, the hit-and-run Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared over. Chapter 14, Super Rich Youngster's Arrogance. With a creaking sound, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class braked suddenly and stopped in front of Ling Feng. This car has a powerful and domineering appearance. Because of the dent on the front of the car, it seemed even more ferocious and fierce. The short and fat man was frightened by the aggressive Mercedes-Benz G-Class. I was afraid that I would accidentally bump into Ling Feng again. As soon as the car stopped, he hurried forward to open the door. However, after the car door opened, Wang Yue jumped out, and without even looking at him, he walked straight to stand in front of Ling Feng. Without saying a word, he looked expressionlessly at the Geely Grand sedan that had been squeezed and deformed. I've long said that domestically made cars are not good, but no one believes them. The quality is so poor. They are really vulnerable. While snorting contemptuously, Wang Yue took out a cigarette and lit it up. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Ling Feng, and said lightly, Sorry, I accidentally stepped on the accelerator too hard when going downhill before. I didn't expect your car to be so fragile. With just a slight hit, the sedan turned into a hatchback. The damage is so serious that even if it is repaired it will still be an accident car. How about I pay you 200,000 yuan and you just scrap the car? You take 200,000, which is enough to buy a new car, and the rest will be my compensation for your lost wages. As he spoke, Wang Yue snapped his fingers. The beautiful secretary who got out from the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz came forward immediately. Hello sir, could you please tell me your card number or provide me the payment code? Ling Feng smiled faintly. He put out the cigarette and slowly stood up. Is this how you apologize for crashing my car like this? Wang Yue frowned slightly and took a deep puff of cigarette. After looking Ling Feng up and down, he sneered. What? I was wrong to crash the car, but I've already apologized to you. Besides, your junky car would only cost about 100,000 yuan at most, right? I will compensate you 200,000 in one lump sum, do you think it is not enough? If you think my Wang family has plenty of money and you want to take advantage of this opportunity to extort some, then you might as well make an offer. Maybe I can give you a little more because you are pitiful. Ling Feng frowned. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as rampant as Wang Yue. After returning from the hit and run, his apology was simply perfunctory. I just questioned his attitude, but he actually said he wanted to blackmail me. Nima. If he came back and apologized sincerely, saying that he drove away because he was confused for a moment and was afraid of losing face as the national husband. Even if the attitude was a little better, Ling Feng could forgive him. As for how much compensation to be paid, that is secondary. Since the system has been assisted, buying a house is easier than buying onions. Ling Feng doesn't care that much about money. But Wang Yue in front of him, with his attitude. He looks arrogant, as if he is saying, I hit you and I'm going to reward you with 200,000 yuan just because I feel sorry for you. Ling Feng could endure his shit and piss, but he couldn't stand his rich young ruffian nature. Let me name my price, right? Wang Yue nodded and said, yes, how much money do you want? Just tell me the number. Want money? Ling Feng frowned slightly, anger rising. You think I'm a beggar, right? I'm claiming compensation legally and reasonably, so how can that be considered asking for money? Hearing this, the short and fat man suddenly became anxious. Wang Yue's attitude, tone, and way of speaking. No one can stand it. What's more, he is a billionaire who has 4 luxury houses. No, Mr. Ling, you misunderstood. Our President Wang did not mean that. He studied abroad and grew up. His thinking and speaking style is very Western. He is straightforward and has no ill intentions. Ling Feng chuckled. Really? Just because you grew up with a foreign education, do you think you can insult others at will? Hey, did I insult you? Wang Yue took a step forward, furious. You think 200,000 is too little, so I ask you to give me a number. Isn't that right? Ling Feng did not retreat or avoid. No matter whether you are a super rich second generation or a rich first generation, you must never act superior to others in front of me. So Ling Feng held his head high and asked calmly. When did I ever say that 200,000 was too little? Wang Yue didn't say anything. Instead, he widened his eyes and stared at Ling Feng with 3 parts of ferocity and 7 parts of contempt. After 2 or 3 seconds, Wang Yue sneered. Very good, very good, very good. Over the years, no one has ever dared to stare at me like this. You are good, I will remember you. After taking a deep puff of his cigarette, Wang Yue glanced at the female secretary. Why are you still standing there? Call my uncle and ask him when he will arrive. As soon as he finished shouting, a BMW sedan quickly drove into the underground garage, turned a corner and braked suddenly. As soon as the BMW came to a complete stop, Wang Lihua immediately opened the door and got out, running over. Chapter 15. I'll fight to the end. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Ling. 2 or 3 steps away, Wang Lihua was very humble, smiling and stretched out his hands. If it was in the past, Ling Feng would definitely give face, but now. You didn't keep me waiting for long, and you didn't let me wait in vain. Because you have broadened my horizons today and made me realize how ridiculous the apology of the super-rich second-generation Wang Xiao is. Just as Wang Yue was about to get angry, Wang Lihua immediately grabbed him. As the director of the public relations department, he must have the ability to read people's expressions. No need to ask, just look at the expressions of both parties. He knew that Wang Yue must have been in such a bad mood, and he spoke without restraint and offended others again. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. Our CEO Wang has been living abroad since he was a child. His way of thinking and communication is different from that in China, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. But he sincerely apologizes to you. This car accident is all our fault. We did something wrong. Ling Feng shook his head and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense here. It is your right to apologize or not, and it is my freedom to accept or not. Wang Yue became anxious. What do you mean? I have already apologized to you and compensated you with 200,000 yuan. What else do you want? Ling Feng took out his cell phone and spread out his hands. Which law stipulates that I must accept your apology and compensation? My car was nearly totaled, was it wrong for me to call the police? I suspected that someone had committed deliberate murder, so I handed the video to the police and asked them to handle the matter impartially. Did I break the law? Every rhetorical question sounded like a death knell, sounding loudly. Wang Yue's anger level continued to soar. Gnashing teeth and clenching fists. Just as he was about to hit someone, Wang Lihua quickly grabbed him by the waist and carried him away. "You bastard, I've apologized to you and compensated you, what else do you want? If you dare to ruin my reputation, I will find someone to kill you. Uncle San, let me go, and let me beat this bastard to death. Damn it, from childhood to adulthood, no one dares to threaten me." Wang Yue struggled and twisted frantically. After all, Wang Lihua is not young anymore, how can he bear it? Soon, Wang Yue broke free from his restraints and rushed towards Ling Feng aggressively. "Mr. Wang, you can't do that. It will only make things worse." At the critical moment, the short and fat man stepped forward, threw himself to the ground and hugged Wang Yue's thighs tightly. He was so fat that Wang Yue couldn't struggle at all. But Wang Yue, who was furious, suddenly took out a mobile phone from his pocket. "Go to hell, you bastard." Wang Yue gathered all his strength and viciously threw the phone at Ling Feng. "Careful." The beautiful secretary screamed in shock. If Ling Feng is injured, things will become even more troublesome. If there are no casualties in a car accident, the most you will have to do is pay compensation and be fined and have your driver's license revoked. But if Wang Yue threw the phone, Ling Feng would be injured. Then, regardless of whether the injury is serious or not, it is suspected of intentional injury. There is no way Ling Feng would accept forgiveness and compensation, so Wang Yue would definitely be sentenced to jail. Do you want to confuse right and wrong? Do you want to spread rumors? Don't even think about it. Times have long since changed. Since Ling Feng dares to stay here, waiting for Wang Yue to come back. Maybe he had already made preparations secretly and had been filming videos. Once the case is exposed and the video circulates on the internet, it is bound to arouse public outrage. Whoever dares to protect others will lose his official position. This is not an era where you can do whatever you want if you are rich and powerful. It's useless even if the Wang family is rich. Maybe, because he is too rich, he will be disliked by the lower class people and completely trigger public opinion. Therefore, not only the female secretary, but also Wang Lihua and others. Of course, they didn't want to see Ling Feng get hurt or see Wang Yue make one mistake after another. With a bang, Ling Feng, who was on the phone reporting a crime, slightly turned sideways to avoid the flying phone. Wang Yue was so angry that he threw the phone with great force. The car window glass was dented. After bouncing back to the ground, the glass cracked, and after a flash of white light, the screen went black and the computer froze. Yes, it is at the entrance of the underground garage of Houting Legion community. When you arrive, walk inside and you will see the accident scene. Also, you'd better send a few more people. The perpetrator just threw a cell phone at me and almost hit me. Don't worry, I will defend myself according to the situation and will never let the other party hurt me. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng glanced at Wang Yue coldly. Even though he was being held by the thighs, he still refused to give up and tried to struggle to move over and beat himself up. Turning his eyes, Ling Feng saw the distraught Wang Lihua. There was also a stunned, beautiful secretary. Of course, looking elsewhere, there are quite a few security guards, property owners, and the like watching the fun. Perhaps because of Wang Yue's special status, no one dared to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Turning around, Ling Feng smiled faintly. He pulled over a chair, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Anyway, my daughter is still early after school, so I'll just go for it. If it were in the past, Ling Feng would not have had any system assistance. In order to support my daughter, I don't care how hard or tiring it is or how much I get scolded. But now, God has blessed me and given me the assistance of the system. You've been bullied to the point of being a coward, and you still give in? Is that still a man? Are you worthy of God's favor? Who is Wang Yue? Isn't he just a rich second generation whose family is in real estate and has made some money? Why are you so arrogant? He hit and ran the car and didn't apologize properly. Arrogant and totally disrespectful. If you say something to him, he will attack and hurt people. Such an arrogant and conceited rich playboy. Ling Feng made up his mind that he must fight to the end and not let her off easily. Chapter 16, You're responsible for your own mistakes. It's over. It's completely over now. Wang Lihua sighed and shook his head. The moment when Wang Yue cursed wildly and threw his phone. He knew that it was all over and there was no way to handle this matter. The rich playboy met a tough and ruthless person. The car accident was a small matter that could be resolved by simply apologizing and paying some money. This is really a big trouble. After thinking about it, Wang Liuhua did not try to persuade Ling Feng. It's no use saying anything at this time. After glaring at Wang Yue fiercely, Wang Liuhua turned and left angrily. He returned to the BMW, slammed the door, and called the chairman who was out of town inspecting a project. The car door slammed shut. The crowd watching the excitement around. Ling Feng looked down upon her. The secretary was horrified. Of course, there are also property managers who cling to their thighs tightly and refuse to let go. After Wang Yue looked around, he suddenly felt a little scared. I couldn't help but fantasize in my mind. What will happen to me when the traffic police arrives? Will you be arrested and detained for hit and run and throwing your phone at people? Is it a simple fine and points deduction, or will he face trial and imprisonment? I am a social celebrity, the national husband, and a super rich second generation. Countless materialistic women cried and begged to marry him. And Chu Yunxian, who has been obsessed with him and pursuing him for many years. It was hard to get her to treat us to a meal out of gratitude. We agreed to have dinner together, but No, I can't go to jail. I can't miss dinner tonight. Wang Yue thought of this and shook his head repeatedly. He struggled for a few times, trying to break free from the restraints and walked towards Ling Feng. But the damn property manager Kai Kuan actually held on to my thigh tightly and refused to let go. Kai Kuan, let me go, let me go. I can't let go, Mr. Wang, you've already made a mistake, you can't make the same mistake again. As he spoke, Kai Kuan hugged her thighs even tighter. Wang Yue gave up struggling, simply looked up at Ling Feng and shouted. How much money do you want? Is 1 million enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you 2 million. That should be enough, right? Ling Feng smiled faintly and didn't bother to pay attention. Not long. The alarm sounded from far away and the crowd gradually dispersed. When he saw the traffic police arriving at the scene, Wang Yue was completely panicked. Officer, I declare that I did not do a hit and run. I know I am fully responsible. I have apologized to him and am willing to pay him 2 million. He was the one who didn't appreciate it and insisted on calling the police. Before Wang Yue could finish his words, Wang Liuhua appeared in front of him, blocking his view. Your dad wants to talk to you. Wang Yue was stunned for a moment and took the phone nervously. Are you happy? Are you relieved? If you didn't kill the person, do you still want to kill him with your phone? The phone is so light. You should ask the property management company to prepare a few bricks for you. That way, it will be more powerful when you smash it. Wang Yue's heart pounded when he heard his father's sarcasm. Dad, I know I was wrong. I was really impulsive before. I have never been in a car accident. I was so angry that I lost my mind. Wang Weilin laughed and said, what's the point of knowing you're wrong now? You've already offended someone, but they're not giving in and are determined to fight you to the end. You can do whatever you want. Dad, Yunxian has invited me to dinner. Eat your big head ghost, go to the detention center and eat steamed buns, you ungrateful dog. Wang Yue wanted to speak again, but the phone had been hung up. Wang Liuhua quickly snatched the phone away. He was afraid that he would hit Ling Feng again in front of the traffic police. He turned his head slightly and glanced behind him. A traffic policeman was busy investigating the scene and taking photos to collect evidence. The other one was communicating with Ling Feng and watching the video he recorded. With a sigh, Wang Liuhua turned around and patted Wang Yue on the shoulder. Hurry up and post a Weibo to apologize first, so as to gain a good impression of someone who has made a mistake and admitted his guilt. Wang Yue was terrified. Uncle San, am I really going to be detained or even go to jail? I didn't hurt him. And my phone just broke, so I can't post on Weibo. Following the direction of Wang Yue's finger, Wang Liuhua saw the broken phone. You are really good at courting death. I think even gods can't save you this time. Wang Yue said anxiously, third uncle, you have to save me. I don't want to go to jail, and I don't want the whole world to know about it. Wang Liuhua chuckled. I save you? How? It is a simple truth that God's will can be forgiven, but one's own will cannot be forgiven. Don't you understand it? It's a small matter that can be solved by simply apologizing, but you insist on acting like a spoiled brat. Do you think the whole world will tolerate your bad habits? With a heavy cold snort, Wang Liuo walked towards the traffic police. As soon as he saw this, Wang Yue knew that his uncle was going to cut off his arm. He wanted to distance himself from the trouble he had caused and avoid affecting the group's reputation. Then he hit and ran and injured someone. Fines and detention are inevitable, and there is no escape from notoriety. Do I still need to hope to have dinner with Chu Yunxian and please the beauty? All the previous efforts were wasted and left a bad impression on the beauty. When he thought of this, Wang Yue couldn't help but get furious. He glared at Ling Feng fiercely, wishing he could find someone to cut him into pieces. Waving his secretary over, Wang Yue leaned close to his ear and whispered in a low voice. Kai Koen, who was lying on the ground hugging his thighs, was instantly frightened after hearing this. Chapter 17. Don't get complacent too soon. I can't stand this. Ask Lao Liang to bring people to beat him up. Be clean and careful. If he doesn't die, he will be crippled. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Do you understand? Wang Yue had a murderous look on his face and looked very aggressive. After he finished speaking to his secretary, he looked down and noticed that Kai Koen was hugging his thigh. Although I just whispered it very quietly. But it is inevitable that Kai Koen might have heard it. The two men's eyes met, and Kai Koen immediately backed down. Mr. Wang, I didn't hear anything, and I don't know anything. Wang Yue snorted and laughed. So what if you heard it? If you dare to talk nonsense, I won't let you go. Kai Koen nodded quickly. I understand. I will keep my mouth shut and won't leak a single word. Wang Yue raised his legs. Then why are you still hugging my thigh? The traffic police are here, do you think I will hit them? Kai Koen suddenly came to his senses, quickly let go, and stood up angrily. After giving the female secretary a meaningful look, Wang Yue slowly walked towards the traffic police. Sorry to trouble you. This is my first car accident. I handled it the wrong way. I didn't do well. I accept any punishment. Wang Yue admitted it openly and proactively. Since the evidence is irrefutable, there is no need to get angry and frustrated, as it will only make you appear to have no manners. Anyway, people have been arranged to deal with Ling Feng, so Wang Yue certainly doesn't want to continue making trouble here. What's more, he is a social celebrity and Yida Real Estate Group is a well-known enterprise. More or less, it will give yourself some face, right? Certainly. Wang Yue's change in attitude suddenly made Wang Lihua feel a little strange. After all, they are family, and he certainly understands Wang Yue's temper. But it is not appropriate to ask too many questions in front of the traffic police. So, the uncle and nephew began to sing in unison. Wang Yue instantly became a law-abiding citizen, completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Not only that, the legal department of Yida Real Estate Group also came to help. Soon, the traffic police issued an accident responsibility determination letter, holding Wang Yue fully responsible. The insurance company sent a tow truck to take both cars away for damage assessment and repair. In addition, although he ran away after the collision, he returned within half an hour, which is a minor hit and run. In addition, he took responsibility and admitted his mistakes actively, so his driver's license was deducted 12 points and he was fined 500 yuan. As for him throwing his phone at Ling Feng, this is suspected of intentionally injuring or assaulting others. But Ling Feng was not injured and was unharmed. So this can only be regarded as provoking disturbances, and the circumstances are minor, with a maximum fine of 500 yuan. A moment later, Wang Yue couldn't help laughing. He thought he would be detained, but what happened? No need for detention, let alone jail time. If your driver's license is deducted 12 points, you just need to relearn the theory. A fine of 1,000 yuan is not worth mentioning. As for Ling Feng's car, according to the law, even if the car is totaled after a collision, only the original price will be compensated. At most, a little extra compensation for lost wages will be enough. Ling Feng is not injured anyway. Faced with such an unexpected result, how could Wang Yue be unhappy? When the traffic police left and the property security guards sent the crowd away, Wang Yue couldn't bear it any longer. Thank you, Uncle San, and thank you, Lawyer Lu and Lawyer Zhang. After Wang Yue gave Wang Lihua a warm hug, he shook hands vigorously with the two lawyers. Then he turned to look at Ling Feng, and of course couldn't help but smile smugly. Ha, you never expected that, did you? You regretted it, didn't you? You felt very wronged, didn't you? You thought the law would protect you, but what happened? I said before that I would compensate you with 200,000 yuan, but you didn't agree. What happened? Now I just got 12 points deducted, a fine of 1,000, and I fixed your car for you. You want to extort a lot of money from me, but you don't even take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of person you are. Wang Yue was in high spirits. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long puff. Life's ups and downs are so exciting. So much so that Wang Yue felt relieved. It felt like falling into an abyss, but landing in a safety net mid-air. Not only was there no danger, but we also enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Cool. As for Ling Feng, he already knew that if he notified the police to handle the matter, this would be the inevitable result. The core of the law is fairness. Just because the new car you just bought today was smashed to pieces, you cannot order the driver to pay a huge amount of compensation. What if you hit someone in the future? You can't sentence someone to jail just because someone threw something at you and you were not hurt at all. If this is true, you still go to jail in the future even if you throw something and don't hit anyone? Therefore, no matter how arrogant and presumptuous Wang Yue is, according to the law he can only receive very light punishment. At this moment, looking at Wang Yue's smug look, Ling Feng sneered. I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never do anything like extortion. Besides, I am not interested in money. Ling Feng took out the mobile phone which he had not put completely into his trouser pocket. After switching to the front camera, he pointed the screen at the arrogant Wang Yue. I am more interested in how the audience in the live broadcast room will view this matter. Come on, Wang Xiao, show us your smug smile. Seeing the terrifying number of people online in the live broadcast room, Wang Yue was stunned for a moment. Chapter 18. You still dare to steal the phone? You are finished. What's going on? Ling Feng is actually live streaming? That flying barrage? And the constant stream of comments? What about the hundreds of thousands of online viewers? Wang Yue, who was smiling smugly a second ago. In an instant, anger arose in my heart in murderous intent. How dare you, you bastard, to plot against me? Wang Yue was furious and reached out to snatch Ling Feng's phone. What? You want to snatch my phone in front of your two lawyers? Ling Feng took a big step back and held the phone farther away. Then quickly switched to the rear camera to ensure that Wang Yue always appears in the live broadcast screen. Damn it, give me your phone. Who the hell told you to start live streaming? Turn it off now. Wang Yue was so furious that he no longer cared about anything. What is national husband? What is super rich second generation? At this moment, he looked more like a shrew. He rushed forward without caring about his image and tried to snatch Ling Feng's mobile phone. This moment, Wang Lihua, Kai Kuan, and others at the scene were dumbfounded. Totally unexpected. Wang Yue was smiling like an innocent child just now. How come he turned into a madman in the blink of an eye? As for Ling Feng's live broadcast room, in the past, in order to make some money, Ling Feng tried many professions, including being an internet anchor. Although he is quite handsome, it is impossible for him to make a living by relying on his looks for a long time. He couldn't play the guitar or sing as well as professional musicians, and he wasn't popular as a game anchor, so he switched to writing novels. But this time, no talent was shown. Ever since Wang Yue made his debut, his popularity has continued to soar. The audience who first came in were quite confused. I don't know what the anchor is doing, he is here just for the super rich second generation Wang Yue. As time went on, everyone gradually understood what was going on and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. Wang Yue, who is known as the national husband, is so arrogant because of his wealth and power. He crashed into the anchor's car and almost injured someone by throwing his cell phone. Although according to the law, Wang Yue's punishment is destined to be light. But his arrogance and domineering behavior as a rich and spoiled young master really made the audience angry. Now, the anchor didn't say anything at first and was cooperating with the police in investigating and handling the accident. There is no distortion of facts, nor is there any crying about poverty. It's just free, and it allows hundreds of thousands of viewers to just watch. Look at those rich people, how carefree and proud they are. I admire how arrogant and cocky the rich young man who has a lawyer backing him is. The audience was already filled with anger and had no place to vent. Why did Wang Yue go crazy? Why are you swearing and snatching cell phones? For a moment, Comments exploded and barrages flew across the live broadcast room. Damn the anchor, beat him to death. Too arrogant, the anchor gave him a kick. The anchor is here, don't be afraid. Stealing a cell phone is robbery. You can use self-defense, host. Kick, the anchor, kick him to death. Those who support the anchor beating up Wang Xiao, please deduct one. Ling Feng had no idea how lively the live broadcast room was. Because Wang Yue pounced on him like a mad dog and snatched the phone. After pushing Wang Yue away, Wang Lihuan and Kai Kuan next to him finally came to their senses. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, suddenly rushed forward and quickly grabbed Wang Yue. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Wang Lihua asked in annoyance. Wang Yue, who was forcibly grabbed, pointed at Ling Feng with his eyes wide open. That bastard plotted against me, he has been live streaming. At least hundreds of thousands of people saw everything that happened just now. Wang Lihua suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Feng. Mr. Ling, why are you doing this? We handled the incident in accordance with the law, how could you broadcast it live on the internet? As soon as he finished speaking, Lawyer Lu, who had very few hairs, immediately stepped forward. He used his fat body to block Ling Feng's phone to prevent Wang Yue from being photographed. I am Lu Kuan, the chief legal counsel of Yida Real Estate Group. I am now solemnly warning you. You have seriously violated the portrait rights of Wang Yue, the general manager of our group, and affected his reputation. You must stop the live webcast immediately, or I will have the right to sue. Before he could finish his words, Ling Feng rolled his eyes. What kind of shitty lawyer are you? I am live streaming in public and you want to sue me for infringement. He snatched my phone in front of millions of viewers. Are you blind and can't you see it? Are you a lawyer to uphold the fairness of the law, or to be a lackey for the rich? Lu Kuan was stunned by the question. My cheeks felt hot, as if I had been slapped twice. Ling Feng took 2 steps to the side and continued to let Wang Yue show his face in the live broadcast room. Mr. Wang, you want to steal my phone, don't you? Come on. In front of countless spectators, why don't you try to grab it again? Wang Yue was so angry that his face turned blue, and he roared in anger. Do you fucking think that I'll be scared of you just because you're live streaming with a crappy phone? Even if I sacrifice my reputation, I am still richer and more powerful than you. I want to kill you, it's as easy as crushing an ant. You dare to go against me, you are finished, wait for your death, you bastard. There was a loud bang. The word egg of the son of a bitch hasn't even been uttered yet. Wang Lihua slapped Wang Yue hard in the face with a loud slap. This slap not only stunned Wang Yue, but also completely set the live broadcast room on fire. Chapter 19. This is completely over. It's so refreshing to play. This slap was so satisfying. Even the Wang family couldn't stand it anymore. They really dared to fight. Did you see that? The rich and powerful Wang Xiao is so arrogant. Thanks to the host, today I saw how arrogant the top people in the upper class are. Ling Feng's live broadcast room was completely boiling. Countless people gave crazy rewards and gifts. The loud sound of the slap was like the sound of nature, making everyone feel refreshed. Is there anything more satisfying than seeing Master Wang, who is known as the national husband and has millions of fans, getting slapped in the face? Many viewers felt aggrieved from the moment the car accident began. The car was damaged and the anchor was almost injured. Instead of receiving a serious apology, Wang Yue was only deducted points and fined. But there is no way, because the law is based on facts and must be fair and just. Wang Yue's complacency deeply hurt countless viewers. This kind of arrogance is nothing but a great provocation and mockery. That's why Wang Yue discovered that he was being live streamed and angrily snatched the phone. The audience will be furious and send crazy comments and messages, asking the anchor to start fighting. Certainly. The other side had more people, so the anchor failed to hit Wang Yue. A slap from Wang Yue's third uncle, Wang Lihua, was enough to make everyone feel better. Many wealthy people were so happy that they gave gifts lavishly, and many people spread the news. Wang Yue, the eldest son of the Wang family, who is wealthy and famous, is a super internet celebrity. In the past, he often criticized this and that on Weibo, doing whatever he wanted without restraint. Many celebrities and internet celebrities have been scolded by Wang Yue. Now that young Master Wang is in trouble, of course all sides will come to his aid. Everyone is so positive and helped forward the message. There are also tentacle monsters with amazing hand speed.
The process of Wang Yue being slapped was made into a GIF animation and quickly went viral.
Of course, the production of ghost videos is already being stepped up. After all, this is top-level traffic. Several keywords have appeared on the hot searches, and the topic discussion is heating up. A certain live broadcast operations center. The staff were absolutely ecstatic. In the past, when influencers did live streaming to sell goods, they had to falsify data in order to make the numbers look good. It seems that there are hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast, but in reality there are only a few hundred people. And today? There are millions of enthusiastic viewers watching the live broadcast. Barrages of comments and gifts are everywhere. A little-known anchor in the past. Today, it is constantly creating new historical records for the platform. It's rare to have such high popularity. Although the Public Relations Department hopes to quickly limit the flow of people or even shut it down. But traffic is money. It is about to break the real record of tens of millions of people watching at the same time. Who has the heart to stop? What's more, hasn't Yida Real Estate Group transferred the money yet? We haven't received a penny, why should we shut down the live broadcast? Instead, the top management decided to increase the promotion efforts. Let the whole network know, if you want to see Wang Xiao show off and get beaten up, go to a certain app to watch the live broadcast. So, with the help of many people, more and more people are rushing into the live broadcast room. Although everyone was angry that Wang Yue even dared to threaten the anchor with death. Looking forward to him getting slapped again. But unfortunately it didn't. Wang Yue covered his face and yelled with a frustrated look. "Uncle San, why did you hit me? He ruined my reputation through live streaming and affected the reputation of our group, why didn't you hit him?" Wang Lihua shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? Come on, get him out of here. Why? I wonder who dares to touch me." Wang Yue shouted loudly. "Kai Koen and Lu Koen, are you guys also being stupid? Get him out of here quickly." Wang Lihua turned around quickly and forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ling, he just talked nonsense, don't take it seriously." Ling Feng held his phone at an angle so that the audience could see Wang Yue being hurriedly dragged away by several people. Seeing that Ling Feng ignored him, Wang Lihua immediately shouted. "Dear audience, I am Wang Lihua, Director of Public Relations Department of Yida Real Estate Group, and also Wang Yue's uncle. Today, due to a minor incident, Wang Yue's words and actions were inappropriate, making everyone laugh. As the BMW sedan accelerated away, Ling Feng pointed the phone at Wang Lihua. "What did you just say? He almost hurt me, snatched my phone and threatened me, but he just said something inappropriate? He said that killing me would be as easy as crushing an ant, but you took it as a joke?" Wang Lihua turned his back to the phone screen. Although I don't know how many viewers are watching. But there is no need to guess, this incident has definitely caused a sensation. Faced with Ling Feng's questioning, he could only force out a bitter smile. "Sorry, Yue has a bad temper, is impulsive and reckless, and speaks without thinking. He is just talking nonsense, so don't take it seriously." Ling Feng snorted coldly. "You are his third uncle, not his father, and certainly not the worm in his stomach. How do you know he is just talking nonsense? Countless viewers saw it just now. He didn't want to leave at all. You forced someone to take him away. So stop being so polite and let him come over here. I want to see if he can crush me to death with one kick." Wang Lihua smiled awkwardly, then took out his cell phone and sent a message while half turning sideways. Soon, Ling Feng discovered that his live broadcast had been blocked because of violations of regulations. "I went to the Wang family. They were rich and arrogant. Do you think that closing my live broadcast room will solve the problem?" Hearing this, Wang Lihua was instantly frightened. The phone that was sending a message to my eldest brother fell to the ground with a thud. The whole person collapsed to the ground, his face instantly pale. "It's over now. I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. I'm completely finished. Chapter 20 Don't seek death or you will die. Which bastard ordered the ban? Isn't this just a hindrance? The audience will definitely misunderstand and think that our Wang family spent money to calm public opinion. Blocking the live broadcast is simply adding fuel to the fire. Are they trying to kill our Tianhai Wang family?" Wang Lihua screamed and cried out in agony. As the director of the group's public relations department, he certainly knows the power of online public opinion. Now is the information age. A seemingly insignificant matter can become a big deal once it causes heated discussion on the internet. No one dares to protect and no one dares to cover up. We will deal with it strictly and severely and resolve it quickly. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will be scolded and criticized by hundreds of millions of people. And now, Wang Yue first crashed into a car and fled, then hit someone. After receiving a minor punishment, he was still arrogant and complacent. When he found out that he was being live broadcasted, he angrily tried to snatch the phone but failed, and then threatened Lingfeng with death. Any one of these would be a very difficult public relations event to handle under normal circumstances. Who has the most people on the internet? Of course, it's the common people. Many people are very anti-rich, and especially hate those who are rich and powerful and enjoy privileged treatment. But what is the result? Wang Yue is truly a super-rich second generation. He made countless mistakes in one breath. Countless viewers have witnessed with their own eyes that he is rich, willful, arrogant, domineering and lawless. Wang Lihua knew it without having to guess. Lingfeng's live broadcast room was suddenly blocked. People will definitely curse the online live streaming platform at the first moment. But what must be hated even more is Tianhai Wangjiayida Real Estate Group. People will inevitably think that the Wang family used money and connections to shut down Lingfeng's live broadcast room in order to cover up the scandal. But the fact is, Wang Lihua, the public relations director, is still sending messages to his brother for instructions. Before he even took any public relations action, his live broadcast room was shut down. This is terrible. If the live broadcast room had not been shut down, he could still use his eloquence and make a few excuses to calm the public anger. But now that it has been closed, people will inevitably have preconceived ideas and think that the Wang family is taking advantage of their power to bully others. Maybe many people will think that the Wang family will definitely kill Lingfeng, and Wang Yue's death warning is not just talk. What to do? What to do now? Although Wang Lihua is the director of the public relations department. But I never thought that I would encounter such troubles in this life. For a moment, my entire brain went blank. Buzz. The cell phone vibrated continuously. It was my eldest brother Wang Weilin calling. Who told you to shut down the live streaming room? Is this what you call crisis PR? You are looking for death. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Weilin's angry roars and curses were heard. Wang Lihua couldn't help but interrupted. I'm not the big brother, how could I do such a stupid thing? If not you, who else could it be? Maybe the platform shut down itself because it was afraid of offending our Wang family. It is also possible that someone deliberately did something bad to harm our Wang family. How did such a small matter become such a big deal? Where is that bastard? I'll fly back right now and beat him to death tonight. Brother, you can just get angry first. We need to think about this matter. What should we do? What should we do? We should protect him at all costs. If something happens to him, we will never be able to explain ourselves. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. I will also draft an emergency statement to calm the public anger as soon as possible. Hurry up and find out who ordered the shutdown of the live broadcast room. I will tear him apart. Tianhai Shengfeng Commercial Building. Achoo. Chu Tianwei sneezed violently. After rubbing his nose, he continued to wait for the call to be connected. When Chu Tianwei heard that his future son-in-law Wang Yue was in trouble, he immediately looked for someone to help. Fortunately, one of the shareholders of the live broadcast platform had a good relationship with him, and Chu Tianwei had helped him launder a lot of money. In order to protect the reputation of my son-in-law and to prevent the whole world from laughing at him, Chu Tianwei felt that he was really worried about him. Now that the live broadcast room is closed, there is finally no more angry and loud cursing. After waiting for a while, the call finally came through to Yan, the director of the administrative department. Xiaohe, where are you guys now? Are you still shopping in the mall? Did you see the lady using her cell phone, checking messages or answering calls? None, right? That's good. By the way, if someone mentions Wang Yue, Master Wang, pay attention to how the lady reacts. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianwei lit a cigarette and called Wang Yue again. But the line was always busy and the call was not connected. This guy is really impulsive. Why would he bother to compete with a poor guy who drives a domestic car? This is a big uproar. How much favor and effort will it take to put this matter to rest? It's really impulsive. In comparison, our Yunxian is very smart, calm and wise. If she encounters such a thing, there is no way she can mess it up.
Inside the LV store in Yida shopping mall. After Yan hung up the phone, she followed Chu Yunxian closely. Women are very gossipy.
Whether it is a group of colleagues, a group of friends, a class group or a family group.
Everyone is talking about the dissolute young scoundrel Wang Yue.
And with pictures and videos, it would be hard for Yan not to know.
But knowing that Wang Yue was desperately pursuing Chu Yunxian, how could Yan possibly tell Chu Yunxian that Wang Yue was notorious? However, if she doesn't say it, someone else will.
A few shopping guides who had nothing to do got together to chat.
Perhaps because he was too angry, his voice became louder and louder. Is there still law? Is there still justice? This is a typical case of bullying. Wang Yue is really lawless. It's amazing. This is the power of capital.
The live broadcast room was gone just like that.
What's the point of shutting down the live broadcast room? I guess Wang Yue will definitely pay someone to beat up the anchor.
It's okay to beat him up, but I'm afraid he will be killed directly.
I feel sorry for my handsome anchor brother. Does Wang Yue dare to hire someone to kill someone?
If he really dares, no one in the world will let him go. If the anchor died a violent death, it must be Wang Yue who hired someone to kill him. Looking at the shopping guides, they were all filled with righteous indignation and fury.
Chu Yunxian couldn't help but frown and had no intention of picking clothes. He walked over slowly and asked with a smile. You are talking about Wang Yue, what happened to him? Chapter 21 Beauty is shocked. Oh my god, don't you know? It's already going viral online. Look at this Weibo trending search, Wang Yue hit someone by car, it's already #1.
Many official media outlets have posted live videos on TikTok, which is really infuriating. He acted like a young master, bullied others, and caused public outrage. Chu Yunxian smiled awkwardly. The shopping guides were more excited than each other and were almost speaking incoherently.
But Chu Yunxian still didn't quite understand and looked confused.
Yan, who was standing next to her, saw this and thought to herself, oh no.
If Chu Yunxian knew about Wang Yue's embarrassing incident, wouldn't they both be completely finished? Miss, let's continue choosing clothes. Wang Xiao is already a social celebrity and an internet celebrity. This is not the first time he has caused a sensation on the internet.
As soon as the words fell, a chubby shopping guide retorted indignantly.
This time is different.
In the past, whether he was showing off his wealth or being venomous, everyone just watched it for fun.
But this time he was too arrogant and just bullied us ordinary people.
When Chu Yunxian heard this, she immediately became interested.
What's going on? Tell me slowly. Another shopping guide quickly handed over the phone. It's very simple.
You will understand after watching the screen recording video of this live broadcast.
As soon as Chu Yunxian took the phone, Yan stepped forward and advised again. Miss, it's not a big deal, let's continue shopping.
Chu Yunxian said nothing and glanced coldly.
A chilling look immediately made Yan shut up. He smiled awkwardly and took a few steps back angrily. He silently took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Tianwei.
Several female shopping guides continued to discuss the matter.
This anchor was really unlucky.
His car was smashed to pieces and he was almost injured by Wang Yue.
That's right.
I didn't get a proper apology, but was instead arrogantly boasted about by Wang Yue.
It's really infuriating. There is no way. Who can help him? He is rich and powerful, and he has lawyers to help him?
If he handles it according to the law, the result is bound to be unpleasant.
I suspect that Wang Yue's initial offer of 200,000 yuan was actually a trap.
Once the anchor took the money, he would sue the anchor for extortion.
I am very confused now, why did Wang Yue snatch the anchor's phone? It was an accident handled by the traffic police, and the anchor didn't say anything.
For a super-rich second-generation internet celebrity like him, he must feel very embarrassed, so he wants to grab the phone and curse at people.
Alas, poor anchor brother, how will he live in the future? He must be worried and afraid of being retaliated by the Wang family. I don't think so, right? This incident has become a hot topic on the internet. If something happens to the young anchor, Wang Yue will definitely be involved.
The video was not long and Chu Yunxian finished watching it quickly.
Regarding Wang Yue's words and deeds, Chu Yunxian is no exception.
Wang Yue, who has been pampered since childhood, has the temper of a rich young man that is well known to everyone.
Blame the heavens, the earth, and the air.
It seemed that there was no one or anything in this world that young Master Wang dared not confront. To flatter someone is to praise him for being clear about what he likes and dislikes.
But in fact, it's just low emotional intelligence and bad temper.
If he wasn't the eldest son of the Wang family, he would have died countless times. So it is not surprising that he fled the scene of an accident, and it is not surprising that he was arrogant after receiving a very minor punishment. Because he is a young master who shows his emotions on his face and cannot control his mouth and temper.
The only thing that surprised Chu Yunxian was, why was the Anchor's live broadcast room suddenly blocked? This is simply pushing the Tianhai Wang family into the fire pit and completely putting them at odds with hundreds of millions of netizens. Anyone who makes such a decision is either stupid or evil. Chu Yunxian believed it.
Yida Real Estate Group can become a leading real estate giant.
There are many talented people and good generals gathered here.
It is absolutely impossible to make such a stupid decision. Therefore, it is very likely that the enemies of the Tianhai royal family are behind this incident, doing bad things in secret.
The purpose is to use this incident to plunge Tianhai Wang family and Yida Real Estate Group into an unprecedented public opinion crisis. The cell phone suddenly rang.
Chu Yunxian glanced at the incoming call number and raised her red lips slightly.
Yunxian, listen to me, Yue really didn't mean it. He was just so angry that he acted rudely. Don't take it to heart.
As soon as the call was connected, Chu Tianwei started talking non-stop.
He kept explaining and exonerating Wang Yue, as if he was the victim.
Over the years, Chu Tianwei has tried to bring himself and Wang Yue together more than once. Even if she went to a bar to get drunk, went to a hotel with a strange man, or even gave birth to a daughter,
Chu Tianwei still didn't give up. Now, Chu Tianwei was of course afraid that this incident would affect Wang Yue's image and ruin tonight's dinner.
After walking a few steps to the side, Chu Yunxian said in a light tone,
"Dad, you worry too much.
Whatever Wang Yue does has nothing to do with me. I invited him to dinner tonight, just to thank him for helping me get out of prison and return home early.
But judging from the current situation, I guess he won't be able to come out for dinner tonight?"
Chu Tianwei quickly said, "Of course you can eat, but do you mind going to his house to eat?"
Chu Yunxian was surprised. "No way?
I'm treating him to a meal to thank him, how can I go to his house?"
"Well, isn't this a special case? We owe him a favor, so let's just listen to him this time, okay?"
"Well, okay, I'll buy a gift and come over later."
"Great.
Then remember the address is Houting Legion Community, Building 1, Unit 1, Room 1001.
Chapter 22 The World of the Rich.
In the underground garage. Ling Feng submitted an appeal against the ban on his live broadcast room.
But customer service did not respond or explain immediately.
"I was just about to go home to see how Guoshui had cleaned the house."
Wang Lihua suddenly blocked the way.
"Mr. Ling, I'm so sorry today. No matter what Wang Yue says or does, I promise you that you and your family are absolutely safe." Ling Feng smiled faintly.
"Are you done?"
Wang Lihua said quickly, "Hasn't your car been sent for repair? This must have caused inconvenience to your travel."
"I want someone to send you a car. Do you want a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Lexus, or Porsche?"
Since it is a vehicle for transportation, Wang Lihua did not say it is too expensive. Give Ling Feng a top luxury car like a Rolls-Royce or Bentley for transportation. It's not that he feels sorry for the car, but he seems to be showing off his wealth. As a means of transportation, a car costing around 1 million yuan is most suitable. It reflects a sincere attitude without losing its style. But before Ling Feng could make a choice, there was a buzzing sound in his mind. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please choose a vehicle within 1 minute. Ling Feng was delighted. This is such a pleasant surprise. In that case, why be polite? Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi seem to be everywhere on the street. First, exclude. Lexus is rare, but it is obviously not as cool as Porsche. System, I choose the Porsche Panamera, which is known as the most beautiful four-door coupe. Based on the host's choice, the latest Porsche Panamera has been purchased for you. Please specify the delivery location. While no one is around, put it in the parking space under my building 12. Okay, the vehicle has been parked in parking space number 1215, and the master key has been placed in your right trouser pocket. Ling Feng subconsciously reached into his trouser pocket and took out the Porsche key.
Wang Lihua was instantly embarrassed. I couldn't help but think to myself.
You have an imported luxury car, a Porsche, so why do you still drive a domestically produced Geely brand? But take a closer look at Ling Feng's attire. It is indeed in line with the low-key style of the invisible rich. He obviously owns 4 luxury houses and is worth over 100 million yuan.
But he dresses simply and drives a domestic car.
If Wang Yue could be 1/10 as low-key as he is, he wouldn't have gotten into such a big disaster this year.
So Mr. Ling has a car. I won't bother you anymore. With an awkward laugh, Wang Lihua bowed slightly and watched Ling Feng leave.
He really wanted to have a good talk with Ling Feng and try to gain his forgiveness.
But the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it.
It was Wang Yue who offended people.
What is the point of saying more?
With a sigh, Wang Lihua hurried to Unit 1 of the buildings. When I went upstairs and entered the house, I saw an unexpected scene.
Wang Yue acted as if nothing had happened.
While he was directing the nanny and secretary to prepare dinner, Kai Cohen, Lu Cohen and others were busy cleaning the room.
With this festive and lively atmosphere, are we preparing for the new year? Uncle San, if you want to curse or get angry, please wait until tonight. I have a very important dinner party tonight. If I mess it up, I will regret it for the rest of my life.
So it's okay, you can go back first. If you really can't stay idle, you can go back to the group to work overtime, or you can go to the airport to pick up my dad. Wang Lihua was shaking with anger. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Yue twice, then slammed the door and left angrily.
A dandy young man like you wants to please a beautiful woman? You are just dreaming. Downstairs of Building 12.
Ling Feng did not get in the car to carefully experience the brand new Porsche Panamera. Having received a Geely Grand before, Ling Feng was not worried about whether the formalities and documents were complete or whether the car was fully fueled. After tearing off some plastic film, he picked up the briefcase and went upstairs to go home. I swiped my card, changed my shoes and walked in, only to see Guo Shui mopping the floor seriously.
Sister Shui, stop working so hard. You are a bodyguard, not a nanny.
Guo Shui shook her head and smiled.
It's okay, I'm free anyway.
By the way, after we pick up Tong, we have to go to the supermarket. I see that my refrigerator and cupboards at home are all empty, so I have to go shopping in bulk. Ling Feng nodded slightly. He took out the spare car key from the file bag and threw it to Guo Shui. After taking the Porsche keys, Guo Shui was secretly shocked.
I feel like I can't understand Ling Feng anymore.
Seeing him wearing casual clothes and driving a domestic car, he looks no different from an ordinary person.
But what is the reality? Can an ordinary person own 4 luxury houses in Haoding Lijiang community? Can an ordinary person just casually take out the keys of a Porsche? Why do you ask me to choose a neighborhood and rent a house here at the beginning? Could it be that he wanted to make a secret visit under the pretext of renting a house to see how the rent was going? Besides, there are Porsches, so why drive a domestic car? Alas, the world of rich people is really incomprehensible. After secretly sighing, Guo Shui continued to mop the floor. After Ling Feng returned to the master bedroom, he quickly tidied up the layout. Around 5 o'clock, the two went downstairs and set off. Get in the new Porsche Panamera. Guo Shui clearly felt that you get what you pay for. The riding comfort of a Geely Grand, which costs just over 100,000 yuan, and a Porsche Panamera, which costs 1 or 2 million yuan, is indeed different. As for Ling Feng, he also felt that the power performance was completely different. If you step on the accelerator a little more, there will be a strong power response. A more comfortable ride, better vehicle performance, and the sense of pride that comes with the brand. Ling Feng finally understood why rich people like to buy luxury cars, because it really feels different. Slowly driving out of the underground garage, the railing did not rise automatically. A familiar-looking security guard poked his head out. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling, your car has not been entered into the system. Do you still plan to park it downstairs of Building 12? Ling Feng was about to answer. Suddenly I noticed a Mercedes-Benz car driving towards the opposite entrance. A quick glimpse through the driver's window. There seemed to be a familiar beauty sitting in the back seat. Chapter 23 God-Given Opportunity. Mr. Ling? The security guard's call brought Ling Feng back to his senses. The Mercedes-Benz that was about to drive into the community's underground garage was blocked from view by the sentry box.
I can't see which beauty is sitting in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz.
I'd better register at the bottom of Building 12.
Ling Feng handed over the driving license. After some quick work, the security guard handed the driving license back to Ling Feng.
Okay, parking space number 1216 has been registered for you. Wish you a safe journey.
With a slight nod, Ling Feng shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away following the navigation instructions.
I couldn't help but think to myself, today's makeup and cosmetic surgery techniques are truly miraculous. Good-looking appearances have become monotonous.
So looking familiar doesn't mean that you are an acquaintance.
On the other side of the booth.
Because the railing was broken by Wang Yue, the spare parts have not been delivered yet. So the security guards placed cones in the middle of the road. After He Yan registered, the security guard made a video call to Wang Yue's home. After obtaining permission, the security guard removed the cones, allowing He Yan to drive into the underground garage. Feeling that the vehicle was moving downward, Xu Yunxian, who was sitting in the back seat, raised her eyes and looked. On the concrete wall directly opposite, there were traces of a violent car crash. Xu Yunxian watched the video and knew that Wang Yue was here and staged a series of farces. Following the signs, He Yan drove to Unit 1 of Building 1. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw Wang Yue walking quickly towards them from the direction of the elevator. Looking at that bright smile on his face, it is obvious that he is not afraid of becoming notorious and causing public outcry. A trace of disgust flashed across Xu Yunxuan's brows. But after all, I'm here tonight to thank someone, so I try to remain restrained.
Sister Yunxian, I have finally got you here. Wang Yue opened his arms and offered a warm hug.
Xu Yunxian immediately and skillfully handed over the gift box to avoid being hugged.
Thank you for helping me get out of prison and return home early. This is just a small token of my respect. Wang Yue's smile suddenly became even brighter.
Hey, who are we? You come to my place as if you were home, why are you still being polite to me? After taking the gift box with his left hand, Wang Yue then wanted to pull Xu Yunxian with his right hand.
Xu Yunxian immediately took half a step back.
By the way, let me introduce you to Miss He Yan, the administrative director of our company. A hint of anger flashed across Wang Yue's eyes. Tonight is a godsend opportunity to win the beauty, but Xu Yunxian is too cautious. Fortunately, He Yan is quite perceptive. Miss, the task that Mr. Chu gave me is to accompany you shopping and send you to have dinner with Mr. Wang. Now my mission is completed, I wish you a pleasant meal. As she spoke, He Yan bowed slightly, as if she was reluctant to see you off.
Wang Yue couldn't help but burst out laughing. It must be a pleasant experience.
Director He, you can go back without any worries. I will definitely take good care of your daughter.
Xu Yunxian glared at He Yan with resentment.
I secretly plan to just eat something and then find an excuse to leave. If Wang Yue dares to do something wrong, the self-defense skills he learned in prison will be just the right thing to teach him how to behave.
And Wang Yue, who was leading the way, had no idea how much Xu Yunxian hated him.
He was as excited as if he were a bridegroom.
At the entrance of the kindergarten.
After Ling Feng parked the car, he immediately lined up to pick up his daughter.
Guo Shui did not sit in the car stupidly.
After getting out, she looked around vigilantly. Ling Feng queued up to swipe his card to verify his identity. After waiting for a long time, Su Weiwei finally carried Ling Yutong out.
Dad.
Seeing Ling Feng from afar, Ling Yutong called out sweetly.
Ton Ton.
Ling Feng quickly took his daughter in his arms. Su Weiwei praised with a smile on her face.
Ton Ton behaved very well today. She ate a lot without crying or making a fuss.
Please pay attention to giving her less snacks at night, otherwise she will gain weight easily.
Ton Ton, did you hear that? You should eat less snacks, or you will get fat.
Ling Yutong didn't say anything, but hugged Ling Feng's neck shyly.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Teacher Su. Say goodbye to Teacher Su.
Ling Yutong slowly turned her head and waved her little hand.
Bye-bye.
But after turning around, he immediately whispered.
Dad, I want to eat delicious food.
Ling Feng and Su Weiwei said goodbye with a smile, and asked with a smile as they walked away.
What delicious food do you want to eat? I want a lollipop.
No, if you eat sugar, your teeth will get worms. When Ling Yutong heard about the word chongchong, she became extremely scared and twisted around while hugging Ling Feng.
No worms, no worms.
Ling Feng laughed out loud. Come on Tong Tong, call Auntie Guishue quickly, she is your mother's colleague, she is here to protect Tongtong.
Ling Yutong didn't seem to understand much. A pair of bright black eyes stared at Guishue blankly. Tongtong, be good and let Auntie hug you, okay? Guishue smiled and held out her hand. But Ling Yutong did not go over. Instead, she turned her head and lay on Ling Feng's shoulder, hugging his neck even tighter.
It's okay, the child is still a little shy. Let's go to the supermarket first, and then you can take her to buy some snacks, and she will get to know you.
Guishue nodded repeatedly and quickly opened the back door.
Stand on one side of the car door and put your hand on the upper edge to avoid hitting your head.
Standard and smooth movements are the result of daily training. Seeing the scene, Su Weiwei, who was in the garden, couldn't help but feel extremely confused. Strange, why can't that woman hug Tongtong? She looks heroic and has an extraordinary temperament. Could she be a female bodyguard?
When Ling Feng registered his child's information, he did not fill in the mother's information.
So who is her mother? How could he be a single dad while driving such a nice car as Porsche Panamera? A colleague nearby heard the murmur and couldn't help but chuckle. Weiwei, Tongtong likes you very much, and Ling Feng is so rich. This is your godsend opportunity to get out of being single. Chapter 24 Beautiful Private Tutor.
Su Weiwei's pretty face turned red.
What nonsense are you talking about? They already have children, why should I join in the fun? Be a stepmother. A colleague joked.
Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. After hearing the security guard calling his name, he immediately went into the house to pick up the child. After handing over all the children in the nursery class one by one, Su Weiwei was about to go home from get off work but was stopped by her colleague Du Xiaoli.
Weiwei, I checked, Ling Feng's registration information says he is unmarried.
For a single, divorced, rich man like him, as long as you can please the children, you are halfway to success.
Su Weiwei sighed. Fang Yuan, I am just an ordinary kindergarten teacher, from an ordinary family with an ordinary appearance. Although he is divorced and has a daughter, given his conditions, do you think he would be interested in me? Du Xiaoli nodded slightly.
To be able to drive a luxury car in a megacity like Tianhai, one must have a mansion and a net worth of at least tens of millions.
But you are not bad either.
Your work and family are average, but you are beautiful, have a good figure and a gentle personality. A good girl like you who is simple and capable of taking care of children is the one who is truly suitable for marriage.
Those daughters of rich families are all spoiled and can't even do housework. Why marry them? Su Weiwei chuckled and asked back, you ask me, who should I ask?
Okay, your boyfriend is here, go home quickly.
Remember, hurry up and start flirting, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again.
After waving her hand, Du Xiaoli immediately ran out of the kindergarten and got on her boyfriend Chang Liang's electric car.
Dear, how much does it cost to buy the latest Porsche Panamera? Chang Liang frowned. Porsche?
Well, Porsche is famous for its optional equipment, and the price of that thing is impossible to guess. If you check online, it might only be around 1 million yuan, but that's the price of a basic version of the bear car. I heard that ordering a high-end car paint, changing a set of wheels, and getting a leather interior can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even adding ambient lighting, ventilated seats, a carbon fiber steering wheel and the like will cost you 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Add insurance, purchase tax, etc., and it will cost more than 2 million.
Moreover, the maintenance of luxury cars is really not cheap, so who would dare to play with a Panamera without tens of millions of assets? At this point, Chang Liang glanced sideways. By the way, why do you suddenly ask this?
Du Xiaoli said quickly, today we have a new child in our nursery class, and his father.
After hearing this, Chang Liang immediately said, I think Su Weiwei is definitely worth a try.
He already drives a Panamera, and he personally comes to pick up his daughter, proving that his daughter is very important in Ling Feng's mind. You ask Su Weiwei to take the initiative to find Ling Feng, start by chatting with Tongtong, and slowly get close to him.
It will be easy once they get to know each other well.
Du Xiaoli nodded repeatedly.
He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Weiwei.
Su Weiwei was riding an electric bike on her way to the gym when she felt her phone vibrating continuously, so she pulled over. I thought something big was happening, but it turned out that Du Xiaoli was giving bad advice. Su Weiwei was really speechless. When I was in school, my parents strictly forbade me to have a relationship, saying that love in school days was all nonsense. After graduation and starting work, she couldn't wait to get married, and her relatives and friends were more anxious than each other.
Based on past experience, Su Weiwei did not refute Du Xiaoli. Because if I refute it, it will cause more trouble, so I just send a voice message back. Good idea, I'll try it later. Although she said this, Su Weiwei actually had no intention of looking for Ling Feng at all. Are you trying to get close to someone by talking about children? Su Weiwei always felt something was weird. She thinks love should start with appearance, be respected by talent, be compatible with personality, last with kindness and end with character. Instead of shamelessly trying to get close to Ling Feng just because he drives a Porsche and seems very rich. Putting away her phone, Su Weiwei continued riding her bike. In order to avoid being bored after get off work, I can maintain a healthy and good figure and make money at the same time. Su Weiwei works part-time as a personal trainer in a gym. Because of her beauty and good figure, she attracted many greasy middle-aged men to sign up for her classes. After a while, we arrived at Baisheng Commercial Plaza. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the elevator, I saw Ling Feng holding Tong Tong, and the father and daughter were talking and laughing. "Hello, teacher." Ling Yutong shouted with a sweet smile. Su Weiwei smiled sweetly. "Hello Tong Tong, are you here to go shopping in the mall?" Ling Yutong nodded and said, "Yes, Dad said he would buy me a lot of delicious food." "Okay, you can eat more milk and fruit, but don't eat candy, potato chips, spicy strips, etc." Su Weiwei said this while touching Ling Yutong's little head. The chubby face, big black eyes and cute look are so adorable. Tong Tong is so cute, her mother must be very beautiful, right? Su Weiwei asked with a casual smile. Seeing Ling Feng's smile froze, he immediately thought to himself, oh no. But an apology? How to apologize? What to say? Ling Feng's thoughts drifted away and he smiled slightly. Tong Tong's mother is indeed a great beauty, otherwise she wouldn't have given birth to such a beautiful and lovely daughter. Dad, where is Mom? Tong Tong misses her mom. Ling Yutong pouted her lips and was about to cry. Tong Tong, don't cry. Mom will be back soon. Don't cry. Ling Feng hurriedly coaxed his daughter. Su Weiwei, who was standing by, felt a pang in her heart. I thought to myself that Tong Tong's mother would be back soon, and it was a good thing that I didn't try to get close to her. Bite. The elevator reached the third floor. Two plump middle-aged women were about to step in. As soon as they saw Su Weiwei, they became furious. Damn, she's a vixen. You stinky bitch, you dare to seduce my husband, I will fucking kill you. Chapter 25, Being too beautiful is also a mistake. The war broke out instantly. Two strong middle-aged women swung their bags and smashed at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, both greeted Su Weiwei's head. It was as if they all had a grudge against each other for murdering their fathers and they could never reconcile. Faced with this emergency, Su Weiwei instinctively raised her arms to block and protect her head. The sudden verbal abuse and fighting immediately scared Ling Yutong to tears. What are you doing? Go out and fight. Ling Feng shouted angrily. He held his daughter's neck with his left hand and let her lean on his shoulder with her back facing the scene of the conflict. Tong Tong, don't be afraid, Daddy is here and will protect you. As a bodyguard, Wu Shui of course acted quickly. Immediately take a big step forward, bend your waist and exert your strength. Two middle-aged women who looked plump but were actually bloated were pushed out by Wu Shui in an instant. Why did you hit me? I didn't seduce your husband, I'm just a fitness coach. They want to sign up for my class. I teach them how to lose weight. We are innocent. Why do you scold and beat me? This is not the first time Su Weiwei has encountered this situation. After breaking away from the contact, immediately and loudly refute and defend your innocence. However, the two middle-aged women who were pushed out of the elevator did not give up. He was also planning to rush in and continue teaching Su Weiwei a lesson. He was pushed out by Wu Shui repeatedly, but he still rushed in again and again. He rushed forward violently and cursed crazily. If it weren't for you, a bitch, seducing him, would my husband come here every day? He signed up for 2 months of private lessons, but he gained 10 pounds. You little vixen, if you hadn't shamelessly seduced my husband, would he have come to the gym and wasted his money? Come out here. If you are innocent, why are you hiding in there? Come out here now. Shameless vixen, a bitch like you should be put into a pig cage and fried in oil. As soon as you get to the gym, you wear something extremely hot, like a fairy, allowing people to take videos of you, and you still dare to say that you didn't seduce my husband? Inside the elevator.
Ling Yutong was really frightened and cried wildly. She had never experienced such a scene before, so of course she was very scared.
Su Weiwei was also very angry.
With Guo Shui blocking and protecting her, she couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly. I didn't seduce your husbands, they paid for private lessons themselves. We teach in public fitness areas, and there is no excessive behavior at all. If they can't lose weight, it's because they didn't manage their diet and daily routine well.
Can they blame me for that? You don't pay attention to fitness and maintenance, and you can't attract your own husbands, how can you blame me?
The two sides exchanged angry words with each other.
His daughter was crying so hard that Ling Feng couldn't stay there for even a second. Get out of my way! Ling Feng roared. Guo Shui took the opportunity to push away the fat woman who was shouting the loudest.
At the same time, he opened his arms, like a flesh wall, temporarily protecting the passage and covering Ling Feng as he rushed out of the elevator.
Of course Su Weiwei is not stupid. How could she continue to stay in the small elevator car, waiting to be besieged by two fat women?
While Ling Feng was carrying his daughter out of the elevator, she ran out right after him. The two fat women who were pushed away by Guo Shui turned around and chased after her.
One of them seemed afraid that Su Weiwei would run away.
Then he threw the handbag hard. Careful! Guo Shui yelled. Ling Feng held his daughter in his arms and suddenly turned half sideways.
With a bang.
The handbag almost hit Ling Yutong, but fortunately Ling Feng dodged in time and the handbag missed and fell to the ground.
Ling Feng was immediately furious. My daughter is the apple of my eye.
During those many bitter and painful days, it was my daughter who gave me the hope and courage to survive.
Just a little bit away, he was hit by the fat woman's handbag. Are you fucking crazy?
The fat woman who threw the bag seemed to have heard nothing at all. He rushed towards Su Weiwei with great momentum. Ling Feng couldn't bear it any longer, so he suddenly attacked her when she passed by.
Grabbed the wrist and twisted hard. Ah!
With a shrill scream, the fat woman twisted her body in pain and fell to her knees. Ling Feng only used a little force, but she was already in great pain, as if her hand was dislocated, and she screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The other fat woman who rushed forward quickly was also caught by Guo Shui in an instant, and she stumbled and fell. But he still refused to give up, swearing and attacking wildly while struggling and twisting his body hard. Su Weiwei stopped in shock and turned to look at the two fat women who were subdued in an instant. If I seduced your husband, you can show me the evidence. Just because I signed up for my private lessons, you called me a slut and a bitch.
Aren't you too vicious? You actually dared to hit someone and almost hit a child. You are simply crazy. While cursing, Su Weiwei immediately took out her cell phone and called the police.
This was not the first time she had encountered such an unreasonable crazy woman. Because of her beauty and good figure, many greasy middle-aged men sign up for her private lessons. Some do it purely for visual enjoyment, while others do it for ulterior motives. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they are not young and their wives are also old and ugly. Many of them come to class on time every day, not for exercise or weight loss, but just to joke with Su Weiwei. Making appointments for dinner or to the movies, etc. is already common, and some people even bring gifts and try to curry favor with others in various ways. My husband goes to the gym every day, but he doesn't lose weight and spends a lot of money. So every now and then, there would be a crazy and furious woman coming to cause trouble. At the very least, she would scold and beg her husband to cancel the card and refund the money. In serious cases, like what happened today, there will be scolding, fighting, and beatings. Ling Feng was furious when he saw Ling Yutong crying out of fear.
Su Weiwei felt extremely guilty. Is it a mistake to be beautiful and have a good figure? Chapter 26: The Wrath of the Wang Family. Mall security arrived quickly.
There are surveillance cameras in the elevator, and they rushed in to deal with the conflict as soon as they were discovered.
When the leading security guard saw that the victim was Su Weiwei again, he was speechless. Why were you beaten again? Then should we just take them back to the security room as usual? Su Weiwei nodded repeatedly.
I called the police and they arrived shortly.
Okay, two more brothers who are looking for trouble, they are going to be detained and fined, they are taken away.
Several security guards came together. This is not the first time they have dealt with something like this. So the struggles and shouting of the two fat women were doomed to be in vain, and they were soon taken away.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Ling.
Su Weiwei quickly bowed and apologized. Ling Feng subconsciously averted his gaze. Her bow was a stunning moment. Ling Feng suddenly realized why middle-aged women often gave her trouble. She has a plump and beautiful figure. Compared with those middle-aged women who are old, fat, and bloated, there is a world of difference. It is no wonder that those greasy middle-aged men would be obsessed with signing up for Su Weiwei's private training classes.
Tong Tong, don't be afraid. The teacher is playing games with Dad.
Su Weiwei smiled and gently touched Ling Yutong's head. Ling Yutong sobbed twice and murmured timidly, Tong Tong, don't be afraid.
Tong Tong is so good. The teacher will bring you some delicious food tomorrow. Bye.
Goodbye, teacher. After Ling Yutong shouted, she shrank her neck and hid in Ling Feng's arms.
The fierce conflict and verbal abuse just now frightened her greatly.
Ling Feng gently stroked his daughter's back and said, Teacher Su, go and do your work first.
I'll go now. I'm so sorry for what happened just now.
Su Weiwei bowed repeatedly and followed the security guards.
Tong Tong, the game is over. Let us go buy some delicious food. How about your favorite cheese sticks?
Okay. After a while, Ling Feng put his daughter in the stroller and asked Guo Shui to push her around the supermarket. In order to enhance the relationship between my daughter and Guo Shui, the two of them quickly became familiar with each other.
Ling Feng tried to speak less and let Guo Shui chat more with her daughter.
Ling Feng told Guo Shui in advance what his daughter liked to eat and play. So Guo Shui catered to her preferences accurately and naturally made Ling Yutong very happy soon. I went on a shopping spree for more than half an hour and filled 2 carts with things.
After returning home, there are plenty of snacks and toys. Guo Shui can now play happily with Ling Yutong in the children's room. He is less than 3 years old and has no sense of vigilance. As long as there are delicious food and fun things, they can quickly become laughing.
Ling Feng peeked outside the children's room for a while.
Perhaps women are born with maternal instincts.
Guo Shui is very careful and meticulous in taking care of her children. She pretended to be a lion or tiger, then a gorilla, and chased her daughter around with laughter. It's really easier to have someone to help take care of the children.
Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction and went to the kitchen immediately.
Put away the rice, flour, oil, fruits, vegetables, etc. purchased from the supermarket.
And the other side. In Wang Yue's home, the dining table in the dining room was filled with several exquisite dishes sent from high-end restaurants. The goblet was filled with extremely expensive red wine.
Wang Yue seemed like a chatterbox, and he kept talking about the many changes in various industries in the past 2 or 3 years. He was afraid that Chu Yunxian would go to jail and would not be able to keep up with the times after she was released. Little did he know that Chu Yunxian had no interest at all in listening to his rambling.
I just want to eat something and then find a reason to leave. Suddenly,
there was a burst of fierce cursing and scolding coming from outside.
Chu Yunxian was just about to get up when she saw Wang Weilin rushing in with murderous intent. The ferocious Wang Weilin was so angry that he was about to explode.
I wanted to rush up and slap Wang Yue twice. But when he saw Chu Yunxian, he immediately slowed down his pace and shouted with a sullen face.
Come with me to the study. Wang Yue quickly shook his head. Of course he knew that if he went to the study, he would definitely be beaten up. Dad, if there is anything, can we talk about it tomorrow? Tomorrow? Humph, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Do you know how many directors and shareholders called me? Wang Weilin took out his mobile phone and wanted to show how many missed calls he had. But suddenly he became angry and threw the phone at Wang Yue.
Wang Yue, who had been on guard the whole time, of course managed to dodge it successfully.
Why are you hiding? Don't you like to hit people with your phone? You are really good at it. After causing such a disaster, you still have the mind to have a candlelight dinner here? Do you want to piss me off to death? Wang Weilin was getting angrier and angrier, and he couldn't stop for a while. Chu Yunxian was secretly delighted. Now you don't have to find an excuse and can just say goodbye. But
just when Chu Yunxian wanted to speak, Wang Lihua answered a phone call and hurried over. After taking a look at Chu Yunxian, he was a little hesitant.
If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. You are already notorious. What is there to be afraid of? After Wang Weilin yelled angrily, he pulled over a chair and sat down.
Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes and expensive red wine, he became even angrier.
Wang Lihua said in a deep voice. Brother, I have checked it out.
It was Chu Tianwei who asked someone to shut down the live broadcast room.
What? Wang Weilin flew into a rage and slammed the table and stood up. He glared at Chu Yunxian fiercely, furious. Chapter 27, The Explosive Operation. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Wang Weilin was furious, glaring at Chu Yunxian with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He walked forward slowly, his eyes fierce. Why? Is your dad crazy? Why did he ask someone to shut down the live broadcast room? Didn't he want to bring you and Yu Wei together? Why did he want to harm our Wang family at the critical moment? Doesn't he know that once the live broadcast room is shut down, our Wang family will be plunged into an abyss from which there is no escape? Doesn't he know that public opinion is exploding and countless people are madly cursing our Wang family and Yida Real Estate Group? What on earth does he want to do? Does he want to make our Wang family infamous for eternity before he is satisfied? Wang Weilin pressed forward step by step.
Chu Yunxian slowly retreated, but soon she reached the corner of the wall and had nowhere to retreat. Dad, this matter has nothing to do with Yunxian.
She is innocent. Wang Yue hurried forward and tried to pull Chu Yunxian away. Snap. A quick and hard slap hit Wang Yue's face hard. Wang Weilin, who was angry, naturally put all his strength into it.
So this hard beating made Wang Yue dizzy and dazed, with stars in his eyes.
How dare you say that? If you hadn't caused such a disaster, would our family have been caught up in this public opinion crisis? If you hadn't caused trouble, how could our group's stocks have quickly hit the limit down, with the market value evaporating by tens of billions? Do you know how many people are scolding us now? Do you know how much criticism our group is carrying now?
The conflict has shifted. Wang Weilin directed his attack at Wang Yue, roaring and scolding him at full speed.
Chu Yunxian knew it a long time ago. Wang Yue's series of crazy and suicidal actions today have already triggered online public opinion. Wang Yue's arrogance, willfulness, and rudeness.
It hurt hundreds of millions of netizens and caused them to attack it.
In this context,
Yida Real Estate Group was naturally the first to be hit and was scolded like a dog.
When the incident happened, the market was about to close.
In such a short period of time, the group's stocks were sold off and hit the limit down, which shows how angry the people are. According to this trend, after the stock market opens tomorrow, Yida Real Estate Group's stock will definitely continue to plummet. If the public opinion crisis cannot be resolved in time, a continued plunge in the stock market is likely to occur.
Then Wang Yue is really going to make history.
By single-handedly, he caused the market value of his own company to evaporate by tens of billions. Compared with the stock plunge, the greater crisis lies in brand damage. From now on, people will definitely have a bad impression of Yida Real Estate Group. The group's residential properties, commercial buildings, chain hotels, etc. will all be disgraced by this incident, with serious consequences for their sales performance. On one hand, the stock price plummeted, and on the other hand, the brand was damaged. The combination of the two negative impacts will lead to a third adverse consequence: credit tightening.
Everyone knows. Playing with real estate is actually playing with finance.
The company actually does not have much capital, and it mainly borrows money from banks to bid for land and build properties. After selling the property and recovering the funds, the loan will not be completely repaid, but the loan will continue to be used to pay off the loan.
Borrow more money, develop more properties, sell more houses.
This simple and crude way of playing can make a lot of money quickly in an era of rising housing prices. This has enabled many real estate companies to grow bigger and stronger quickly. But now, house prices have stopped rising. Local governments have stepped up their efforts to regulate housing prices and implemented various purchase and loan restrictions. It is no longer like before, when you could hastily build a sales office and collect money from pre-sales before the construction of a property even started. In many places today, pre-sale is not possible after the roof is completed, and the house can only be sold after it has been fully decorated.
This naturally brings huge financial pressure to real estate companies.
This has led many companies to simply cut corners, resulting in frequent quality problems in fully decorated apartments.
And Tianhai Yida Real Estate Group.
They seem extremely powerful, but in fact the company's funds have long been very tight.
House prices are not rising and houses are not selling.
But the bank loan has to be repaid. Now that the group is notorious, major banks are likely to slow down the pace of loan approval. If the group cannot obtain loans in time, its reserve funds will be exhausted in a short time. Once the capital chain breaks, it will trigger a chain reaction.
Employees go on strike, owners of unfinished buildings defend their rights.
By that time, there will be more people scolding and accusing the group, and its reputation will become even worse.
And who is to blame for all this? Chu Yunxian believed it. Countless group employees and shareholders will blame Wang Yue. The father is to blame for not educating the child.
Wang Weiye is naturally to blame for raising such an evil child. His prestige and status in the group will plummet, and he will most likely lose his position as chairman. That's why the consequences are so serious.
That's why Wang Weilin was so furious. Only Chu Yunxian couldn't figure it out. Why did stepfather Chu Tianwei ask someone to shut down the live broadcast room?
His outrageous move was simply adding fuel to the fire, pushing the Wang family and Yida real estate group into the fire pit. In order to avoid getting into trouble and getting beaten for no reason, Chu Yunxian didn't hesitate and immediately called her stepfather, turning on the speakerphone.
What's up, Yunxian? Did you enjoy your dinner with Wang Xiao?
Chu Tianwei's voice came from the phone, laughing and talking expectantly.
Wang Weilin, who was so angry that he was about to explode, immediately reached out and snatched the phone.
Chu Tianwei, fuck you, are you sick? Did you get your head stuck in the door today, or did you take the wrong medicine?
What's wrong with you?
Why did you shut down Ling Fang's live broadcast room?
Are you afraid that you might kill our Wang family?
Wang Weilin's angry curse, of course, made Chu Tianwei confused. But what Chu Yunxian cared more about was the appearance of a very familiar name. It seems that his daughter's father's surname is also Lin and his name is Feng.
Chu Yunxian suddenly had an idea. The Moody Bar is not far from this community.
As for the man she met one night, she remembered that he was working part-time in a bar doing live broadcasts and short video promotion. So, the anchor who was bullied by Wang Yue after his car crash today.
Could he be the same person as my daughter's father? Chapter 28, Weird Father and Son, Try to Touch Me? Chu Yunxian couldn't help her curiosity and moved closer to Wang Lihua.
He is the public relations director of Yida Real Estate Group. Since he was able to find out, it was his stepfather who asked someone to shut down the live broadcast room.
Then he must know the detailed information of the anchor. Director Wang, do you have the detailed information of that anchor?
Wang Lihua glanced at Chu Yunxian coldly.
Why do you want his information?
Chu Yunxian whispered, I want to know who he is. He doesn't know how to stop when he is ahead, but dares to confront your Wang family head-on.
Wang Lihua sighed secretly. This Ling Feng is no ordinary person. Even though he is just an unknown little anchor in my hands, he drives a domestically produced Geely Grand sedan.
His exact background is still unclear, but he owns 4 apartments in this community alone. He is a genuine billionaire, so he dares to confront Yue head-on.
Hearing this, Chu Yunxian felt a sense of loss. Obviously, the two are not talking about the same person.
After that crazy night, the two had a brief chat.
The man I met, although masculine and handsome, was just an ordinary person. I work in a small company during the day, writing bid proposals and the like.
At night, he works part-time in a bar and occasionally posts videos or does live broadcasts to attract attention. One is a low-key wealthy man who owns 4 luxury houses.
One is an ordinary person struggling at the bottom of society. How could it be the same person?
Chu Yunxian concealed her inner disappointment and did not give up. She believed that as long as she looked carefully, she would find him and her daughter one day.
At this time, with a bang,
Wang Weilin, furious, threw his cell phone to the ground.
Dad, this is Yunxuan's cell phone, you. Wang Yue was just about to bend down to pick up the phone for Chu Yunxian. This is all your fault. Wang Weilin stepped forward and kicked him hard. Wang Yue was caught off guard and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Dad, what do you want to do?
Wang Yue rolled over and got up, handed the phone to Chu Yunxian, and said with a defiant look on his face.
I know I was wrong today.
I shouldn't have quarreled with that little anchor.
But didn't you notice that there was something wrong with that little anchor too? Although my attitude was not very good, what about him?
I initially planned to pay 200,000 yuan, but he refused to agree. On the surface, he told us that he handled the accident according to the law, but in reality, he just wanted to take this opportunity to become famous. Now that he has achieved his goal, he has suddenly become extremely popular, while I have become notorious and hated by everyone. You blame me for causing such a disaster, but why don't you think about the fact that I was actually being used by him?
Hear Wang Yue's sophistry. Wang Lihua and Chu Yunxian were completely speechless.
At this point, Wang Yue obviously has not realized his mistake. He was so extreme that he even thought that the anchor was taking advantage of him. He didn't even think about it carefully.
What if he hadn't run the scene in the first place and apologized with good intentions? If he didn't speak ill of others or even hit them with his mobile phone, would hundreds of millions of netizens curse him madly? Instead of sincerely repenting, he blames others. And his father, Wang Weilin, is not a good person either. It was my stepfather's fault, so why should he smash my phone? What is the point of cursing and making a fuss at home instead of figuring out how to handle crisis public relations? A miser and a violent one.
Xu Yunxian felt that it would be better to stay away from such a weird father and son as soon as possible. While the father and son were arguing with each other, Xu Yunxian quietly left. The thought of going home and seeing my stepfather's ugly face made me feel really terrible. He was scolded by Wang Weilin and must be in a bad mood, so he should not go back and bring bad luck upon himself. So after leaving the community, Xu Yunxian first found a small street shop. After repairing my phone, I took a taxi to the bar.
10 minutes later, Xu Yunxian came to the Muddler bar.
I haven't been here for more than 3 years. The sign hasn't changed, but the interior layout of the store has changed. That night, I had a big fight with my mother and drove to the bar to get drunk in anger.
I didn't eat much dinner tonight and was very sober. Perhaps because we arrived too early, the bar wasn't very lively yet.
As soon as I sat down at the bar, the bartender came over with a smile.
"Beauty, what would you like to drink?" Xu Yunxian shook her head slightly and asked sincerely. "Do you know where Ling Feng went?"
He was the one who worked part-time here before and later someone sent him a baby girl. Upon hearing the name Ling Feng, the bartender immediately shook his head vigorously.
I don't know. Xu Yunxian stared at the bartender intently. His panic and evasive look were all visible to me.
Xu Yunxian took out a stack of bills from her handbag and handed it over.
"Bring me a glass of ice water and connect me to the Wi-Fi." Thousands of dollars for a glass of ice water?
The bartender hesitated for half a second, but finally took the money. After pouring a glass of ice water, he was about to take Xu Yunxian's phone. Suddenly a big hand reached out and snatched the phone away.
"The Wi-Fi name and password are posted on the wall." "Miss, you didn't miss it, did you?" "Don't look at me like that. President Xu ordered us to protect you secretly, so don't hang out in the bar anymore. Come back with us." Xu Yunxian asked coldly, "I want to know where Ling Feng is. What is his phone number or WeChat number?"
The burly man smiled faintly. "He no longer works here, and no one knows how to contact him or where he lives."
Xu Yunxian snorted and laughed. "In that case, why can't you let me stay here for a while? Are you afraid that he will suddenly show up?"
The two rhetorical questions left the burly man speechless.
After a moment of silence, the man said in a deep voice, "Miss, I advise you to leave here immediately and don't make things difficult for us, otherwise." With a loud splash, a glass of ice water was splashed hard on the man's face.
Xu Yunxian held the cup in her hand and slightly raised her neck.
"How about that? Do you have the guts to try and touch me?" Chapter 29. This beauty is really cruel. Xu Yunxian glared.
She learned a lot during her time in prison. Her cellmates had committed various crimes including fraud, theft, and drug trafficking, and they were all ruthless people. In order not to be bullied, Xu Yunxian had to learn to protect herself. If you meet a ruthless person, you must be more ruthless than her so as not to be bullied. Being afraid, begging for mercy and retreating will only make the other party become more aggressive.
And now,
I came to the bar to find Ling Feng by myself. Why didn't the burly man let me stay here?
Isn't this a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt?
The bartender was afraid of the burly man's rudeness. All of this is enough to prove that her stepfather not only did not help her find Ling Feng and his daughter.
They are even trying to find ways to attack and persecute them.
Otherwise, if I find them first, my stepfather will not be able to bring me and Wang Yue together to realize the marriage between the Chu and King families.
In that case, why be so polite? Miss, please don't embarrass me.
The burly man wiped his face and reminded seriously.
The implication is full of warning.
Xu Yunxian smiled faintly.
With a clang, he placed the wine glass on the table. "Fill my glass with wine."
The bartender was stunned. With great fear and trepidation, he looked at the burly man.
"Miss, you." Snap.
There was a crisp breaking sound. The wineglass hit the burly man's face hard. Xu Yunxian deliberately avoided the forehead, which is the hardest part of the human body. The heavy blow caused the burly man to feel severe pain in his nose and blood gushed out. Before he could react, Chu Yunxian picked up a beer bottle on the table and smashed it hard on his head. This swift and ferocious action completely stupefied the bartender. The other waiters and guests around were also terrified. A beautiful lady with a gorgeous face and stunning beauty. How come she suddenly turned into a female devil? The ruthlessness of the hand that raised and dropped the bottle was so murderous and cruel. Without experiencing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, life and death, and killing, it is probably impossible to develop such a cruel character. With a plop, the burly man fell to the ground without twitching or shouting. Blood was oozing from his head and he lay motionless. Moment. The bar exploded. Screams, cries, and shouts filled the air. Many people were so scared that they fled in all directions, as if they were avoiding the plague god, for fear of being slow. The bartenders at the counter were also so scared that they stepped back one after another. After looking around coldly, Chu Yunxian glanced at the bartender. If you miss, just keep retreating. The bartender was stunned and his face turned pale. Beautiful girl, calm down, don't be impulsive. Chu Yunxian smiled coldly. He bent down, picked up the bloody wine glass, and threw it on the table with a clang. I asked you to pour the wine, fill it up. The bartender was horrified. The bloody wine glass was particularly bright red and dazzling. The bartender swallowed and trembled with fear. He picked up a bottle of whiskey from the wine rack behind him and slowly walked to Chu Yunxian. He tried several times but couldn't open the bottle and his whole body was shaking. I've lived for so many years and have seen cruel people, but I've never seen anyone as fierce as this. The burly man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was knocked down in just a few moves. There was so much blood, and I didn't know whether he was dead or alive. But looking at Chu Yunxian's calm and composed look, it seemed like she didn't care about the other person's life or death at all. The bottle was finally opened and the bartender poured the wine nervously. But he was shaking all over and spilled a lot of wine. Chu Yunxian smiled coldly. What are you afraid of? Am I that scary? The bartender forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. After pouring half a glass of wine reluctantly, the bartender hurriedly said, Beauty, it's not that I don't want to say it, it's Captain Wang doesn't let me say it. Oh, really? Chu Yunxian picked up the bloody wine glass and shook it gently. I was just about to ask who Captain Wang is. A voice suddenly came. Who is causing trouble? Wang Lin rushed over with the security guards. When he saw that she was a beautiful woman with delicate features and beauty like a fairy, he couldn't help but frown. When I heard that someone was causing trouble, I thought it was just a drunkard acting crazy. Who knew she was such a stunning beauty? Beauty, what are you doing? Chu Yunxian glanced sideways, chuckled and asked. You are Captain Wang, right? I'm here to look for Lingfeng. Do you know where he is? Or, give me a phone number or WeChat ID. I don't. Before Wang Lin could finish his words, he saw the bartender shaking his head vigorously. Then look at the burly man lying on the ground, motionless, with blood oozing from his head. I know his previous address, but I don't know where he moved to. As for the phone calls and WeChat, we have all deleted them, but your dad must know. Wang Lin didn't want to offend Chu Tianwei. So they had no choice but to pass the buck and push the responsibility onto Chu Tianwei. Chu Yunxian smiled faintly, nodded slightly, then stood up and walked to the burly man. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he turned the wine glass over. When the whiskey with a high alcohol content was poured onto the burly man's head wound, it instantly made him sober up like an electric shock. This action made many people shudder and tremble all over. I really can't imagine what kind of pain it would be to pour wine on the wound. Ah! After a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The burly man struggled to get up, wiped his face with his hands, and shuddered when he saw his bloody hands. Just as he was about to roar in anger, he heard Chu Yunxian say lightly. Don't you want to take me home? Why are you still standing there? Let's go. The burly man nodded repeatedly and made a respectful gesture. He instantly became timid, not daring to show any anger, and was as obedient as an old dog. Holding. Chu Yunxian threw the wine glass to the dazed Wang Lin. Tell him I'm back. Chapter 30 How dare you play tricks on me? Wang Lin trembled all over. The bloody wine glass is like a hot potato. He quickly threw it to the bartender, fearing that it would be stained with blood. Those who were brave enough to stay and watch, when they saw Chu Yunxian coming, they all stepped aside and made way for her. Wang Lin did not chase after him, but immediately asked someone to clean up the place.
Then he walked out of the bar and called Ling Feng. "Brother, I guess you are still in Tianhai? Let me tell you something, Tong Tong's mother is back. But I really didn't expect that she was so tough. There was a strong man." In a few words, Wang Lin briefly recounted what had just happened. And the other side. Ling Feng was not too surprised when he heard that Chu Yunxian came to the bar to find him. Because Lu Yi had already explained it clearly to him before. Chu Tianwei is determined to bring together Chu Yunxian and Wang Yue and realize a marriage between the Chu and Wang families. So with the help of Wang Yue, Chu Yunxian was released from prison early and returned home. Chu Tianwei was in a hurry and wanted to make Ling Feng and his daughter disappear from the world. Ling Feng was not sure whether Chu Yunxian still remembered him after more than 3 years. After all, the two of them only spent one short night together from the time they met to the time they went crazy and then to the time they separated. There was no affection in the first place, and perhaps it has been forgotten long ago. But my daughter is different. 10 months of pregnancy and 1 day of delivery. He had not been with his child for long before he was sent to jail for his stepfather. It is said that the greatest love in the world is maternal love. A daughter who was born with great difficulty and with great pain and torture must be loved immensely. It was precisely because she loved her daughter so much that Chu Yunxian asked someone to send her daughter to the bar and let her raise her. She couldn't trust her vicious stepfather or her snobbish biological mother. "I only believe that my daughter's biological father will love and care for her and raise her." Therefore, Ling Feng firmly believed that what Chu Yunxian was desperate to find was her biological daughter. After a moment's silence, Ling Feng said calmly, "Actually, I already knew she was back this morning, but you didn't give her my phone number, did you? Otherwise, she would have called me a long time ago." Wang Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I didn't give it to her. If I gave it to her on the spot, it would not only harm you and your daughter, but also bring trouble to me, so I asked her to find Chu Tianwei. If there are any conflicts in their family, let them resolve them among themselves first. Otherwise, one will be eager to reunite with you two, and the other will be eager to kill you too. This will be too chaotic. So I suggest you keep a low profile since the situation is unclear. Don't tell anyone about your new address. It won't be too late to tell anyone after her family has settled their internal conflicts." Ling Feng laughed and said, "Of course, thank you for reminding me. I have something to do, so I won't say anymore for now. I will definitely come to the bar to have a drink with you later." "Okay, then you go ahead." After saying him twice, Ling Feng hung up the phone and asked Guo Shui to look after his daughter. He walked to the door with a claw hammer and looked through the peephole. I saw the famous Wang Weilin standing at the door with a solemn expression. Next to them was Wang Yue with his head down, and Wang Lihua who looked worried. After putting the claw hammer, which still smelled of blood, on the shoe cabinet, Ling Feng opened the door. "Sorry." As soon as the door opened, Wang Weilin immediately bowed deeply at 90 degrees. He is a famous real estate tycoon. He was once the richest man in China who was famous all over the world. In the past, only others bowed and nodded to him, so how could it be his turn to be servile to others? And Wang Weilin bowed. Although Wang Yue looked reluctant, he still bowed and apologized. Wang Lihua and others, of course, followed suit and bowed without hesitation. Ling Feng couldn't help laughing. This array is truly spectacular. As a top real estate giant, many senior executives of Tianhai Yida Real Estate Group gathered at their doorstep and bowed to him in unison. But Ling Feng knew very well. How could they come here to bow and apologize to me? It was obvious that he was frightened by the angry curses from hundreds of millions of netizens. He was frightened by the heated public opinion. It is more like coming to stop the loss in time rather than to apologize to myself. Only by gaining understanding as soon as possible can we eliminate adverse effects and avoid causing greater losses. And according to the ancient routine of apology, after a bow of apology, there will inevitably be a lot of nonsense and a proposal of a huge compensation that is quite nice. If Ling Feng refuses to forgive, Wang Weilin will definitely put on a sad show. He cursed and beat Wang Yue on the spot until Ling Feng forgave him. No way. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. As an online writer, doesn't Ling Feng understand this trick? Okay, so many of you are bowing to me. Are you here to apologize to me or to see me off to my grave? Wang Weilin looked up immediately. What happened this afternoon was indeed my son's fault. I brought him here to sincerely apologize to you. Ling Feng raised his hand to signal for silence.
Okay, let us stop talking about this long-winded nonsense. You want to gain understanding and stop the loss in time to calm down this massive public opinion crisis. Making such a big fuss is almost like forcing me to forgive, otherwise when the news spreads, everyone will call me petty.
So let's stop talking nonsense and talk about the terms of settlement. I am more interested in this. Wang Weilin smiled happily. Since Mr. Ling is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. We have prepared 2 generous gifts, a considerable amount of group stock and a particularly generous cash compensation. Which one would you choose?
Ling Feng was stunned.
Can there be multiple choice questions in this? How many shares is a not small amount? How much is the special generous one?
But it was too late to ask more questions.
Because of a buzzing sound in my mind. The system has been activated. Chapter 31. I didn't expect he was a king. Byte.
The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute.
Choose stocks and you will receive 100 million tradable shares of Yida Real Estate Group. Choose cash and you will get 100 million yuan in cash. Ling Feng chose stocks without hesitation.
Although Yida Real Estate Group's stock price hit the daily limit today, the closing price per share was still as high as over 70 yuan. Even if the stock price drops a few more times, 100 million shares are obviously more valuable than 100 million in cash.
What's more, the system rewards circulating shares.
As soon as the stock market opens tomorrow, Ling Feng can start selling. If you sell all 100 million shares, you can at least cash in tens of billions.
As for cash, oh my goodness. The cash given by the system is real money.
Ling Feng was exhausted from depositing more than 4 million yesterday.
What if it's 100 million in cash?
Let us not worry about how to explain it to Guo for now. It weighs at least more than a ton, so Ling Feng cannot carry it to the bank with his bare hands.
Could it be that I will have to take a truckload of money to deposit it in the bank?
It's so hard and troublesome, it's better to pick stocks. Based on the host's choice, the stock trading software has been installed on your phone, and the account open holds 100 million shares of Yida Real Estate. The system default login password is your WeChat password, and the payment password is your bank card password.
Ling Feng knew that the system was very considerate. Even make your password your own to avoid forgetting it. Give me stocks? How many stocks are you going to give me? Ling Feng asked Wang Weilin with a smile while opening his mobile phone to check the stock software. How about 300,000 shares? Is that sincere enough? Wang Weilin said this very straightforwardly and confidently. Because it is calculated based on today's closing price. 300,000 shares, market value is more than 20 million. Giving away so many stocks as an apology certainly shows sincerity. However, his smile didn't last more than 3 seconds before he froze. Because Ling Feng showed the stock interface. 100 million shares? Wang Weilin couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Yue, who was hunched over next to him, suddenly became anxious. Dad, are you crazy? 300,000 shares are enough, how can you give away 100 million shares? Do you know how much 100 million shares are worth? Billions. And if you give it to Ling Feng, you will no longer be the major shareholder of our group. Wang Weilin slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not saying I'm giving away 100 million shares.
Mr. Ling holds 100 million shares in our group.
What?
The corners of Wang Yue's lips twitched slightly, and his mind was a little confused. I was really confused for a moment, completely bewildered. The group has a total of only 5 billion shares in circulation. A large portion of them are in the hands of senior executives and brokerage institutions, and there are very few ordinary retail investors. And Ling Feng alone holds 100 million shares. This guy is simply the strongest retail investor, a super small shareholder. With these 100 million shares, he is fully capable of trading the market. As long as the operation is done properly, you can easily reach the daily limit and make the stock price rise. Once the selling starts continuously, the group's stock price can be easily caused to plummet.
This moment, Wang Yue suddenly felt a chill on his back and his legs went weak.
I thought he was a stubborn bronze player, but I didn't expect him to be the strongest king.
He finally understood why Ling Feng dared to confront him head-on even though he knew that he was the eldest son of the Wang family and an internet celebrity.
He suddenly realized that what Ling Feng cared about was not how much money he had to pay, but that he should not have given a perfunctory apology. If you had apologized properly after the car accident, there wouldn't have been so much trouble afterwards.
As for Wang Weilin,
his mouth was shaped into an O in surprise. His mind was a little confused and the smile on his face froze. Then, my cheeks felt like they had been slapped hard, and they were burning with pain. When I think about what I just said, 300,000 shares is already quite sincere.
Compared to Ling Feng's 100 million shares? 300,000 shares is nothing.
Yes, sorry, I didn't know you held so many outstanding shares in our group. Wang Weilin was extremely embarrassed and his smile was uglier than his crying. Ling Feng smiled faintly. It's not too late for you to know now, so hurry up and think of a new way to compensate.
Wang Weilin immediately said, how about you make a request?
As long as it is within our ability, I will definitely agree to it.
Yeah?
Ling Feng looked at Wang Yue with a smile. Wang Yue's hair stood on end and he felt terrified. At this moment, he felt like a weak, helpless, and pitiful little white rabbit, being targeted by a cruel old hunter. He lowered his head subconsciously, not daring to confront Ling Feng head on.
You don't know until you try it.
You'll be surprised when you try it. Ling Feng's wealth, which is already on display, includes 4 luxury homes and 100 million shares of Yida real estate.
The known wealth is already in the billions. Does anyone know if he has any other properties, stocks, bonds, deposits, etc.?
It is important for people to know themselves.
Facing an opponent whose strength is completely unknown. How could Wang Yue still have the courage to continue to be so arrogant?
Ling Feng raised the corners of his lips slightly and laughed coldly. Because of your disturbance, Mr. Wang, my 100 million shares have evaporated by several hundred million.
So my condition is very simple.
You have to raise the stock price back to the same amount as the stock price fell today.
Hearing Ling Feng's words, Wang Yue frowned, not understanding at all.
But
those who understand will understand. Wang Weilin trembled and almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 32, I'm going to frighten you. Dad. Wang Yue cried out in surprise and hurriedly supported his father. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Wang Weilin took a breath, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand. He looked at Ling Feng with a bitter face and sighed.
Mr. Ling, your request is actually not simple at all. Wang Yue asked in confusion. No way?
He just wanted to raise the stock price back to where it fell today.
That shouldn't be that difficult, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Weilin glanced at him coldly. That look. It's like watching a mentally retarded moron. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. So just shut up, okay?
Wang Yue lowered his head and dared not say a word.
But I was secretly muttering in my heart. Why isn't Ling Feng's request simple? Why did I almost scare my father to death?
Although he didn't know why, Wang Yue didn't dare to say more.
Otherwise, you will not only be slapped, but you may also be beaten with a belt.
As for the other senior executives of the group, of course, they immediately understood how terrifying Ling Feng's request was.
The reason is simple.
Yida Real Estate Group is now caught in a public opinion crisis and is being wildly criticized. When the stock market opens tomorrow, the general trend is that stock prices will continue to fall. But Ling Feng wanted them to raise the stock price again.
This is to let them go against the trend.
First of all, we must release major positive news to eliminate investors' panic and prevent them from selling. Secondly, they must prepare sufficient funds so that they can buy in large quantities when others are selling frantically. Finally, it is necessary to continuously absorb funds and push up the price, and use money to hit a daily limit.
All in all,
Ling Feng's request may seem simple, but it will cost Yida Real Estate Group a huge amount of money. If you're lucky, 1 or 200 million might be enough to push the stock price to the daily limit. If you are unlucky and encounter a large number of people taking the opportunity to sell off their stocks, you may not be able to bear even billions.
That's why. Wang Weilin was almost frightened to death by Ling Feng's simple request. Mr. Ling, I'm afraid it's difficult for us to meet your request.
Wang Lihuo looked bitter and said in a low voice. Today's real estate industry is not very prosperous, and there is great pressure from regulation and it is difficult to borrow funds. House prices are not rising and houses are not being sold, which puts our group under great pressure on cash turnover.
There is no time to cover up the bad news, so where can we find major good news that can give investors confidence?
If we have to force the stock price to reach the daily limit, then our group will have to use at least several $billion of funds. Ling Feng smiled coldly.
Stop crying and complaining to me. Let me ask you a question. If Wang Yue hadn't been doing something crazy today, would Yida Real Estate have hit the limit down?
Wang Lihua gritted his teeth and shook his head helplessly. Turning his gaze, Ling Feng looked at Wang Weilin. Since it was your son who caused the stock price to plummet and caused my assets to shrink by hundreds of millions for no reason, shouldn't he let the stock price go back up?
What's more, I'm not asking you to give me a sky-high compensation. I just want your stock price to go back up. Is that too much? Wang Weilin remained silent. After a long while, he raised his head.
It is really difficult to push the stock price back up.
I can't find any major good news, and I can't afford to invest huge amounts of money.
Ling Feng snorted and laughed.
If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it anymore.
After saying that, Ling Feng was about to close the door.
Etc. Wang Weilin stretched out his hand to block the door and asked pleadingly.
Although our group does not have much money, we now have a lot of land. In Pudong New District, we have a commercial housing land of more than 70 mu that has not been developed yet. Although the real estate industry is in a downturn this year, this piece of land is still worth at least 7 billion.
If you don't mind, we can use this land to exchange for your 100 million outstanding shares. How about that? Ling Feng couldn't help laughing.
Why do you want me to exchange 100 million shares for a piece of wasteland overgrown with weeds?
Are they going to spend another billion to develop it into a real estate project? I'm afraid even if they sell all the properties, they won't be able to recover the cost, right? You know clearly that the real estate industry is a pitfall and you guys are already stuck in the quagmire, yet you still want me to jump in? Wang Weilin was ashamed.
I really didn't expect that Ling Feng, though young, is so shrewd.
It's really not easy to fool people. Since you don't want the land, what about the house?
Our group has a lot of land and a lot of vacant houses and buildings.
Do you want a Super A-grade office building or 500 school district houses?
Ling Feng was stunned.
WTF. Why is it multiple choice again? Bite.
The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute.
Choose a Super Grade A office building, and you will receive Shangfeng Commercial Building for free. Choose a school district house, and you will receive 500 sets of school district houses in Tianhai Shuefu Mingyuan Community. School district housing? 500 sets?
Before, Ling Feng went online specifically to look for houses to buy.
Second-hand school district housing is simply too expensive.
If the apartment is larger and the decoration is slightly better, the price starts from 100,000 renminbi per square meter.
Any 3-bedroom apartment would cost more than 10 million yuan. And the office building.
Ling Feng felt that it was really unnecessary. So without hesitation, I immediately chose a school district house.
Mr. Ling? Mr. Ling? Wang Weilin's shout brought Ling Feng back to his senses. Exchange a school district house for my 100 million tradable shares?
Sorry, the last thing I need is a school district house.
In the surprised and curious eyes of the crowd,
Ling Feng turned around and took out the cardboard box that the designated system had just delivered from the locker.
He threw it on the ground, and when he opened it, everyone was shocked. A box full of crimson property certificates. First, Yida Real Estate was revealed, with 100 million shares in circulation.
Now he has revealed a box full of property rights.
How much assets does Ling Feng have?
Wang Weilin's knees felt weak, and he was about to fall to his knees.
Chapter 33, Serial Critical Hit, Low-Key Show-Off. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold.
The corridor was silent.
Wang Weilin leaned against the wall, his legs weak.
Wang Yue and Wang Lihua, who were standing by, were dumbfounded.
As for the other senior executives of Yida Real Estate Group,
everyone was really dumbfounded.
What a hell tonight.
Originally everyone thought that they should come together to apologize to Ling Feng. Giving away 300,000 circulating shares with a market value of more than 20 million will definitely make Ling Feng very satisfied.
Who knows?
Ling Feng actually has 100 million shares.
Since the stocks could not be given away, Wang Weilin asked Ling Feng to propose settlement conditions.
No one had expected that Ling Feng would ask them to find a way to raise the falling stock price. The requirement seems simple, but it is extremely difficult and impossible to complete.
So,
Wang Weilin, who is experienced, smart and wise, wants to fool Ling Feng and exchange land for stocks. If Ling Feng doesn't want land, then he can use office buildings or school district housing. What's the result? The most terrifying scene of the night occurred.
No one expected this.
In addition to owning 100 million outstanding shares, Ling Feng also owns countless school district houses. There were so many property rights that they filled an entire large cardboard box. Even if we calculate it based on a school district house, the market value is 10 million. The school district housing packed in this cardboard box is worth at least tens of billions.
After a brief silence, some people further away could no longer remain calm. Oh my God, who is he? Isn't he too rich?
He looks inconspicuous, but he is actually so rich. He is simply a super invisible rich man.
Free stocks? Someone has 100 million shares and a house? Someone has a whole box of property rights. This is really hard to deal with. I think he must have a lot of assets.
It is impossible that he only holds shares of our group.
He must have shares of other companies. Nonsense.
The wealth of the rich is diversified, including stocks, bonds, real estate, gold, etc. The market value of his stocks and real estate alone is over 10 billion.
How much gold deposits and stocks does he have left? Some people who were far away from Ling Feng's house began to whisper.
After all, facing Ling Feng's wave after wave of low-key flaunting of wealth, everyone's hearts have been devastated time and time again.
Standing in front of Ling Feng were Wang Weilin and two other people with large cardboard boxes beside them.
Of course, they took the heaviest hit. After being stunned for a long while, Wang Weilin's lips twitched slightly and he smiled in an extremely awkward manner.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that in addition to a lot of stocks, you also have a lot of school district housing. Ling Feng smiled faintly. Actually, it is not that many, just not too many, not too few, just 500 school district houses.
Puff. Wang Yue almost couldn't hold back and almost burst out laughing.
The others were stunned with astonishment.
This sudden attack of showing off wealth is so soul-destroying. For ordinary people,
you must have strong working ability and work hard for many years to save enough for the down payment. Then you have to empty 6 wallets in your family and take on a heavy mortgage to be able to buy a school district house worth tens of millions.
And what about Ling Feng? It's just 500 school district houses.
These are just 2 words, and it's really pretentious to the extreme.
5 sets is scary enough.
Ling Feng owns 500 units, but he is still very humble and says that it is not a lot.
Covering my heart, I tried to stay strong. Wang Weilin was afraid for himself, so his knees went weak and he knelt down to Ling Feng.
He calls himself a real estate tycoon with assets worth hundreds of billions, and has been crowned the richest man in the world.
But what is the reality?
The so-called assets worth hundreds of billions are nothing but illusory equity market values.
There is actually not much net assets that can be converted into cash at any time.
It's really incomparable to Ling Feng, a rich man who always takes out a box of property rights deeds.
This moment, Wang Weilin felt that he was really backed into a desperate situation.
Mr. Ling, we really have no way to raise the stock price.
You are not interested in the land we give you, and you have no shortage of housing in the school district.
In this case, we can only exchange Shengfeng Commercial Building for your 100 million circulating shares. Otherwise, we have no other choice.
While saying this, Wang Weilin was feeling uneasy.
He was really afraid of Ling Feng, and suddenly said that he didn't need an office building, and then showed the red property rights certificate.
Fortunately, Ling Feng smiled slightly and did not show off his wealth for the 3rd time. I don't have an office building yet.
Office buildings in good locations will not see a sharp drop in housing prices, and rents will be guaranteed, which is obviously more cost-effective than holding your stocks.
Hearing Ling Feng's words, Wang Weilin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ling Feng's words immediately afterwards made him feel very angry. But you want to exchange a mere office building for 100 million tradable shares? Isn't that too much of a rip-off?
If you ask me, I can exchange it, but I will only exchange 70 million shares.
Wang Weilin couldn't bear it any longer and almost jumped up in anger.
No, this is absolutely not possible.
The market value of that office building is over 6 billion.
You must at least exchange it for 80 million tradable shares, otherwise we will lose too much.
Ling Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't be so absolute, let us each make a concession, how about 75 million shares?" Wang Weilin gritted his teeth and looked back at the many senior executives of the group.
Seeing that no one had any objection, he immediately nodded in agreement. The most urgent task is to quickly reach an agreement of understanding with Ling Feng and then quickly eliminate the public opinion crisis.
A few minutes later, just as the agreement was signed and the ink was not yet dry, Wang Weilin suddenly said,
Mr. Ling, I sold Shangfeng Commercial Building to you at a bargain price.
"Can I make a small request?"
Ling Feng nodded slightly.
"Okay, you say." Wang Weilin gritted his teeth and was filled with resentment.
In today's public opinion crisis, in addition to my son's own suicide, Xu Tianwei took the initiative to find someone to shut down your live broadcast room, which simply added fuel to the fire and really hurt us. I originally wanted to retaliate against him severely to vent my hatred, but now the building is yours, so can you help me drive Xu Tianwei's company out of the building? Chapter 34, The Invisible Rich Man is Too Domineering? Xu Tianwei? Ling Feng frowned slightly. I really didn't expect that his live broadcast room was closed by someone he asked to do so.
Hasn't he been trying to bring Wang Yue and Chu Yunxian together? I dream of a marriage between the two Chu families. Asking someone to shut down his live broadcast room, isn't this just adding fuel to the fire and making the situation worse? Did I take the wrong medicine, or was my brain stuck in the door? How could such a stupid move be made? Or maybe, he was just too angry.
Thinking about the fact that her future son-in-law was actually being broadcast live, with nearly 10 million people making crazy complaints and cursing at him, Xu Tianwei lost his mind and made a stupid decision.
But no matter what, Wang Yue got into big trouble, and Xu Tianwei added fuel to the fire. Of course, Wang Weilin couldn't swallow this anger. "Mr. Ling, can you help me with this small favor?" Wang Weilin asked cautiously.
Ling Feng smiled indifferently.
Of course, no problem. Even if Wang Weilin didn't ask for help, Ling Feng would not let Xu Tianwei go easily. "Xu Yunxian and I just had a one-night stand.
There is no deep emotional foundation, and reunion after a long separation may not necessarily lead to being together. As for her daughter Ling Yutong, she doesn't even know what her mother Chu Yunxian looks like. Even if the two meet, it is not certain that the daughter will recognize her as her mother. But Xu Tianwei, this old bastard, did not want to reunite himself and his daughter with Chu Yunxian.
He actually used threats and inducements to force her to take her daughter away from Tianhai. He is so afraid that the reunion of the three people will affect the marriage between the two families of the king of Chu. If Wang Yue really wanted to get Chu Yunxian, he would have done it long ago. Why hasn't it been solved yet? No matter what, since we have committed ourselves to this, we must see it through to the end." Certainly. Wang Yue's expression was naturally extremely heavy. He was madly infatuated with and pursued Chu Yunxian for many years. But two things that happened today made it completely impossible for the two to be together. Xu Tianwei foolishly asked someone to shut down Ling Feng's live broadcast room, causing the Wang family and Yida real estate to be completely caught in a whirlpool of public opinion. Wang Weilin, who was furious, not only scolded Xu Tianwei in person, but also smashed Chu Yunxuan's mobile phone. At the moment, my father also entrusted Ling Feng to drive Xu Tianwei's company out of Shangfeng Commercial Building. This is naturally to completely break with the Chu family. This situation. How could Wang Yue dare to say anything more? At the mildest, there will be a scolding. At the worst, there will be a slap in the face. From beginning to end, I didn't even dare to fart. A few minutes later, after returning home, Wang Yue went back to his bedroom and locked the door. I tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't figure it out. Who is this Ling Feng? Why is it that despite looking unattractive and driving a shabby domestic car, he is actually richer than me? Not only are there 4 luxury homes in this community, but there are also 100 million shares of 500 school district homes. Why did he buy so many school district houses? Is he raising funds to speculate in real estate? The more Wang Yue thought about it, the more confused he became. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and quickly sent a message to his friends group. I briefly recounted what I saw and heard tonight. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. As a super rich second generation, Wang Yue's friends are of course children from various wealthy and powerful families. After he said this, others quickly followed suit. But unfortunately, we worked together and made various inquiries, but we still didn't get any useful information. What does Ling Feng's family do? Why is he so rich yet so low-key? The more unpredictable it is, the more terrifying it is. Humans are curious about unknown things, but they are also wary of them. This is a survival instinct that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Ling Feng is a super invisible rich man with an extremely mysterious background and a wealth that is a mystery.
Everyone advised Wang Yue to stay away from him. But Chu Yunxian, who had been madly infatuated with him for many years, couldn't get him. A public opinion crisis caused the group to suffer heavy losses. Wang Yue still couldn't swallow this anger in his heart. After all, he was the only one who bullied others over the years and had never suffered such a great injustice. After much thought, it would be too easy to be exposed if I took revenge on Ling Feng personally.
If my father finds out, wouldn't it be an even more serious crime?
By then it won't just be a slap in the face, but I'm afraid he will be hung up and beaten to death.
So Wang Yue decided to kill with a borrowed knife.
A communication card issued in someone else's name was found in the safe. After changing my phone, I also used voice-changing software to ensure that everything was foolproof.
Then he called Chu Tianwei.
And the other side.
Chu Tianwei was very angry and had just had a big fight with Chu Yunxian.
He said that he arranged for someone to lurk in the bar again in order to secretly protect Chu Yunxian. But Chu Yunxian insisted that Chu Tianwei just didn't want her to find out Ling Feng's whereabouts and didn't want her to find her daughter.
After pointing at Chu Yunxian fiercely, Chu Tianwei answered the strange call.
After listening for less than a few seconds, he suddenly stood up and his face changed drastically.
What? That little anchor is actually a super rich man?
It's just that his live broadcast room was blocked. What's the big deal?
What right does he have to drive my company out of Shangfeng Commercial Building? Is it because the building is his? I haven't failed to pay the rent, why is he so overbearing?
Chapter 35, Intolerable. I saw my stepfather looking terrified and angry. Chu Yunxian smiled coldly. You are allowed to block other people's live broadcast room for no reason.
You won't allow others to kick you out of your own building?
With such a double standard and a stinky face, it's no wonder that he would go back on his word. It was clearly agreed at the beginning that I would take the blame and go to jail for him, and after I was released from prison he would find a way to reunite her and her daughter. Now that I've been released from prison and returned home early, it would be fine if he didn't help look for me, but he actually finds ways to make things worse. He was afraid that he would find his daughter, so he would not be with Wang Yue.
Hello, are you talking? Hello? With a snap, Chu Tianwei slammed his phone angrily. Xu Hui, who was sitting next to him, immediately asked with concern. What happened?
Chu Tianwei said in an annoyed voice, that old bastard Wang Weilan accused me of meddling in other people's business and shouldn't have asked someone to shut down the live broadcast room.
He went to apologize and sold Shangfeng Commercial Building to the anchor at a discount. Now that little anchor is actually trying to drive our company out of the building. What do you think of this?
Chu Yunxian sneered, who told you to meddle in other people's business and shut down other people's live broadcast room?
Shut up. Chu Tianwei was very angry.
He had long known that he had been confused for a moment and had made a wrong decision that would please no one.
He offended both the Tianhai royal family and the invisible rich man. But that's the case with many people.
No matter how big a mistake they make, they are often unwilling to admit it and instead just blame others. Xu Hui quickly defended her husband. Your dad was too concerned. At that time, so many people scolded and blamed Wang Yue, and he was confused for a moment and asked someone to shut down the live broadcast room.
Chu Yunxian smiled coldly and stood up. Since the two families have become enemies, don't try to bring me and Wang Yue together. Chu Tianwei snorted twice. Even if you don't marry Wang Yue, you can't marry that poor guy in the bar. Chu Yunxian frowned and asked, who said I want to marry him? I just want to find my daughter as soon as possible. Please give me his phone number. I don't have his phone number. If you want to find him, go find him yourself.
After saying that, Chu Tianwei picked up his phone and left angrily.
Etc.
Chu Yunxian shouted and turned around. We agreed that if I came out of jail for you, you would find a way to reunite us mother and daughter.
Not only did you not help me find it, but you didn't even give me your phone number. What do you mean by that? Chu Tianwei stopped at the door and glanced sideways. What? Are you threatening me? Xu Hui was anxious. He hurried forward and pulled Chu Yunxian. Yunxian, what are you doing? How can you talk to your dad like that? What do you mean my dad?
My dad died a long time ago. He is just my stepfather. Chu Yunxian said angrily with red eyes. Xu Hui glared and scolded, your stepfather is also a father. Although he didn't give birth to you, he raised you for almost 20 years. How can you be so ungrateful? After hearing these words, Chu Yunxian could no longer bear it and became completely furious.
What did you say? I don't know how to repay your kindness?
In order to curry favor with the rich and powerful and build relationships to do business, you forced me to curry favor with those rich and powerful kids. Others say that I am a socialite, but I feel that I am as lowly as a lady, accompanying others to eat, drink and laugh.
Do you know how many times I have vomited after drinking? Have you ever cared about my feelings? Are there any parents like you?
If I wasn't being driven crazy, would I have gone to the bar to get drunk and found someone to go to a hotel to get pregnant?
Zhu Yunchuan's continuous questions made Zhu Hui lower her head and remain silent.
But at the same time, it also made Chu Tianwei's face even uglier.
What do you want to say? Do you think we owe you a lot over the years? Have you forgotten who sold everything he had and borrowed money from everywhere to get you treated when you were sick and hospitalized?
Zhu Yunxian snorted coldly. You saved my life, but how much money have I made for you over the years? I even went to jail abroad for you while I was pregnant.
Haven't I done enough?
Don't think that because you saved my life, I should let you enslave and exploit me for the rest of my life.
I don't owe you anything. Shut up.
Zhu Hui suddenly shouted. He raised his hand and was about to slap Chu Yunxian in anger. But Chu Yunxian did not retreat but moved forward, holding her snow-white neck high, waiting to be slapped.
Come on, hit me.
In the past, I was too easy on the ears and too kind. I was kind enough to repay you for saving my life, but you joined hands and kept blackmailing me morally, wishing to squeeze me dry.
Pause for a moment.
Chu Yunxian glanced coldly at Zhu Hui, who was filled with resentment. To be honest, I have long doubted whether you are my biological mother. Although I have called you mom for more than 20 years, there has never been a single day when I have felt what maternal love is.
The most important thing is that the difference between our height and appearance is too big, isn't it?
Zhu Hui looked a little flustered and quickly avoided Chu Yunchuan's gaze.
She didn't even dare to look Chu Yunxian in the eye. Chu Yunxian! Chu Tianwei suddenly roared, turned around and shouted angrily. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? You beat up my people, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe that I will call the police right now, sue you for intentional injury, and make you spend a few more years in jail? Chapter 36, What a coincidence. If you have the guts, report it. It's not like I haven't been in jail before, why are you reporting it? Chu Yunxian couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. She had had enough.
I don't want to be controlled and enslaved by my stepfather or morally blackmailed by my mother anymore. During the more than 2 years I served in prison, Chu Yunxian suffered bullying and torture and endured a lot.
What supports her and allows her to overcome everything with strength? It's a daughter.
If she were released from prison and return home early, she would want to find her daughter immediately and hug her tightly.
But Chu Tianwei secretly did something bad and didn't let him find his daughter. My daughter is the hope that keeps me alive. Since Chu Tianwei wants to extinguish this hope, threatening myself with jail time. Of course Chu Yunxian couldn't bear it anymore and broke off relations completely. Don't quarrel, don't quarrel. Zhu Hui rushed forward and pulled Chu Tianwei. Tianwei, calm down. Don't call the police. Don't let Yunxian go to jail again.
If she stays in jail for another 2 or 3 years, she will be 30 years old when she comes out. Her best years will be wasted in jail.
Chu Tianwei pushed Zhu Hui's hand away heavily.
He looked at Chu Yunxian coldly with anger.
She doesn't even recognize you as her mother, why are you still speaking for her? Since we are going to break up, let's do it thoroughly.
After saying that, Chu Tianwei immediately made a phone call. Xiangzi, don't let the doctor treat Along's wound yet, tell Along to call the police immediately. He said he was in the Moody's bar and a strange woman hit his head with a wineglass, and he wanted to sue her for intentional injury. He asked the police to immediately file a case for investigation, and said that his injuries were very serious and his whole body was in pain, and that an injury assessment should be done immediately. Don't worry about whether I want to kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Anyway, the longer Chu Yunchuan's sentence is, the more rewards I will give. Please send me a message after you call the police so that I can call the police and arrest the suspect immediately, so that I won't be accused of shielding the suspect. After giving the order with a sinister look on his face, Chu Tianwei raised his finger and pointed at Chu Yunxian.
Are you acting like a bully in front of me? Are you still yelling at me?
Since you don't have the face you need, then you should just stay in jail.
Chu Yunxian sneered. Are you trying to scare me?
I hit him with a wineglass in public and he bled a little. But he was conscious and moving normally, so it was impossible for him to suffer minor injuries. And even if it was a minor injury, I would be sentenced to 3 years in prison at most.
Chu Tianwei raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sneer. Not bad.
It seems that you not only developed a bad temper in prison, but also learned a lot. If it's just a scratch and a little bleeding, there's no need to be sentenced, just a fine of a few hundred yuan and detention of 10 days.
But how fragile is the human brain? Maybe you were fine at the time, but what if you got a concussion later? Chu Yunxian was furious. What do you want to do? To slander me? Chu Tianwei shrugged. No, how could I slander you? I'm just warning you, don't be too naive. You have no money and no people now, what can you use to fight me? As long as I want, I can make Aaron suffer a light injury or a serious injury. If you make me angry enough, I might even kill him and make you a murderer.
Anyway, so many people in the bar saw you hit him with a wine glass.
If you didn't kill him, who else could it be? Want to find your daughter? Humph, maybe in the next life.
Looking at Chu Yunxuan's furious expression. Those eyes that seemed to be spitting fire.
Chu Tianwei smiled triumphantly. Are you angry? Are you furious? Are you so angry that you want to kill me?
Chu Yunxian gritted her teeth and said nothing.
The sinister and vicious Chu Tianwei was just waiting for him to get furious.
The angrier and more angry I was, the happier he became.
At this point, there is nothing more to say. He glanced at Zhu Hui coldly,
not daring to say a word. Chu Yunxian became even more certain that she was not her biological child.
Turn around and look at Chu Tianwei.
From now on, I have only hatred towards you, no gratitude.
No matter what tricks you use to plot against me, I will take it.
Although I have no money, no power, no background, and even no place to stay, don't be too happy too soon.
Let's wait and see.
After saying that, Chu Yunxian strode out of the study with her head held high. Seeing that she took the initiative to call the police and turn herself in, Zhu Hui couldn't help but sigh softly. I thought you were just trying to scare her, but you were serious. Chu Tianwei snorted coldly. After more than 2 years in prison, she has truly grown up.
She is no longer the little girl who could be easily fooled. Do you think coaxing or scaring her will still work?
Zhu Hui lowered her head again.
After a while, there was an alarm outside the villa. Chu Yunxian got into the car and left without looking back.
Through the living room glass, Chu Tianwei looked at the police car going away and dialed the phone. Old Lu, there's no need to keep looking for Ling Feng and his daughter. He hung up the phone and lit a cigarette. Chu Tianwei was not worried about how to send Chu Yunxian to prison and make her spend more years in prison. What he is worried about now is that he has offended the Tianhai royal family and a mysterious rich man.
What should he do in the future? Is my company really going to be kicked out of Shangfeng Commercial Building?
Thinking of this, Chu Tianwei couldn't help but contact his friends on a certain live streaming platform. Brother, please do me a favor and send me the detailed registration information of that anchor. The more detailed the better.
After a while, the message arrived.
Chu Tianwei took a quick glance and was stunned for a moment.
Why is there another person called Ling Feng? And why does this phone number look so familiar? Same name, same phone? Damn, this can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the wild man that Chu Yunxian hooked up with in the bar was the mysterious rich man that even the Tianhai Wang family was afraid of? Chapter 37. This is a big trouble. Impossible. It's definitely not the same person. Chu Tianwei shook his head repeatedly. One is a poor guy who lives in public housing with his young daughter. One is a super rich man who can force the Wang family father and son to apologize and sell Shangfeng Commercial Building at a low price. The gap between the two is simply a world of difference. How could it be the same person? Mr. Chu, the sauna room is ready. The nanny's voice came, bringing Chu Tianwei back to his senses. When people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos. After earning billions of dollars in assets, Chu Tianwei pays special attention to health preservation. I spend a lot of time every day in the sauna and hot bath. Today is no exception. Only. When he returned to the bedroom after he had relaxed, Zhu Hui immediately reminded him. 20 minutes ago, Laoli called you and asked if you had finished reading the information he gave you? I haven't looked carefully yet. Chu Tianwei sat down and took out his mobile phone that was charging. He originally planned to return Laoli's call, but when he saw the call records, he suddenly made a surprising discovery.
The phone number dialed in the morning was exactly the same as the anchoress mobile phone number given by Lao Li.
There can't be anything wrong with the information Lao Li gave me. Could it be that this anchor, also called Ling Feng, just randomly filled in a number when registering? But now everything has to do with real name registration, so a randomly filled in mobile phone number won't pass verification at all, right? Watching my husband muttering to himself all the time. Zhu Hui was a little stunned. Husband, what are you talking about? Chu Tianwei raised his eyes and glanced at Zhu Hui. It's really strange. The online anchor that I asked my friend to ban today is called Ling Feng.
And the wild man that Chu Yunxian hooked up with in the bar 4 years ago was also called Ling Feng.
Zhu Hui smiled and said, with over 1 billion people, isn't it normal for people to have the same name and surname?
If you don't believe me, you can search online and you will definitely find many Ling Fengs.
Chu Tianwei shook his head vigorously repeatedly. No, if it was just the same name, it would be fine. The key is that they have the same phone number. Look at the registration information that Lao Li sent me, and then look at my call records this morning. Are they the same? Zhu Hui was a little puzzled. No way? You called Ling Feng this morning? Chu Tianwei said angrily, didn't I ask someone to give him money last night?
As a result, the boy not only refused to leave, but also injured Lu Ye's 4 brothers. I was so angry that I called him and told him to get out of Tianhai before noon.
But he asked me why I didn't get out of Tianhai. He was really arrogant. Zhu Hui frowned, looking a little confused. It's normal to have the same name. But it is really unbelievable that they have the same mobile phone number.
In this era, whether it is a mobile phone number or a bank card number, they are all unique and real name registered.
After thinking for a while, Zhu Hui asked, even if these 2 Ling Fengs are actually the same person, what impact does it have on us?
Chu Yunxian has already severed all ties with us and has turned herself in to the police, preparing to go to jail. Before she finished speaking, Zhu Hui couldn't continue. Because she suddenly realized.
If it's the same person, then it's a big problem.
Chu Tianwei not only wanted to kick Ling Feng and his daughter out of Tianhai, but also wanted to block Ling Feng's online anchor account.
No wonder, after Ling Feng became the new owner of Shengfeng Commercial Building, he wanted to drive Chu Tianwei's company out of the building. And tonight, if the frame-up succeeds and Chu Yunxian is sent to prison again.
She is the biological mother of Ling Feng's daughter. Their eyes met, and they both saw the panic in each other's eyes.
No, I can't let her go to jail.
You can't make the same mistake over and over again, otherwise this matter will be completely troublesome.
Chu Tianwei hurriedly made a phone call. The hands holding the phone were shaking slightly. However, at this critical moment, Xiangzi and Along's phone calls could not be reached.
I used WeChat to send voice messages, but no one answered.
Now, Chu Tianwei panicked and called Lu Yi immediately. Hey Lao Lu, can you find a way to find Xiangzi and Along immediately? It's urgent.
They must drop the case immediately and not accuse Chu Yunxian of intentional injury. After making the call, Chu Tianwei became restless and began to pace back and forth. I hesitated whether to call Ling Feng directly, apologize and admit my mistake, and say that everything before was a misunderstanding. He also swore that he would never let anyone frame Chu Yunxian and cause her to go to jail again, so that the family of 3 could not be reunited for a long time. But think about it carefully. I have already offended someone, is there any point in apologizing? He even called in the morning and asked Ling Feng to take his daughter and get out of Tianhai as soon as possible, threatening Ling Feng that if he doesn't accept the toast, he will have to drink a penalty drink and cry for mercy. But at night he apologized, admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness? Isn't this just slapping yourself in the face? Chu Tianwei felt that even if he risked his reputation, he really couldn't say it out loud. Anxiously waiting, wondering, fearful. I don't know how long it was before the phone finally rang. When I saw it was Lu Yi calling, I quickly answered the call. What? The evidence is irrefutable, she has been detained? With a click, the phone fell to the ground. Chu Tianwei's eyes went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 38, Money is more important than life. Husband. Zhu Hui turned over and got out of bed, quickly coming to Chu Tianwei. How are you, husband? Wake up. Zhu Hui pinched the acupoint under Chu Tianwei's nose with force. Stimulated by the pain, Chu Tianwei suddenly woke up. Without even bothering to shout, he immediately turned over and looked for his cell phone. The call with Lu Yi has not yet ended.
Lao Lu, do you know where she is being held? Okay, I'll find someone to help me.
After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianwei immediately looked for the person with the highest position.
Hello, Brother Zhang, it's me, Old Chu. I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night, but I have something urgent that I want to ask you for help. Chu Tianwei explained the situation quickly and concisely.
Of course, he didn't dare say that he and Chu Yunxian had completely broken up. Rather, it said that the victim, alone, had a small conflict with his daughter Chu Yunxian.
They were all family and it was just a misunderstanding.
I hope the case can be dropped immediately and Chu Yunxian released.
However, Lao Chu, do you think the law is a joke? Do you think you run the detention center? Just ask anyone who knows the law. Can a criminal case that has already been filed be withdrawn just because someone wants to?
This.
Chu Tianwei was confused for a moment. So what should we do now?
There was a heavy cold snort from the other end of the phone.
What to do? Of course, let the victim bite to death. They fought each other and then signed a letter of understanding.
Then find a lawyer to apply for bail pending trial, and when the prosecution brings charges, ask the victim to appear in court to help plead for justice. The victim's injuries were not serious, and the two parties reached a settlement. In general, the victim will be acquitted and exempted from punishment.
Chu Tianwei quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, thank you for coming back. I will definitely thank you very much."
Don't worry, things are tense these days. I don't want to go in and have tea like that. Hurry up and find a way to get him out.
After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianwei immediately called Lu Yi in a hurry. Lao Lu, we have found a solution.
We must get Aaron to sign the letter of apology as soon as possible.
What about the others?
Lu Yi on the other end of the phone sighed heavily.
Mr. Chu, I've already rushed to the hospital. If you want Aaron to sign the letter of apology, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer. Chu Tianwei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly I had a very bad feeling. Why? What happened to him? Lu Yi sighed and said, "Didn't you tell Qiangzi that Chu Yunxian must be imprisoned?
And the longer the sentence, the heavier the reward for them."
Chu Tianwei hummed twice.
I was right, but I just had a fight with Yunxian and said that out of anger.
Lu Yi said, but they took it seriously.
In order to make Along's injury more serious, Qiangzi hit him on the head with force.
As a result, the injury assessment results showed that Along was more serious, but he also fell into a coma and was sent for emergency treatment. WTF? Chu Tianwei felt dizzy and was shocked. Isn't this a case of self-defeating? Are Qiangzi and Along crazy in order to get more rewards? Do you value money over life? How can you move your head so easily?
The brain is the most important and also the most vulnerable part of a human being. Chu Yunxian smashed it with a wine glass, and it just broke and bled, not too serious.
But that doesn't mean you can hit him hard again in the same place. After all, it's the head, not the butt. It is a pity.
A scumbag like Qiangzi who is uneducated and unskilled.
A typical person with strong limbs but a simple mind.
He only wants to execute his own orders, which can please himself and make more money.
But he didn't expect that one more hit to Aaron's head could potentially kill him. What the hell should I do now? What should I do? Chu Tianwei was angry and annoyed.
Lu Yi on the other end of the phone suggested,
"How about letting Qiangzi surrender himself and tell the truth to the police?" Chu Tianwei chuckled. It was he who was in a hurry to report the case and arrest Chu Yunxian.
Now he is the one who wants to surrender himself and help Chu Yunxian prove her innocence.
Do you think the police will believe him? Does he have evidence to prove that he hit Aaron's head one more time? Lu Yi was speechless. What was originally a very simple matter has now become extremely complicated. Excuse me, Mr. Chu, I have to ask, why do you keep changing like this?
Sometimes you wish Chu Yunxian would spend the rest of her life in jail, and sometimes you're afraid she'll go to jail.
What on earth are you doing?
Your orders suddenly changed.
It would be difficult for anyone, let alone Qiangzi, to handle the situation, right? Chu Tianwei sighed heavily. Forget it, since things have come to this, let's just let it go. Inside the hospital,
Lu Yi looked at his phone with a depressed look on his face.
I really can't understand why Chu Tianwei would do this.
After hesitating for a moment, he went to a secluded place and called Lingfeng.
"Brother, I have some bad news for you. Your daughter's mother is going to jail again." Chapter 39 Ace Lawyer arrives. What? She's going to jail again?
Ling Feng lowered his voice and walked out of the bedroom to avoid waking up his daughter who had just fallen asleep.
Lu Yi explained it quickly. After listening, Ling Feng was a little confused. What's going on? Is Chu Tianwei crazy? Lu Yi sighed and said, I don't understand.
One moment he wants Chu Yunxian to go to jail, and the next moment he doesn't.
I really don't know what he is thinking.
Ling Feng frowned and said, they must have had a serious conflict first, and then Chu Tianwei regretted it, so his attitude changed suddenly.
The key now is how to rescue Chu Yunxian. My daughter urges me to find her mother every day. I can't delay any longer. Lu Yi let out a long sigh. This is a very difficult matter. Chu Yunxian injured Along in the bar.
There are witnesses and evidence, and Xiangzi has no way to prove that he aggravated Along's injuries. Therefore, based on the existing evidence, the police definitely believe that it was Chu Yunxian who severely injured Along and detained him criminally in accordance with the law.
There is nothing wrong with that. In this situation, it is easy to solve the problem by either finding a powerful friend or an exceptionally good lawyer, but can you find one?
Ling Feng smiled slightly. There was no such thing originally, but since I became the new owner of Shengfeng Commercial Building, I must have it.
I know what to do about this, thank you for telling me. Lu Yi smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Chu Tianwei has given up on bringing Chu Yunxian and Wang Yuwei together, and he won't let us look for you too. If you can find a friend to help you, go find one and get your woman out as soon as possible so that she can suffer less.
Ling Feng thanked him and hung up the phone. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters.
Social people like Lu Yi.
Although he is not a good person by nature, at least compared to the sinister and vicious Chu Tianwei, he can be quite righteous sometimes.
I hurried to the study and turned on the computer to check emails. Ling Feng quickly checked the tenant information of Shengfeng Commercial Building.
Although the property transfer process can only be handled tomorrow, Wang Lihua has already provided all the relevant information. Soon, Ling Feng found Ruili Law Firm. This firm has a great reputation. Because of its extremely high winning rate in lawsuits, it is known as Tianhai Pizza Hut.
For them, winning the lawsuit is normal. Certainly. As a top law firm in the industry, the fees are naturally not cheap. But the whole building belongs to me. A little lawyer's fee is nothing. The call was connected quickly. Hello, who are you? Shui Rui's voice came from the phone. There was some doubt in his tone.
After all, as the owner of a law firm, few people know his private phone number.
Hello, Lawyer Shui, my name is Ling Feng. Ling Feng? You are not the new owner of Shengfeng Commercial Building, are you? Yes, it's me. I want to ask you a favor. Is it convenient for you now?
Convenient, of course it is convenient for you, but it doesn't matter.
Just 2 or 3 seconds.
Shui Li's tone changed fundamentally.
Even the address has changed from you to you. The profession of lawyer seems to be very noble, but what is it really like? If you want to make money, you have to take on more cases.
The bigger the case, the higher the attorney fee.
So there is a billionaire like Ling Feng who owns a building.
He is simply the god of wealth in the eyes of lawyers, and they can't wait to lick his thighs.
After all, you can earn a lot by just representing a case. After listening to Ling Feng's introduction to the case, Shui Li immediately said, Mr. Ling, this case is complicated. Why don't we find a place to meet and talk?
Then Qing'an Detention Center.
After a moment,
Ling Feng knocked on the door and woke up Gui Shui, asking her to sleep with her daughter. Then he hurried downstairs, drove, and headed straight to the detention center.
There are few cars on the road in Tianhai late at night. Press the accelerator deeply and it roars. The Porsche was speeding along. 10 minutes later,
Ling Feng arrived at Qing'an Detention Center and parked his car outside the cordon. After waiting for a while, an Accord slowly drove over. Shui Li brought his wife Qin Rui with him. The couple are both ace lawyers and partners in the law firm.
After a brief chat, Shui Li reminded,
Mr. Ling, according to the law, family members are not allowed to visit during the period of criminal detention.
We'll go in later.
If you have anything you want to say to Miss Chu, you can send me a voice message and I'll play it for her.
Ling Feng took a deep puff of cigarette.
He took out his cell phone and sent a photo of the father and daughter to Shui Li on WeChat.
Don't be afraid, my daughter and I will always be waiting for you. Chapter 40 Beauty Crying. That's all? Anything else you want to say? Shueli asked with concern.
Ling Feng shook his head slightly.
Although there are many things I want to say.
But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. During the more than 2 years of raising his daughter alone, Ling Feng experienced a lot of hardships. We must hide our weaknesses, as the world is experiencing heavy rain.
All things live in mediocrity, and no one will bear more for you.
No matter how poor, tired, or hard the life is, even if you fall down and get injured, you must stand up immediately.
And why should I say these words to Chu Yunxian?
She had just returned home from prison, and now she is behind bars again. Let her see hope for the future, not the pain of the past. By the way, it is still uncertain whether Miss Chu can be released on bail tonight. So we prepared some daily necessities for her. Xin Rui took out a small bag from the trunk of the Accord. It is filled with various daily necessities such as towels, handkerchiefs, sanitary napkins, etc. Anyone who has been to a detention center knows how precious these seemingly insignificant little things are inside.
Thank you, you are really thoughtful.
It's okay, this is what we should do. After Shueli and his wife put on their ID cards, they immediately went to the guard post. After inspection, he was taken to the detention center.
Inside the detention center,
Xu Yunxian, who was sent in tonight, was detained in a transitional cell. The entire process, including taking photos, fingerprints, and blood tests, had already been completed.
Lying on the hard bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. How difficult it was to be incarcerated.
Having been imprisoned in a foreign prison for more than 2 years, Xu Yunxian naturally has a deep understanding of this.
Probably because I have nothing to do every day and am too bored.
Therefore, it is very easy to have conflicts and contradictions. Xu Yunxian was naive and weak at the beginning, but gradually learned to become cold and tough amidst bullying. But I never expected that the skills for survival in prison that I learned abroad would be used just 2 days after returning home.
Xu Yunxian has read and signed the criminal detention order.
Why did he suddenly become seriously injured and unconscious when he was only bleeding a little from a broken head?
Xu Yunxian certainly knew that this was Chu Tianwei's masterpiece.
Fearing that he would not be able to be imprisoned for a few more years, he turned a minor injury into a serious one. What was originally just detention and a fine has now become a minimum sentence of 3 years.
Want to say regret? Xu Yunxian really regretted why she didn't beat Chu Tianwei up before leaving.
Now that he has been criminally detained, he is instead enjoying a leisurely sauna bath at home. With a clang sound, Xu Yunxian frowned slightly and opened her eyes to glance. I thought there was a new person coming, but I only saw the supervisor pushing open the iron gate and walking in.
Xu Yunxian, your attorney is here.
Lawyer?
Xu Yunxian was stunned. When did I hire a lawyer? Could it be that Wang Yue arranged this again?
With doubts, Xu Yunxian turned over and got out of bed. After being handcuffed and shackled, I followed the guard to the visiting room. A thick bulletproof glass divides the room into two. Because the sound insulation is so good, both parties have to use the telephone to communicate. After sitting down, Xu Yunxian picked up the microphone. Xin Rui immediately said, "Hello Miss Chu, we are entrusted by Mr. Ling Feng."
Wait, Ling Feng?
Xu Yunxian looked surprised.
Wasn't he at Wang Yue who entrusted you to come here?
Xin Rui shook his head decisively. Of course not, Mr. Ling should be your lover, right? As he spoke, Shueli took out his cell phone. Sticking close to the bulletproof glass, Xu Yunxian could see the photo of Ling Feng and his daughter. With a loud crash, Xu Yunxian was so excited that she wanted to rush over.
But I couldn't move at all.
I could only stretch my hand as far as possible and touch the photo on the screen through the bulletproof glass.
It's him. It's him.
Xu Yunxian looked at Ling Feng's handsome smile. Look again at the sweet and lovely smiling face of his daughter in his arms. I couldn't help but burst into tears. When I separated from my daughter, she was still a baby and was still breastfeeding. Now he is 2.5 years old, and so much has changed. I am no longer the baby who only knew how to sleep when I was full and eat when I woke up. Now she has pigtails, clear black eyes, and a sweet smile that seems to be able to melt the whole world.
Is he okay?
Xu Yunxian burst into laughter, trying hard to hold back her tears.
Xin Rui smiled and said, Mr. Ling is of course very good. He is a billionaire and has a successful career.
Tonight, he just used 75 million shares of Yida real estate to exchange for Shangfeng commercial building.
Ah? Xu Yunxian was shocked. I couldn't believe my ears.
Chapter 41 The Worst Plan.
Are you sure he is worth billions? Chu Yunxian asked in astonishment. Qin Rui asked in surprise. Don't you know that Mr. Ling was the anchor involved in the Wangshao car accident that shocked the entire internet this afternoon? Then what?
The Wang family went to apologize and sold Shengfeng Commercial Building to Mr. Ling at a low price.
This. Chu Yunxian was stunned. She would never forget the night when she transformed into a woman.
In the past, she was like a socialite, drinking a lot to repay her stepfather for saving her life by helping him make friends with powerful and wealthy businessmen. How could she, who has a very good alcohol tolerance, get drunk after just a few drinks in the bar?
She was in a very bad mood that night and really didn't want to be manipulated.
So out of revenge, and thinking that Ling Feng was masculine and handsome, she took him to the hotel.
The two chatted for a while before parting the next day. Ling Feng in my memory. He is just an orphan struggling at the bottom of society. How did he become a billionaire in less than 4 years? Qin Rui couldn't help laughing. Miss Chu, Mr. Ling is really different now. Shengfeng Commercial Building is indeed his. The Wang family has already informed us that the new owner has become Mr. Ling.
From now on, our firm will have to pay Mr. Ling 100,000 yuan in rent every month.
As for your case, we will do our best to clear your name.
Chu Yunxian smiled bitterly twice.
Innocent? I'm not innocent. I did hit that guy.
I hit him twice with a wine glass. It was in the muddle bar at the time, and more than one person saw it. I hit him so hard that he bled. Qin Rui said quickly, but the victim was not seriously injured at the time, and he sent you home.
You became seriously injured because someone framed you. Chu Tianwei.
Chu Yunxian clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I felt more and more regretful, wondering why I didn't beat him up before leaving. Miss Chu, in order to facilitate our work, please tell us the whole story in detail. The more detailed the better. This story starts with my stepfather raising money to save me.
Qin Rui and his wife took notes as they listened.
After listening to it, I felt that Chu Yunxian was really miserable. He was morally blackmailed by Chu Tianwei and exploited to the extreme. He helped her go to jail for the crime, but Chu Tianwei still didn't let her go. Not only did he not allow the mother and daughter to reunite, but he also wanted to harm Chu Yunxian and wanted to put her in jail for life. After understanding the complete case, Shueli played Ling Feng's voice message. Chu Yunxian lowered her head, tears streaming down her face.
Miss Chu, do you have anything to say to Mr. Ling?
Although it doesn't comply with the regulations, I can record it for you to take out.
Chu Yunxian shook her head repeatedly.
No, I'd better not take a photo of myself looking so unlucky and haggard. Please tell him for me that he has worked hard over the years and I thank him.
Outside the detention center.
Ling Feng paced back and forth, with cigarette butts all over the floor. Finally, Shueli and his wife came back.
How is it? Can I get bail? Qin Rui shook his head slightly. Not yet. The victim is still being rescued.
Once he wakes up and issues a letter of forgiveness, the application for bail will be more likely to be approved. We must now prepare for the worst-case scenario where he is unable to wake up or even dies, and collect as much favorable evidence as possible. Shueli interrupted, by the way, Miss Chu asked me to bring you a message, saying that you have worked hard over the years, and she thanks you. Ling Feng laughed at himself.
Tong Tong is my daughter. No matter how hard it is my duty. Let's go to the Moody Bar now. 20 minutes later, at the door of the bar. When Wang Lin saw Ling Feng getting out of the Porsche, he was immediately impressed.
You've hooked up with a rich girl and become the son-in-law of the Chu family.
You've really made a fortune. This Panamera is indeed the most beautiful 4-door coupe.
It looks really good. Ling Feng didn't have time to explain, and immediately introduced after handing over the cigarette.
Qin Rui and Shueli are Chu Yunchuan's attorneys.
Regarding the case of her intentionally injuring someone in the bar tonight, I hope you can help cooperate with the work.
Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. No problem. Let's go inside.
After entering the bar, Ling Feng felt that everything was still so familiar. Perhaps because there was a bloody conflict tonight, the police came to investigate and collect evidence. So the bar was particularly quiet tonight, with only a few customers. We sat down at the bar, where everyone was talking about the case. There was a sound of did-did-day. Ling Feng didn't need to look back to know that it was the beautiful bar owner, Sister Mu, who was coming in high heels. She is tall, graceful, and charming, and every frown and smile is beautiful and attractive.
When Ling Feng worked part-time in a bar before, she made many dirty jokes.
He is an experienced driver who would race at the slightest disagreement.
Hey, Xiaofeng is back.
The fragrant breeze blows, and the beauty is in my arms. The beauty raised her hand and hooked Ling Feng's chin, with seductive eyes.
You haven't been to the bar for so long, don't you miss your sister? Chapter 42. The Vixen wants compensation.
The fragrance is lingering in the air, and the eyes are charming and enchanting. The graceful beauty sat lazily in his arms. If it was a young person who had just entered society, he would definitely be full of blood and panic at this moment. But Ling Feng has experienced the bitterness of life and the cruelty of reality. Faced with Mu Yixue's charm, he is no longer as shy and excited as he was in the past. A socialite like her is good at dealing with people and can get along well with all kinds of people. He seems to be a righteous man and speaks nicely, and he can do whatever he wants on weekdays.
But asking her to help at the critical moment is simply impossible. So what she said? If you take it seriously, you lose. Of course I miss Sister Mu, isn't she back?
TSK, are you coming back sincerely?
After rolling her eyes, Mu Yixue stood up from Ling Feng's thigh. Old one, you are so stupid. Xiaofeng came back to discuss something, why didn't you even prepare a fruit plate? Xiao Kong, hurry up and bring us some food and drinks. What are you standing there for?
After scolding them for a few words, the shrewd Mu Yixue came up to Xueli and his wife with a smile. The ace lawyer has such energy and spirit that he doesn't look like someone who often hangs out in bars.
You two look familiar to me. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. Xueli smiled slightly for Ling Feng's sake.
He respectfully took out his business card and handed it over with both hands.
Mu Yixue's smiling face froze in an instant. Rueli Law Firm? The legendary Tianhai Pizza Hut? There is no relationship that cannot be won, only lawyers that cannot be afforded? We can invite these two great lawyers. TSK. Not an ordinary person.
Thinking of this, Mu Yixue quickly turned around and shouted. Xiao Kong, take out all the bottles of wine I have hidden and treat the two lawyers well.
Xueli quickly said, no, we have business tonight, let's drink some other time. Okay, I'll listen to you.
After smiling slightly, Mu Yixue glanced at Ling Feng and said coquettishly. Xiaofeng, you have finally come to the end of your hard days as a full-time dad. Now that you have become the son-in-law of the Chu family and have become very successful, don't forget me, your sister. Ling Feng smiled faintly and was too lazy to explain.
Am I hooking up with the Chu family? Chu Yunxian injured Chu Tianwei's lackey. After being arrested, Chu Tianwei also arranged for an ace lawyer to help investigate the case?
Without having suffered cerebral thrombosis for more than 10 years, it is impossible to come up with such a bizarre fantasy.
After Mu Yixue walked a few steps away, she gradually realized that something was wrong.
Wearing high heels, she suddenly came back quickly.
No. Chu Yunxian injured her own follower, how could she be caught? Xiaofeng, what is going on?
Ling Feng was a little speechless. He motioned Wang Lin and the others to continue, and after walking a little further away from Mu Yixue, he explained. Yunxian severed ties with her stepfather, so Chu Tianwei had someone call the police and have Yunxian arrested.
It was that simple. Yeah.
Mu Yixue raised her finger and pointed at Xueli and the other person who were investigating and questioning.
Then who hired them to investigate the case? Of course it's me.
My daughter's mother is in jail, so I asked a lawyer to help investigate the case.
Isn't that right? Ling Feng asked back.
Mu Yixue's lips twitched slightly, and after looking him up and down, she shook her head and sneered.
Just you? Ask them to investigate the case? Brother, do you really need to fool your sister here?
You might as well just say it was Chu Yunxian who gave you the money so that you could have the confidence to hire them to investigate the case.
Ling Feng was slightly stunned and nodded slightly.
I don't think there's any need to explain too much.
You can understand it this way. Anyway, I'm really sorry for affecting your business tonight.
Mu Yixue smiled charmingly and stared at Ling Feng intently.
Now that you know, how are you going to compensate me? The charming eyes look like a fox spirit who wants to eat someone.
A slender hand with bright red nails gently passed in front of Ling Feng.
How would you like to compensate? The peak stands still and calm like a Buddha. Mu Yixue climbed onto Ling Feng's shoulders and leaned close to his ear.
I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years.
You look stronger and more manly.
Ling Feng asked with a smile. I am 2 or 3 years older, so I am more manly.
Sister Mu, just tell me how much compensation you want. Do you think I am short of money? Don't you understand what I want in compensation? Mu Yixue snorted and laughed, lifting Ling Feng's chin.
Ling Feng shook his head and said, no, the case is extremely urgent.
After we finish the investigation and evidence collection here, we have to go to the hospital. Mu Yixue smiled brightly with seductive eyes. I'm afraid the roads will be slippery after dark, so could you accompany me to the bathroom? Chapter 43 Who Dares to Move? Going to the bathroom?
Ling Feng smiled in his heart.
Things are different now. I used to be single and wander around freely.
Now not only does she have a daughter, but her mother is also being detained. Plus, with his wealth skyrocketing, it felt unnecessary to go to the bathroom with a slut like Mu Yixue.
Who knows how many times she went there tonight? Sister Mu, I really can't do this tonight. My daughter's mother is still under criminal detention.
And I believe you have heard tonight about her violent temper.
She would smash someone's head and make them bleed if she disagreed with them.
You said that with her bad temper, can I go with you?
What if she comes out and stabs me? I will be finished, right?
Ling Feng talked nonsense in a serious tone, but the effect was quite good. Chu Yunxian really shocked the whole audience tonight. She is definitely a ruthless person.
What if I go to the bathroom tonight and Chu Yunxian finds out? Wouldn't he that make my head burst? Mu Yixue couldn't help but shudder. You really scared me when you said that. After glaring at Ling Feng with resentment, Mu Yixue whispered like a resentful woman. But I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. You look more handsome and have a better figure. I'm really jealous. I don't care.
If you don't compensate me for my loss tonight, you must find an opportunity to have a long talk with me some other day. Ling Feng almost rolled his eyes. For the first time in my life, I felt that the words intimate conversation were really unbearable to hear.
What's that expression on your face? Have you forgotten how happy I was when I let you work in the bar?
Seeing that Mu Yixue was about to cry and make a scene, Ling Feng quickly said. I know you were nice to me before, I still remember that kindness.
But you also know that there is something really important to do tonight, can you understand?
Speaking of this, Ling Feng felt really regretful.
It's all because I was too young and hot-tempered back then.
He is totally unable to resist the temptation of beauty and can't stand sweet words. Besides, as a single poor loser, it is impossible for him to have a serious girlfriend. So I worked part-time in this bar at night until suddenly I had a daughter. Only then did he have to say goodbye to his dissolute youth and become a miserable full-time dad.
Mu Yixue poked Ling Feng in the lower back. This is what you said.
You must pay me back for what you owe me in the past 2 or 3 years. Ling Feng was about to speak when a few burly men suddenly came in from the door. A big gold chain on her arm with a flowery pattern, and a short haircut and a splayed walk.
You can tell at first glance that he is not someone you want to mess with.
Ling Feng hadn't been to the bar for more than 2 years and didn't know who the other person was.
Mu Yixue seemed very nervous and turned to leave.
Stop. The fat, bald man in the center took 2 slow steps forward.
Where are you going, bitch?
Mu Yixue slowly turned around and said with a forced smile.
Brother Biao, I didn't run away. I went to get you some wine. You misunderstood.
The bald man who was called Brother Biao snorted coldly.
I'm not here to drink tonight. The 7-day deadline is up, where's the money? Bring it to me now.
As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 burly men next to the bald man immediately stood in a row.
He stared at Mu Yixue, who was in a dilemma. Sister Mu, you didn't fail in playing cards, did you? Ling Feng asked curiously.
When he worked part-time at a bar before, Ling Feng knew that Mu Yixue was particularly obsessed with playing cards.
Celebrate when you win and vent when you lose.
Ling Feng had fought with her many times. She was more than a failure. She had simply fallen into an abyss. She lost her house and car, and even mortgaged the bar. The bald man touched the ring on his thumb and quickly looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was shocked and turned to look at Mu Yixue. You lost so much, why did you say you had no shortage of money?
Mu Yixue was so embarrassed that she winked at him repeatedly.
You go ahead and do your thing.
I can handle this.
As she spoke, Mu Yixue smiled shyly and walked towards the bald man.
Brother Biao, can you give me 2 more days? We are all acquaintances, I. Snap. A loud slap suddenly sounded. You ask me for leniency again and again, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?
As he said that, the bald man turned around and was about to slap Mu Ishuet again.
However, his hand was caught in mid-air by Ling Feng. Boy, who the hell are you? You're meddling in other people's business, are you looking for trouble?
Mu Ishuet covered her face and shouted, Xiaofeng, go away, this has nothing to do with you. Ling Feng smiled faintly.
Don't you want me to compensate you? Then I will repay you today.
As soon as the words were spoken, screams were heard. The bald man suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His wrist was severely twisted, with the back of his hand almost touching his arm, and he was wincing in pain. The 4 burly men he brought with him were about to move, but were stopped by Ling Feng's cold eyes.
Whoever dares to move, I will cripple him immediately. Do you want to try?
Chapter 44, Come and play with me at the pig slaughtering game.
The atmosphere suddenly turned cold.
The 4 burly men suddenly stopped. You look at me and I look at you, and neither of us dares to move. As the saying goes.
The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. As soon as Ling Feng made a move, he accurately grasped Brother Biao's wrist.
With just a simple break, Brother Biao felt like dying in pain. You can tell from practice that this has been done. If the 4 of them attack together, no matter whether they can win in the end, Brother Biao has already fallen into their hands and will definitely suffer first.
Get the hell out of here.
The bald man was sweating profusely and trembling all over in pain. Brother, please let go, brother.
Can we talk slowly? If you use more force, my hand will be broken.
Ling Feng glanced coldly at the bald man's painful expression.
There are 2 types of people I hate the most in my life. A kind of bullying women.
Another kind of shameless, beating women.
You did a great job, you got both.
The bald man begged for mercy with a bitter look on his face.
Brother, you misunderstood. I didn't bully her.
She lost money and owed gambling debts.
I pushed it back again and again, and I couldn't explain it to my boss, so I couldn't help but whip her.
Ling Feng sneered, is gambling debt also a debt?
I guess you must have set up a pig-killing scheme and slaughtered her as a fat sheep, right?
Can say the 3 words pig-killing bureau. The bald man immediately realized that this was an expert. In fact, the pig-killing scheme is simply a trap.
Find a person who is addicted to gambling and quite rich to be a fat pig.
By carefully setting up traps, the fat pigs are trapped deeper and deeper step by step. At a gambling table, except for the fat pigs, all other gamblers are agents. Let the fat pig win first and then lose, make it addicted and taste the sweetness, and then slaughter it mercilessly. After winning all the money and assets of the fat pig, they will not stop immediately. Use psychological tactics to persuade fat pigs to start mortgaging their properties, cars and other things for gambling.
When relatives and friends cannot lend money, he signs IOUs and continues gambling.
Not only did the fat pig become completely bankrupt, but he also had to go into heavy debt. The pig-killing game is over only when the fat pigs have completely lost their value for squeezing. Just like pork can no longer produce oil, then the game is over.
Certainly.
As soon as Ling Feng saw the silent bald man, he knew he had guessed right.
Mu Ishuet is a typical old gambler. If you win a little today, you may lose a little tomorrow.
With her assets and income, it is impossible for her to lose everything in normal play. The only possibility is that he was deceived and fell into a pig-killing trap.
Mu Ishuet lowered her head, looking ashamed.
I won a lot in the beginning, but gradually I got addicted and fell into the trap.
The more I lost, the more I wanted to win it back.
But the more I wanted to win, the more I lost. By the time I realized it was a scam, I already owed them a huge amount of debt and there was no way for me to get out. Ling Feng sighed and shook his head. Mu Ishuet can be considered an old hand. He was actually bewitched by evil spirits and fell into a trap to kill pigs. I guess it's not that the other party set up a clever trap, but that he was led into the trap by an acquaintance. Statistics have long shown that the vast majority of cases are committed by acquaintances.
Brother Biao, right?
You've cheated her out of a lot of money, but you're still not satisfied.
You have to force her into a corner before you're satisfied, right?
The bald man begged for mercy in pain. Brother, I don't really want to do this.
This is all the boss's idea. I'm just working for him.
Ling Feng increased the force slightly, causing the bald man to burst into tears due to the pain.
Who is your boss?
The bald man's facial features were distorted in pain.
Brother Bai Yufei. Ling Feng raised his eyes and glanced at the other 4 burly men. Tell your brother Bai to come over right away and tell him I want to gamble with him. I have other things to do tonight, so time is tight, so let's decide the winner in 1 round. If I win, he will tear up Sister Mu's IOU and spit out all the money he won from her. If I lose, I will compensate him with 10 school district houses, so that he can come quickly if he has the guts. After saying that, Ling Feng raised his leg and kicked. With a click, the bald man screamed and fell heavily to his knees. I was shaking with pain, as if I was having an epileptic seizure. Mu Yixue was about to speak, but was stopped by Ling Feng with a cold look. You 4 losers, what are you still doing? Call your brother Bai here. Doesn't he like to play the game of killing pigs and cheat people out of their money? His gambling skills must be quite good. Since he is so good at playing, come and win 10 school district houses from me. It's worth more than 100 million, doesn't he want it? Chapter 45, Shabby? Are you crazy? Mu Yixue asked anxiously and fearfully. Ling Feng smiled faintly. He looked back towards the bar. Shueli and his wife are still busy investigating and inquiring. Hey, I'm asking you a question? Mu Yixue blocked Ling Feng's sight. You clearly know that they are playing a game of killing pigs and are very good at gambling, so why do you still gamble with them? And where do you get 10 school district houses? What if you lose and can't pay them? Ling Feng lit a cigarette and started smoking. Don't ask me how I do things. Anyway, I will win back your lost money tonight, and I don't owe you anything from now on. You. Mu Yixue folded her hands in front of her. She looked at Ling Feng angrily, her red lips pouting and her eyes full of resentment. As the saying goes, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Is the love between us not so shallow? And I'm not a casual person. After you left, I never touched other men. Ling Feng grinned. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Mu Yixue. Haven't you been going crazy from loneliness over the past 2 years? You're so embarrassed to say that. Mu Yixue glared at Ling Feng fiercely with resentment. She snatched Ling Feng a cigarette and bit his red lips. While smoking slowly, he said quietly, I met your woman tonight. She is indeed a rare beauty, noble and cold, cool and sassy, and fascinating. Although you and her only have a fleeting relationship, you have a daughter after all. As long as you can get along with each other, you will definitely fall in love with each other over time. You're returning the favor tonight so that you can end our ambiguous relationship to avoid it affecting your relationship in the future, right? Ling Feng sneered, you know it, but you still ask? I took out my cigarette box and wanted to take out another one, but it was empty. At this time, Mu Yixue gently handed the cigarette back. Looking at you with deep affection. Gently placed the cigarette to Ling Feng's lips. If you really become rich, smoke better cigarettes and wear better clothes. A pack of soft purple clouds cost 10 yuan, and the clothes I wear are no more than 200 yuan. It's too shabby. Ling Feng smiled faintly. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. As an online writer, isn't the essence of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? The protagonist doesn't wear cheap street goods. How to disguise yourself as a strong person. How to make the villain despise and ridicule you. But Ling Feng really wasn't pretending to be poor on purpose. Instead, I'm used to not going to the supermarket if I have cigarettes to smoke, and not going to the mall if I have clothes to wear. Getting rich quickly means living a better life, rather than immediately throwing away the cheap things from the past. Life is about making yourself comfortable, not about trying to please others. Certainly. Mu Yixue is different. As she runs a bar, she has to deal with all kinds of people. Even if you have become a pauper, you still have to dress up beautifully. He glanced at the bald man lying on the ground in agony. Mu Yixue was still somewhat worried. He's in so much pain, should he be sent to the hospital? Ling Feng blew out a smoke ring and shook his head slightly. It's just a broken bone, I won't die. As he spoke, Ling Feng dragged the bald man to a booth as if he was dragging a dead dog. Bring the color cup and POS machine over here. Mu Yixue hurried to platform 8 and brought cigarettes, wine, and a fruit plate. Smoke Huazi instead of your Yunyan cigarettes. Mu Yixue handed over the cigarette with a smile. His eyes were full of awe and flattery. Ling Feng put the cigarette on the wine table and shook his head. I have smoked enough tonight. I have to wash myself properly when I get home, otherwise my daughter will say that I stink again. Smoking is bad for your health, it's best to quit. You can't quit, just like you can't quit gambling. Sigh. The two were chatting when a group of people rushed in. The leader, a man with a crew cut, had a saucy smile on his face and walked with a brisk pace. White t-shirt, white pants, white shoes. The guy dressed in all white must be the one they are calling brother Bai. Bai, I'm here. The bald man lying on the ground raised his hand with a sad face. Damn. Bai Yufei cursed angrily. He picked up a bottle of beer from the table next to him. With a few people, he rushed over with murderous intent. Chapter 46. What can you play with me? Are you looking for death? Bai Yufei rushed over and swung the bottle to hit Ling Feng. Stop. Mu Yixue shouted. Bai Yufei held the bottle and pointed it at Mu Yixue. You bitch, I asked you to pay back the money but you didn't, and you even had someone beat up my brother. Are you looking for death? Mu Yixue snorted coldly. I'm looking for death, so what? If you have the guts, kill me. If you dare to hit me today, I will never let you leave here alive. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Lin and others who were originally near the bar immediately rushed over to help. Bai Yufei snorted. Put the wine bottle on the table with a clang. Sit back and cross your legs. He looked at Ling Feng, who had been very calm, with a smirk on his face. He just rushed over with a bottle and almost hit him on the head. But he didn't even blink. He is definitely a ruthless person. Looking down, he saw the bald man still lying on the ground, and he was so angry that he kicked him. Why the hell are you still lying on the ground? If you're not dead, stand up for me. As soon as these words came out, two strong men came forward and helped him up. Bai Yufei stretched out his right hand and someone immediately handed him a cigarette and lit it. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, he sneered and asked. Mu Yixue, where did you find this poor loser? Do you think you can refuse to pay your debt just because you know some mediocre kung fu and are good at fighting? Hearing the 3 words poor, Ling Feng couldn't help but look down. Compared with Bai Yufei, who was wearing a suit of famous brand Armani and a Longines platinum watch, he did look a bit shabby. It seems that when I have time, I have to buy myself some decent clothes, so that people won't always think of me as a poor loser. Ling Feng secretly made up his mind. At this time, Mu Yixue couldn't help but get angry. Don't worry about who he is, I'll ask you one question. You have the ability to play the pig-killing game and make me bankrupt, so do you have the guts to bet big with me again? Bai Yufei laughed out loud. Still betting? What qualifications do you have to bet with me? He snapped his fingers and someone immediately handed him a briefcase. Bai Yufei took it in his hand and waved it. In addition to losing more than 2 million in cash, you also mortgaged your house, car, and bar to me. After you lost all your money, you asked me to sign 3 IOUs, totaling almost 20 million. Putting the file bag beside him, Bai Yufei leaned forward slightly with a wicked smile on his face. You want to win one game and get your money back immediately, but you have to have the capital, right? It is said that there are 10 school district houses. Where is the property certificate? Take it out and let me open my eyes. A school district house is worth tens of millions, and you actually said you have 10? Are you kidding me? After taking a deep puff of his cigarette, Bai Yufei looked at Mu Yixue with a sly smile on his face. But you don't have the capital, but still want to take a gamble. I can help you. With your looks and figure, it would be easy for you to earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a day by working in a nightclub after you lose. As long as you work for me for 3 years, we'll be even, how about that? As soon as the words fell. 2 clicks. Ling Feng threw the Porsche keys and driving license onto the table. I came in a hurry tonight, so I didn't bring my property certificate, but the brand new Porsche Panamera at the door is mine, and besides. Ling Feng threw another bank card onto the table. There are more than 5 million yuan in this card. If you don't believe me, you can use the POS machine to check my bank deduction text message. Bai Yufei was stunned. I didn't expect that he looks shabby but is so rich. After taking a deep puff of cigarette, he snorted and sneered. Your car and card are worth at most 8 million yuan in total. With just 8 million, you want to win 20 million from me. Do you think this is fair? Ling Feng extinguished his cigarette and snorted coldly. You've used a pig-killing scheme to cheat people, and you still have the nerve to talk to me about fairness? If you insist on fairness, then let you be the banker and roll the dice. After saying that, Ling Feng threw the color cup towards Bai Yufei. Bai Yufei got the color cup and frowned. What are you standing there for? Aren't you a great gambler?
Ling Feng urged with a sneer.
One game decides the outcome? If Ling Feng guesses wrong, he can make nearly 8 million?
Bai Yufei gritted his teeth, held the cigarette at an angle, and shook his hands violently. After shaking for a while, it slammed onto the table with a clang.
Boy, should I buy a big one or a small one? Chapter 47, Don't be dissatisfied if you lose. Bai Yufei had an evil smile on his face. One game decides the outcome.
If you win, you can take away 8 million. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never had anything so exciting.
Mui Shui and others on the side were so nervous that they almost suffocated. This game is too big. Victory or defeat depends on a moment. Fly into heaven or fall into hell?
For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Ling Feng.
As for Ling Feng,
not only was there not the slightest bit of nervousness, but it was full of anticipation. And just when Bai Yufei shouted by big and small, there was a ding in his mind.
Multiple choice question. The system will definitely be activated.
The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute. If the host chooses the smaller one, he will receive 20 million yuan in compensation.
If the host chooses big, he will receive a reward of 10 million yuan. Choose small compensation? Choose a big reward? The proof is definitely big. Hey, what are you standing there for? Do you have X-ray vision? Have you read too many urban supernatural novels? Bai Yufei was a little impatient.
Ling Feng smiled faintly.
Of course a grown man would choose the bigger one, who the hell would choose the smaller one?
Mui Shue's pretty face turned red, she bit her red lips and stared at the color cup. Others also held their breath and watched intently. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Bai Yufei looked at Mui Shue with evil and cold eyes. Are you nervous? Are you scared? If you lose this round, you will cause him to lose 8 million.
8 million. Ordinary people can't earn that much money in their lifetime.
He can use so much money to gamble for you, it seems that your relationship is not simple.
Mui Shue was impatient. Stop talking nonsense and open it quickly.
Bai Yu flicked the ash off his cigarette, but glanced at Ling Feng unhurriedly.
Hey bro, is it worth spending 8 million on this woman?
For a girl like her, let alone 8 million, I can find you a better one for 10,000 yuan. Ling Feng smiled but said nothing.
Bai Yufei talking so much nonsense only proves that he is very nervous.
Once a person enters a special emotional state such as tension, excitement, fear, etc.,
adrenaline will accelerate its secretion, stimulate the central nervous system, and put the cerebral cortex in an excited state.
This is also why some people talk nonsense after drinking too much and go crazy after a breakdown.
Okay, if you don't have the guts to use the color cup, I'll just consider myself the winner of this round. Nonsense, how could I be cowardly?
Bai Yufei snorted coldly and raised his hand to open the color cup.
3, 5, 5, 13 o'clock. Ah, we won. We won. Mui Shue suddenly became very excited.
She threw herself into Ling Feng's arms and kissed him wildly.
Ling Feng couldn't hide from Mui Shue, who was so excited that she was almost crazy.
After pushing her away with all his strength, he shouted loudly. I'm willing to admit defeat, throw the file bag over here.
Hearing this, Mui Shue woke up instantly.
Bai Yufei, give me back my things. Also, I have more than 2 million in cash.
Do you want to pay by card or transfer? Bai Yufei said nothing. Like being petrified into a statue.
After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, he picked up the file bag with shaking hands.
What?
If you lose a bet, you must accept the consequences.
If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. This is the rule of the underworld. Wang Lin asked loudly.
At the same time, several security brothers also showed their weapons.
The corners of Bai Yufei's lips twitched slightly. He threw the file bag heavily at Mui Shue.
Damn it, I owe you the cash first, I have to play another round.
No.
Ling Feng moved the POS machine forward. Pay the money first, then we can continue playing.
Mui Shue opened the file bag, found 3 signed IOUs, and quickly burned them.
He cheated me out of more than 2.4 million yuan.
I don't want the change. Even if it's 2.4 million yuan. As soon as the words fell,
Bai Yufei slammed a gold card onto the table. Okay, come on, swipe your card early and continue early. Bai Yufei gritted his teeth, his eyes anxious. When Ling Feng saw his appearance, he knew that he was an addicted gambler.
Mu Yixue hurriedly swiped Bai Yufei's card. Please confirm the amount and enter the password if it is okay. Bai Yufei took a glance and immediately entered the password.
Soon, with a hissing sound, the receipt was printed out. With a ding sound, Bai Yufei took out his mobile phone again and showed the bank text message he had just received. His eyes were fierce and impatient, and his hand holding the phone was shaking slightly.
Did you see that?
I still have over 6 million in my account.
Let's play another round. If you lose this time, I will take all your savings plus your Porsche. Do you dare to play, kid? Chapter 48. I'll accompany you to the end.
Ling Feng smiled awkwardly. Of course I dare to play, but why are your hands shaking?
Are you afraid? Bai Yufei slammed the table hard. I'm not afraid of anything. What is there to be afraid of?
He said so, but his expression and eyes had already betrayed him. One game can mean hundreds of millions of wins or losses. Even if he is a professional gambler and has experienced all kinds of gambling. But I have never experienced such a simple, rough, and exciting way of playing in my life.
Greed and excitement are intertwined, and tension and fantasy are fermenting.
Therefore, the whole person is destined to be in a state of extreme excitement, on the verge of madness. Ling Feng slightly side-glanced at Mu Yixue.
Do you dare to play another game with him? Mu Yixue pouted and said, You are not afraid of playing, so what should I be afraid of?
Besides, even if I lose, I will only lose the 2.4 million I just received.
Come on then. Bai Yufei shouted.
He threw the cigarette butt to the ground and picked up the color cup and shook it wildly. That hideous appearance, like that of a demon or a devil, seemed as if he would go insane at any time. A fierce shake like a tiger. I don't know how long the rustling sound lasted.
Finally, with a clang, Bai Yufei placed the cup heavily on the table. Guess, is it big or small this time? Another multiple choice question?
Ling Feng felt that this way of playing was perfect for him. However, the system's compensation and reward amounts are determined based on the chips. The bigger you play, the bigger the compensation reward. This time, the winner will receive 10 million in compensation. Those who choose to participate in the competition will receive a reward of 7 million yuan.
What are you standing there for? Guess now. Bai Yufei asked impatiently.
Ling Feng chuckled and said, A grown man should choose a big.
Still choose big? Mu Yixue was a little nervous.
After all, if she guessed wrong, she would lose 2.4 million.
The money that just came into my account hasn't even been saved for a few minutes. If you transfer the money out immediately, it will cost a lot of handling fees both in and out. What are you afraid of? At worst, just pretend you didn't win. Besides, didn't you get your house and car back? You also burned the IOUs.
Ling Feng was calm and composed, but Mu Yixue was very nervous. But you spent more than 5 million, plus a brand new Porsche.
Ling Feng chuckled and said, It's okay, it's just a little money, right Mr. Bai? Bai Yufei was stunned. Oh yes, it's just a little money, what are you afraid of?
As he said this, he picked up the dice cup.
3, 5, 6, what the hell, how come it's big again?
Mu Yixue stood up and took a look, then immediately smiled. She turned around and was about to throw herself into Ling Feng's arms again. But this time, Ling Feng was prepared and raised his hand to push her away.
Amid the exclamations and murmurs, Ling Feng sneered. Mr. Bai, what are you still standing there for?
Hurry up and swipe your card to pay.
Yes, swipe the card.
Mu Yixue came to her senses and immediately operated the POS machine to swipe the card.
Go ahead and enter your password.
Mu Yixue handed over the POS machine with both hands with a playful smile.
Bai Yufei seemed to have become a vegetable and didn't hear anything.
He stared at the 3 dice in a daze, like an old monk in meditation. After 2 or 3 seconds, he shook his head slightly and the corners of his lips twitched.
No, that's impossible. How could I lose 2 games in a row?
After muttering twice, Bai Yufei suddenly looked up at Ling Feng. His eyes were a little red, full of unwillingness.
I don't agree. Let's do it again. If you want to come, you have to enter the password first. Mu Yixue urged urgently. Bai Yufei seemed to be possessed.
He didn't care at all how others tried to persuade him. After taking the POS machine, he started pressing buttons frantically.
Ziz, 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 the receipt is printed out.
With a ding, the deduction text message also came. Please sign and seal your name so that they won't say it was stolen and blame me for it. Muishua handed over a pen, but since there was no ink, she used lipstick to paint her thumb. After losing 2 games in a row, Bai Yufei seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. I was only thinking about continuing the 3rd game, so I signed the contract very quickly.
Okay? Come on, round 3.
Ling Feng smiled coldly and said, I can play with you to the end, but what do you have to play with me?
As soon as Bai Yufei stretched out his hand, someone immediately handed him a handbag. After opening it, there were many bank cards.
In a panic, he took out 5 cards and placed them on the table, and also placed the Mercedes-Benz keys on it. As if the weight was not enough, he put a Rolex watch and jade pendant on it.
5 cards cost almost 3 million.
Mercedes-AMG's G63 SUV has been on the market for less than a year and is worth at least 1.5 million. In addition, I just bought a Rolex watch at the beginning of the year, which cost more than 400,000 yuan.
The jade pendant is definitely made of glass and is worth hundreds of thousands. All these together are worth only 5 million. But if I win this time, you will lose all your money to me. Chapter 49 Who Will Kill Whom? Muishua stood up suddenly, furious. Why?
You only have 5 million, and you want to win more than 10 million from us.
Why don't you just rob us? Bang! Bai Yufei slammed his handbag heavily on the table.
Just based on the first game, you only had less than 8 million, and I bet nearly 20 million with you.
When you play with me, it's not about what you have, but what I have.
Looking at Bai Yufei, who looked like he was possessed, Ling Feng shook his head and laughed. It's not that I don't want to play with you, but I have something urgent to do tonight. It is said that things never happen more than 3 times. Since we have to play the 3rd round, it must be the last round. If we're going to play, let's play big. My sister Mu and I have mortgaged our house, car and savings, which totals over 30 million.
What about you? Why don't you ask your relatives and friends to chip in some more? Otherwise, with only 5 million, are you ashamed to play with me? Bai Yufei hesitated to speak.
After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at Ling Feng.
You want to kill me completely? Okay, I want to see who will kill the other.
Picking up his phone, Bai Yufei immediately started calling for help.
People in his line of work certainly have a lot of bad friends.
In order to set up a scheme to cheat someone, it is common to borrow money from each other. What's more, Bai Yufei also promised to mortgage the house. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Bai Yufei borrowed more than 10 million yuan.
I have almost 20 million now, so this should be enough, right?
Ling Feng smiled faintly.
Okay, start shaking.
Bai Yufei raised his eyebrows and shook his head decisively. No, I rolled the dice the first 2 times, but it's your turn in the last round. Ling Feng's heart trembled. I'm shaking my ass. Only when faced with choices can the system be stimulated. So I shook my head and smiled decisively.
I won't shake it, lest you accuse me of cheating. I'll do it. Muishua volunteered and was extremely active.
Bai Yufei just rolled his eyes. No, you run a bar and you play dice every day. What if you cheat?
Ling Feng glanced at the bald man.
This guy is holding his right wrist with his left hand, and his face is still in pain.
Why don't you let him come?
His wrist is injured and he can't control his strength, so he can't cheat.
Following Ling Feng's line of sight, Bai Yufei saw the bald man.
He took a closer look at his wrist, which had become swollen and enlarged.
Hey, that's a good idea, Biao. I'll leave this task to you.
The bald man wanted to cry but had no tears.
Brother Bai, I can't do this. My hand feels like it's about to break. It hurts so much. Bai Yufei's eyes widened with anger. If you were normal, I wouldn't want you to shake it. Come on, shake it for me.
The bald man had no choice but to pick up the sex cup while enduring the pain.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
After shaking it a few times, it slammed it on the table.
My wrist hurts so much.
I'll guess first.
Bai Yufei suddenly roared.
After staring at the color cup, he smiled smugly and said,
This time, I also chose the big.
Hearing this, Ling Feng was speechless.
Nima.
Without being faced with a choice, the system failed to activate.
What should I do now? Just gamble on your luck and make a blind guess? But at this moment, etc.
Muishua suddenly spoke and turned to look at Ling Feng.
Will you choose big or small this time? I guess you will choose big again? If both of you guess big, how do you know who wins and who loses? Ling Feng couldn't help laughing.
I had decided to just gamble on my luck.
Unexpectedly, Mu Yixue assisted at the critical moment.
The system was successfully activated for the third time.
But this time it's different. The reward for choosing the smaller one is 20 million. The compensation for choosing a big one is 34 million.
In order to avoid further accidents, Ling Feng made a decisive choice.
Since he has chosen the big one, then of course we should choose the small one. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Bai Yufei smiled happily. Damn it, I should get my money back this time.
Pushing the bald man away, Bai Yufei opened the dice cup.
In an instant,
the smile suddenly froze, pupils widened, and mouth opened wide.
2, 2, 2, 6 o'clock, we win again. Mu Yixue jumped up and down with excitement, cheering and screaming, as happy as a little girl.
Bai Yufei was distraught, as if he had lost his soul, and collapsed to the ground.
No, it's impossible. How could I lose 3 games in a row? Cheating, you must be cheating, damn, you must be cheating. Mu Yixue was surprised. Are you crazy? We have never touched the color cup, how could it be possible to cheat?
You were the one who shook the phone the first 2 times, and Brother Bia was the one who shook the phone the last time.
If anyone is cheating, it must be you, right?
Bai Yufei suddenly turned his head and looked at the bald man.
Brother Bai, I am innocent. You forced me to shake. Bai Yufei's face flushed. He suddenly got up and yelled at Ling Feng with a ferocious look on his face. I still have money to play one more round. This is the absolute last round. I don't believe it. I will lose again. Again. Chapter 50, completely lost.
Ling Feng smiled but said nothing. Knowing that Bai Yufei had lost completely, he had gone crazy. Tens of millions were gone just like that, anyone would go crazy.
Coming again? Mu Yixue snorted coldly, you haven't even paid me the money just now. I'll give it to you now.
As he spoke, Bai Yufei took the initiative to pick up the POS machine and said impatiently. Come on, swipe your card quickly, finish it quickly, and start the 4th game quickly.
Seeing Bai Yufei like this, his gang suddenly became anxious.
Brother Bai, you can't play anymore, calm down.
I can't afford to lose, Brother Bai. I can't get stuck in this anymore.
Stop playing, Brother Bai.
I'm unlucky tonight. Can you please stop playing?
You have no money left, Brother Bai, you can't play anymore, you already owe a lot. The accomplice kindly advised.
Bai Yufei was furious.
Suddenly he picked up a bottle of wine, turned around and swung it fiercely.
Get lost. It's my money, I can play with it however I want. Whoever keeps talking nonsense will be killed by me. What are you standing there for? Get lost.
Bai Yufei was furious and murderous. He was so exhausted from losing that he seemed to have lost all hope. After driving away all his accomplices, he bit off the bottle cap and gulped down a few gulps of wine. Come on, tell me how much money is in each card, then swipe the card and enter the password one by one.
Mu Yixue had no intention of showing mercy.
A few days ago, I was almost bankrupt by Bai Yufei's carefully set up pig killing scheme, and I was at my wit's end. Bai Yufei never sympathized with her.
Instead, he used threats and inducements to force her to pay back the money.
If she doesn't pay back the money, she will be forced to work as a hostess in nightclubs to earn money to pay off the debt. And now, while Bai Yufei is already losing like crazy, of course I will take advantage of your weakness to kill you.
After a while, the last card was also used up. Mu Yixue also quickly handwrote a vehicle transfer agreement. After signing and sealing, Bai Yufei smiled grimly with shining eyes. Come on, let's play the 4th game. Mu Yixue smiled sweetly. Still playing? Okay, what else can you bring to play with us? Bai Yufei touched his wrist and neck, then searched his trouser pockets. Finally, I picked up the handbag containing many bank cards. I still have the card, I still have money, I can borrow from friends, let's play one more round, it's really the last round. Mu Yixue smiled coldly. He didn't want to say anything more and just gave Wang Lin a look. Several security guards immediately understood what he meant. This is a good time to collect the reward. They swarmed over quickly, dragged Bai Yufei, and carried him directly to the back door. Bai Yufei looked nervous and frightened, struggling and shouting continuously. What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am? Hurry up and let go. I want to play again. I want to play another round. I can still turn the tables. I still have money. I really still have money. Mui Shue? Mui Shue? The shouting gradually faded away and finally disappeared completely.
Ling Feng silently put the card and car keys in his pocket, preparing to leave with Shueli. He didn't spend a penny, but received 3 rewards and made 37 million in free money. Let the system deposit money into the bank card, and now the balance is more than 40 million, which is a great harvest. Now that the work has been done and Shueli and his wife have completed the investigation and evidence collection, it is time to rush to the hospital. But after taking a few steps, Mui Shue caught up with him.
Xiaofeng, wait a minute.
Thank you so much for tonight. Without you I would still be in debt. I know you won't take my house, car, and savings, but you can't give up by Yufei's. Ling Feng glanced at the car keys, watch and pendant in Mui Shue's hand.
You should keep these things and deal with them. As for the money, just give it as you see fit.
But tonight everyone cooperated with the police and lawyers to investigate the case. Thank you for your hard work. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share.
We won a lot, so we must share some with everyone.
As soon as he finished speaking, the waiters cheered and shouted excitedly.
Mui Shue nodded repeatedly. I know what to do. Go to the hospital right away. I'll transfer the money to your salary card later.
Ling Feng smiled slightly. Amid everyone's cheers and thanks, he and Shueli and his wife hurried away. Just walked out of the bar. Ling Feng vaguely heard Bai Yufei's wailing coming from the alley behind him.
I wasn't curious enough to watch the fun. I've seen this kind of thing happen a lot in bars before.
The drunk and crazy people were causing trouble in the store without any eyesight. Anyone who was taken out through the back door would inevitably receive a physical warning. Buzz. Accompanied by the roar of the engine. The Porsche Panamera suddenly accelerated and quickly disappeared into the darkness.
Chapter 51 What a Scam.
At the door of the emergency room, Chung Chang slumped on the ground, listless and as if he had lost his soul.
He never dreamed of it. Chu Tianwei actually changed his words so quickly.
At the beginning, it was said that Chu Yunxian would be put in jail, and the longer the sentence, the greater the reward.
But Gu Xiaolong's minor injury was enough to cause Chu Yunxian to be detained and fined.
In order to get more rewards, the two brothers decided to hit the wound before the injury was assessed. He didn't expect that the injury from his punch would be very serious. But his good brother Gu Xiaolong was in critical condition due to intracranial bleeding. He never expected that he would successfully frame Chu Yunxian and cause her to be criminally detained. As a result, Chu Tianwei suddenly changed his mind and didn't want her to go to jail. This really screwed Chung Chang over.
Gu Xiaolong is still being rescued. Cheng Chang was also unable to produce evidence to prove Chu Yunchuan's innocence to the police. Even worse is,
I Haven T received a penny of the so-called reward, and I Haven T even paid the surgery fee.
Suddenly,
there were hurried footsteps. Chung Chang turned his head slightly, thinking that more medical staff had come to help with the rescue. But unexpectedly, it was Lu Yi who brought 2 men and 1 woman. He is Chung Chang, nicknamed Xiangzi. He was originally Chu Tianwei's right-hand man, but he was badly screwed tonight.
Things got so bad, but Chu Tianwei not only ignored it, but also didn't send a penny.
I was really screwed.
Hearing Lu Ye's voice, Chung Chang looked up at Ling Feng.
Then he immediately lowered his head. It was he who sent Chu Yunchuan's daughter to the bar and handed her over to Ling Feng.
Chu Tianwei, Haven T, I called you yet?
Lu Yi asked in a deep voice. Chung Chang lowered his head and shook it slightly.
Lu Yi couldn't help laughing and looked at Ling Feng. Now you know how deceiving Chu Tianwei is, right?
Ling Feng smiled faintly. He was not interested in how badly Chu Tianwei betrayed his subordinates. Yunxian and her stepfather Chu Tianwei have completely broken up. I have to find ways to help Yunxian prove her innocence. Shueli and Qin Rui are both famous top lawyers in Tianhai. Please cooperate with them in their work. If you can successfully help Yunxian prove her innocence, I will reward you handsomely. Lu Yi immediately stepped forward and helped Chung Chang up and sit on a chair.
Chu Tianwei is a jerk.
He screwed Yuan along so badly. You two really don't need to continue working for him.
Why don't you help Ling Feng? He will definitely not treat you unfairly. Chang Chang raised his head and said weakly. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Shueli immediately prepared to ask questions, while Qin Rui was responsible for taking notes.
Please describe the whole process in detail starting from when you met Gu Xiaolong tonight.
Cheng Chang sighed and said slowly. At about 8 o'clock, Along brought the young lady back home.
Chu Tianwei called the young lady to the study and asked me to take Along to the hospital to treat the wound. I saw that Aaron was able to talk and walk, and his injuries were not serious, so we talked as we walked, slowly walking to a small clinic next to the community. As soon as he arrived at the clinic, he received a call from Chu Tianwei, asking Along to call the police, saying that a strange woman had smashed his head and he wanted to sue her for intentional injury. After Chang Chang finished speaking, Shueli immediately started asking questions.
At the small clinic you two went to, did the doctor check Aaron's injuries?
She had read it, but before she started to deal with it, Chu Tianwei called.
Half an hour later, Shueli asked Qin Rui to continue asking for details.
He took Ling Feng to the corner and said with a relaxed smile.
This case was easy to handle.
After Gu Xiaolong was beaten, he and Chu Yunxian left the bar and went home, and then went to a small clinic. This is enough to prove that he was not seriously injured at the time, so we can apply for a higher level of medical evaluation.
Of course, if Gu Xiaolong could be rescued and Chang Chang was willing to confess, the case would be much simpler.
But no matter what, I promise that this case will be resolved within 3 days, so you can rest assured. Ling Feng smiled with relief.
I couldn't help thinking, it's great to have money. If you have no money, would a top lawyer run around for you in the middle of the night? Will Chang Chang willingly cooperate and answer all questions?
He signed the agency agreement happily and earned $200,000 in agency fees.
The remaining balance will be paid after Chu Yunxian is acquitted. A few minutes later,
Ling Feng came to the toll window to pay. Saving Gu Xiaolong will help the case, and it's worth spending tens of thousands of dollars. Just as I was about to go home to be with my daughter, I saw an ambulance rushing towards me.
Ling Feng quickly dodged. But I only saw Su Weiwei being carried out of the car by medical staff. Pale and in great pain.
There was a medical bandage wrapped around his abdomen, and the bandage was soaked red. It was clear from one look that he had been stabbed by someone.
Chapter 52, So Bizarre and Evil. Mr. Ling, why are you here?
Su Weiwei saw Ling Feng and tried to struggle to get up.
I'm here to visit the patient. Please lie down and don't move.
Ling Feng shouted hurriedly.
Are you her friend? Go and register and pay for her appointment. After the nurse on duty gave a reminder, Su Weiwei was immediately pushed to the emergency room.
Although she is not a friend, she is my daughter's teacher after all. Ling Feng went to register without hesitation and paid 20,000 yuan in advance.
I thought I could just hand the form to the nurse and leave.
But I didn't expect that I would have to sign various forms and buy things needed for hospitalization.
Not long after we finished our work, the police arrived. Upon asking around, we learned that Su Weiwei was attacked and verbally abused by 2 middle-aged women in the shopping mall.
Afterwards, all 3 were taken to the police station for mediation.
The 2 middle-aged women were extremely emotional. After repeated persuasion, they finally apologized. Unexpectedly, not far from the police station, they suddenly surrounded Su Weiwei.
One of them snatched a fruit knife from a passing vendor and stabbed her on the spot.
At present, the 2 middle-aged women have been detained.
Because people often cause trouble for Su Weiwei, she has become a familiar face at the police station. I have advised her before to be careful. It's best not to continue working in the gym as a personal trainer for middle-aged men with families. In the past, those who suspected her husband of cheating would insult and beat her just to vent their anger. But this time, he met a tough guy who dared to use a knife, so naturally he suffered a great loss. And this time he was stabbed in the abdomen.
What if I encounter someone even more ruthless in the future? There's no need to risk your life just to make a little money, right? Before leaving, the police officer reminded Ling Feng to go back and persuade Su Weiwei to find a new job as soon as possible. What else can Ling Feng say about this?
I used to think that being so handsome that you get chopped off, and being so beautiful that you get harmed, was just a joke.
Who knew I would actually meet him?
Charming facial features are the beginning of crime.
A hot body brings about sinful harm.
Ling Feng felt that when he wrote novels before, he didn't dare to write about such bizarre things. It seems that real life is sometimes more absurd and bizarre than movies, TV shows, and novels. While expressing his emotion, Ling Feng came to the door of the operating room and waited.
Buzz. My phone vibrates because I received a text message from the bank.
Sun Mu Ishue called.
Xiaofeng, did you receive the money?
I saw the text message.
Why did you forward so many to me?
These are what you deserve.
Without you, how could I have turned the tables tonight?
Alright then, since we are even now, you should not play with people you don't know in the future.
The two were talking on the phone.
There were hurried footsteps. Ling Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was another teacher in the kindergarten, Du Xiaoli.
Okay, I have something to do. I will definitely attend the dinner tomorrow night.
After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng stood up immediately.
Mr. Ling, why are you here?
Du Xiaoli came running over panting, with a confused look on her face. I guess he had already gone to bed, and suddenly received a call and hurried over. She was wrapped in a men's leather jacket and wore pajamas and slippers. I came to do some work and happened to meet teacher Su, who was sent here. I paid the money for her and also bought some things for her.
It's getting late. I have to go home and accompany Tonton. I'll leave this to you.
As he spoke, Ling Feng handed a bag full of things and the payment slip to Du Xiaoli.
By the way, how much did you spend?
I'll transfer it to you. These towels, wash basins and the like, can be considered as gifts from me to teacher Su. You just need to give me the 20,000 yuan you paid in advance for the surgery.
20,000?
This. Du Xiaoli was stunned with embarrassment.
Why don't you wait a moment?
My boyfriend has gone to park the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Liang, who was wearing flowery shorts and a large vest, trotted over. Ling Feng turned his head and immediately sneered.
This night was so weird. I actually met an old colleague here.
To be precise, it was the apprentice who had been trying hard to steal Ling Feng's performance less than half a year after joining the company.
Ling Feng was forced to resign.
It's not just because I have to take care of my daughter and it's inconvenient to go to work and visit clients. It was also because Chang Liang, this apprentice, was too capable and he flattered his supervisor to grab his own performance.
Chang Liang was promoted to manager and enjoyed great success.
I was repeatedly excluded and my salary was not enough to cover the deductions, so naturally I had no choice but to resign. As soon as he saw Ling Feng, Chang Liang felt guilty and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Please transfer 20,000 yuan to me quickly. Mr. Ling has advanced 20,000 yuan for teacher Su's surgery fees, and I have to transfer it to him.
Chang Liang seemed not to hear Du Xiaoli's words.
His face flushed, and after hesitating for a while, he reluctantly bowed slightly.
Brother Feng, long time no see. Ha? Do you two know each other?
Du Xiaoli was surprised. Ling Feng smiled faintly.
More than just knowing each other, we are old acquaintances. You said so, right? Chapter 53. I don't want to hit you in the face. Manager Chang?
This name was like a sharp knife stabbing into Chang Liang's heart. It immediately made his face flush and his cheeks feel hot.
Chang Liang, have you and Mr. Ling known each other for a long time? Du Xiaoli couldn't help asking again out of curiosity.
Ling Feng drove a Porsche Panamera to pick up his daughter from kindergarten in the afternoon. She even curiously asked her boyfriend how much the Porsche would cost.
I really didn't expect this. It turns out that Chang Liang and Ling Feng are old acquaintances. But why did Chang Liang never mention that he had such a rich old friend? Pity.
Chang Liang refused to say a word, as if he had suddenly become deaf and dumb. About 3 years ago, he and I both worked at Shengfeng Electronic Technology. After working together for half a year, I resigned. Before leaving, he was promoted to sales manager. He was extremely capable.
I guess he is now the vice president of marketing, right?
Ling Feng's tone was light, but Chang Liang felt uneasy. And Du Xiaoli asked like a god.
Hey, how come I didn't know that you used to be a sales manager? Haven't you always been selling used houses?
Chang Liang gritted his teeth but still refused to say a word.
Can he say that he became the sales manager by stealing Ling Feng's clients? Does he dare to say that after becoming a manager, he was forced to leave his job in the second year because of his incompetence and failure to achieve performance targets?
If you really say this, your girlfriend will definitely despise you and even break up with you.
Hey, I'm asking you a question, can't you hear me? Du Xiaoli was a little angry.
Chang Liang raised his head.
That company was not good.
The boss was stingy and didn't want to give me commission. I quit not long after working there, so I didn't tell you. Ling Feng sneered secretly in his heart.
This reason is quite plausible. It's obvious that you lack the ability and have poor performance, but you still blame the boss for not being willing to give you commission? If you run a company or do business, who doesn't want sales staff to perform well and get high commissions? When salespeople earn more, that means the boss can earn more. A boss who doesn't even understand this principle will never be able to expand the company. The years I worked at Shengfeng Electronic Technology were not in vain. Although there are internal struggles, if the salesperson has good results, then he is great, otherwise he will just leave. But this reason was obviously enough to fool Du Xiaoli. Of course, a company that doesn't give commissions can't do the right thing. Do you have 20,000 yuan? Transfer it to me quickly. I haven't signed any orders this month. Where's your commission from selling the house last month? I didn't get it. The customer had credit issues and couldn't get a loan, so I had to give up the purchase. Seeing that Chang Liang was having a bad time now, Ling Feng couldn't bear to ridicule or attack him. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, as it hurts their self-esteem. What's more, his girlfriend Du Xiaoli was there. The cold sarcasm and ridicule of Chang Liang caused them to have a quarrel and even break up. What can you get? Taking advantage of the gap between the two people's conversation, Ling Feng hurriedly said, saving lives is the most important thing. We can talk about money later. I'll leave this to you. I'll go back first. Etc. Chang Liang suddenly asked curiously. Brother Feng, what kind of job have you been doing these past 3 years? I heard from Xiaoli that you drive a Porsche Panamera. Ling Feng chuckled. I'm a driver. He left after saying this. Chang Liang immediately smiled with relief. He felt relieved knowing that Ling Feng was just a driver. Otherwise, Ling Feng drives a Porsche, lives in a mansion, and works as a real estate agent selling second-hand houses. The gap is too big. He's just the driver. Du Xiaoli muttered. Chang Liang sneered, of course he can only be the driver. Do you really think that he is a wealthy man with a net worth of tens of millions? And you don't know, he is actually an orphan. We can at least rely on our parents, but he has to rely on himself for everything. I used to go on business trips with him, and in order to earn some travel allowance, he actually stayed in a small hotel and ate at a roadside stall. When mentioning Ling Feng's difficult past, Chang Liang suddenly became a chatterbox and talked nonstop. He was like a completely different person compared to before when he was silent. And what he said became more and more outrageous, which made Du Xiaoli very angry. Okay, you don't dare to say a word in front of him, so why do you keep nagging as soon as he leaves? No matter how stingy he is, he can easily take out 20,000 yuan to pay for Weiwei surgery. That's a real skill. And you know how expensive our kindergarten's nursery classes are, but he can afford it. And you? How much money have you saved after working for so many years? Not even 20,000 yuan. When will you buy a house and marry me? Do you want to live with someone else forever? Can you endure the long queues for the bathroom? Speak up, why are you pretending to be dumb again? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Chapter 54, Shameless. Du Xiaoli is firing on all cylinders. Chang Liang was speechless. Although he didn't say anything, he was thinking about it in his heart. Ling Feng is just a driver for rich people. What is there to envy? What really made him envious was that today a real estate agent in his industry sold 4 luxury homes in one go. That's a luxury house in Tianhai Haoding Lijiang community. Any house costs 20 to 30 million. The total value of the 4 houses is over 100 million. Even if you only charge 1% commission, you can still make millions. Chang Liang was thinking secretly in his heart. If you meet a rich buyer who buys houses like buying onions, earn millions in commissions a day, will your girlfriend still think you are poor? Are you still afraid of living in a shared house for the rest of your life? Unfortunately, this kind of thing is something you can only encounter by chance. Seeing that Chang Liang remained silent, Du Xiaoli became so angry that her face turned blue. Go away, hurry up, I'm tired of just looking at you. Chang Liang asked in distress, how did I make you angry? Am I not working hard to make money? Don't talk, I want to be alone, please go away. Du Xiaoli turned her head and looked away. Chang Liang snorted coldly, shook his head, and immediately stood up and left. He walked out of the emergency building angrily. Before I reached the gate, I saw a Porsche Panamera driving out of the underground garage. It's too expensive to take a taxi back home in the middle of the night. I might as well ask him to take a ride.
Chang Liang made up his mind and hurried to the gate. When Ling Feng stopped the car and scanned the code to pay, he immediately came forward.
Yo Feng, your boss's Porsche Panamera is really new.
Ling Feng glanced at Chang Liang, who was grinning. Without his girlfriend by his side, Chang Liang really looked mean.
What? You want a ride? Chang Liang smiled and said, It's late at night, it's too expensive to take a taxi, how about you give me a ride? It's your boss's car anyway, so it won't be a problem if we take a detour. Ling Feng couldn't help laughing.
You think taking a taxi is too expensive, but you say it's no problem to hitchhike. As expected, I still haven't changed my habit of taking advantage of others.
Sorry, I have to pick up my boss, so I can't take you home. Chang Liang hurriedly asked, Where should we pick it up? Go to Haoding Lijing Community, do you live there too?
Ling Feng asked with a smile.
Chang Liang laughed awkwardly, How can I afford to live in Haoding Lijing?
I live in Shilong Community on the Outer Ring Road.
Ling Feng was stunned and said, Outer Ring Road?
If I send you there, I will have to take a detour of 40 to 50 kilometers, which will take an extra hour.
You might as well take a taxi back. Oh, it's only an hour, you can just give me a ride. If you're afraid of getting tired, I can drive for you.
When Chang Liang said this, he looked into the car greedily and obsessively. Luxury cars like Porsche.
In the past, I could only watch from afar.
If I met someone riding an electric bike on the road, I would stay away from it for fear of being hit and unable to afford the compensation.
If I could drive it, it would be awesome. However,
after Ling Feng paid, the automatic barrier slowly rose.
Sorry, my boss doesn't allow me to use the company bus for personal use. Lightly press the accelerator.
The Porsche accelerated, turned onto the street, and roared away. When Chang Liang came to his senses, he only saw the taillights going away.
Damn, I'm just a driver, why are you so cocky? You can just drive to pick up my daughter from school. I want to take a ride but I can't.
Cursing, Chang Liang took out his cell phone and didn't dare to call a private car because it was too expensive. I started a carpool and waited for nearly half an hour before I was able to go home. I didn't sleep for long after I got home. When the alarm rang, I quickly got up and washed. After riding for nearly an hour, I arrived at Xiaotang Real Estate Jianghuai Road store for a morning meeting. At the morning meeting, the store manager of course had to use yesterday's sales miracle to motivate everyone. He sold 4 luxury homes at once and earned nearly 2 million in commission. I encourage everyone to work hard, earning $1 million a day is not a dream.
When everyone is dreaming of having this kind of shit luck.
Chang Liang thought of the unlucky guy who wanted to buy a house yesterday, but the one he chose was sold out. Although he failed to buy the house, he was definitely a wealthy potential customer because he dared to buy a house in Haoding Lijing Community. So as soon as the morning meeting was over, he asked his friends for help and got the other party's phone number. He didn't even have time to eat breakfast. He found a secluded place and immediately called the other party. However, as soon as the call was dialed, the number automatically changed to Ling Feng.
What the hell is going on? Did I call the wrong number? Just when Chang Liang was confused,
Ling Feng's voice came from the phone.
Chapter 55, Money Can't Buy My Happiness. Hello, is there anything you can do for me?
Chang Liang's hair stood on end when he heard Ling Feng's voice. Without thinking too much, he asked hurriedly. Yesterday I went to look at houses in Haoding Lijing Community.
As soon as I selected one, it was sold to someone else. Are you the unlucky person? How do you know? Hearing this question, Chang Liang was immediately delighted. It's really you.
The agent who accompanied you to see the house yesterday is my friend. We often share resources and introduce clients and properties to each other.
By the way, since you failed to buy a house in Haoding Lijing Community, have you considered other nearby communities? Chang Liang was full of anticipation and listened attentively. Result. Not interested, I'm driving, bye. The call was hung up. Chang Liang was full of doubts and hurried to check.
The number sent by the friend was exactly the same as Ling Feng's number stored in the phone.
How did he have the money to buy a house in Haoding Lijing Community? Did he buy it for his boss? Yes, it must be.
Thinking of this, Chang Liang decisively sent a message. He claimed that as long as Ling Feng asked him to buy a house, he could give him a big red envelope in private. If you sell a luxury house worth 20 or 30 million, you can get at least tens of thousands of yuan in free gifts.
How much can a driver earn in a month? I gave him tens of thousands of yuan, how could he not be tempted?
The thought of possibly signing a big deal.
Chang Liang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. When buying breakfast, I deliberately bought an extra tea egg.
And the other side. After sending his daughter to kindergarten, Ling Feng rushed to the Property Rights Trading Center to meet up with Wang Lihua and others. After completing the transfer of property rights, I went to Shangfeng Commercial Building to handle the property handover work. Su Feixiang, general manager of the property company, accompanied him throughout the whole process and did not dare to be careless at all. After seeing off Wang Lihua and his group, Ling Feng immediately asked,
"Where is Chu Tianwei's company?" "His Tianwei Industrial is on the 21st floor and he rents the entire floor." "How long until the lease expires?"
1 year and 4 months.
"Notify them immediately that they must move out of our building before dawn tomorrow."
Ah?
Su Feixiang was stunned, his face full of confusion. Ling Feng frowned and asked, "Why?" "The building is mine, I don't want to rent it to Chu Tianwei, is it not okay for him to get out?"
"But boss, if we ask them to move out without any reason, it will be a unilateral breach of contract on our part and we will have to pay a lot of liquidated damages," Su Feixiang said worriedly. Ling Feng snorted and laughed.
"Money can't buy my happiness."
Su Feixiang lowered his head and bent over, not daring to say another word. Ling Feng can exchange this building for Yida real estate stocks worth billions.
Would he still feel bad about paying the penalty?
After personally making a pot of good tea for Ling Feng and delivering various documents and reports of the building, Su Feixiang immediately took people to the 21st floor.
In the general manager's office, Chu Tianwei was answering a call from Chengchang. "It is said that Gu Xiaolong has woken up.
If you don't want Chu Yunxian to go to jail, transfer 2 million to her immediately. They would tell the truth to the police if they received the money."
After listening, Chu Tianwei immediately shouted, "I have cut ties with Chu Yunxian. She is no longer my daughter, Chu Tianwei.
Whether she is acquitted or spends her life in prison, it has nothing to do with me.
If you want money, go ask her man.
Ling Feng has plenty of money.
Don't ask me for it." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianwei was so angry that he almost threw his phone. Knock, knock, knock.
There was a hasty knock on the door.
"Mr. Chu, the property company wants to see you. Come in."
The door opened and the secretary brought in Su Feixiang, general manager of the property company.
"Hello, Mr. Chu. The boss asked me to inform you that your company must move out of this building before tomorrow morning." Bang.
Chu Tianwei slammed his phone on the table and stood up suddenly.
Did the Wang family really sell this building to Ling Feng at a low price?
Yes, the ownership change and work handover have been completed.
Mr. Ling Feng is the only owner of this building.
Chu Tianwei's eyes widened with anger and his fists clenched.
I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly.
Before that, he had someone inform Ling Feng to take her daughter and get out of Tianhai. Now Ling Feng retaliated and asked him to move the company out of the building. Millions were spent on decoration and furnishing, and more than 300 employees have worked here for many years.
There are a large number of office equipment, facilities, and documents. Where to move to in such a hurry?
Chu Tianwei was so angry that his teeth were itching. He made me move for no reason, and he seriously violated the lease agreement. Su Feixiang smiled and said, "The boss said that the penalty for breach of contract doesn't matter, as money can't buy his willingness."
Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Chu Tianwei was full of murderous intent.
Su Feixiang shrugged, looking helpless. "Yes, you can be so willful when you have money, so move quickly, Mr. Chu."
Chapter 56: An Unexpected Choice. Move? Where to? In less than a day. Where can Chu Tianwei rent an office?
Even if you find it, it will still take a lot of time and money to redecorate it.
A large number of documents, including business licenses, are required to change the address. The company will have to suspend operations for many days. In this way,
the penalty Ling Feng paid was far from enough to compensate for the losses caused by moving. "Mr. Su, our company has rented this floor for several years, and our employees and customers have long been accustomed to it. If we were to move out hastily, it would cause too much trouble and loss.
We really can't afford it. Could you please do me a favor for the sake of your longtime tenant? Su Feixiang was sweating profusely. Mr. Chu, it was Boss Ling who asked you to move out, not me. Moreover, there are hundreds of companies, big and small, in this building, and he doesn't drive away others, but only you. Isn't it obvious that there is a feud between you two? How can you ask me to help? I sigh. Chu Tianwei let out a long sigh. If I had known Ling Feng was so rich, I shouldn't have used threats and bribes to drive them out of Tianhai 2 days ago. Now things are better. Not only did he fail to bring Chu Yunxian and Wang Yue together. Instead, he offended the Tianhai Wang family and completely broke off all ties with Chu Yunxian. It even angered the mysterious rich man Ling Feng. Where are the others? I'm looking at documents in my office. Let me go find him myself. A few minutes later, Su Feixiang brought Chu Tianwei to Ling Feng. As soon as I saw that the atmosphere was not right, I naturally closed the door and avoided it. Chu Tianwei stood in front of the desk with a solemn expression, looking at Ling Feng, who looked younger than he had imagined. Ling Feng sat in the boss chair, looking coldly at Chu Tianwei, who seemed elegant on the outside but was actually vicious on the inside. After a long silence, Chu Tianwei took the initiative to break the silence. Can you please stop me from moving? Ling Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, leaned back, and crossed his legs on the desk. While smoking, he looked at Chu Tianwei with a smile. I remember you called me yesterday, but your tone was not like this. What did you say? Warn me not to make trouble and tell me to get out of Tianhai before noon. Chu Tianwei was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Blowing out a smoke ring, Ling Feng then sneered. I still remember that you said to me, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished by drinking a forfeit. When I cried and begged for my life, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. When you said all that bullshit, you probably never thought that now you would be the one begging me, right? Chu Tianwei forced a bitter smile. How could he have guessed that Ling Feng was living in a public housing with his daughter and leading a poor and hard life just 2 days ago? How come he suddenly became a different person in the past 2 days? Even if you win the lottery, you won't get rich so quickly. What's more, even if the lottery jackpot was emptied, it would not be enough to buy this building. The only reasonable explanation is that the investigation work before the operation was not done properly and Ling Feng was completely misjudged. I was rash and impulsive yesterday and asked someone to shut down your live broadcast room, which caused the Wang family to be in a public opinion crisis and offended them. I had a big fight with Chu Yunxian in the evening, and we completely severed our relationship. I will never again hinder the reunion of your family of 3. I know I'm so wrong, but I sincerely beg you, can you please not kick my company out of this building? As long as you don't kick me out, you can double the rent or let me compensate you 1 million, how about that? Ling Feng was stunned. Nima. Why don't you act tough, say a few harsh words, and move out happily? You actually compromised and gave me multiple choice questions. Don't you know that I just want you to get out? Unfortunately, it's too late. The system has been activated. Bite. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice within 1 minute. If you choose to raise Chu Tianwei's rent, the rental income of the entire building for the next year will be deducted. If you choose to let Chu Tianwei pay 1 million, the host account will be fined and 5 million will be confiscated. What the hell? Damn Chu Tianwei, what kind of crappy multiple choice questions did he give? I'll suffer no matter which one I choose, so why should I choose? Will there be any penalties if I refuse to choose? Once the host refuses to choose, you must choose to increase your body size by 1 centimeter, or increase your weight by 1 kilogram. This punishment is interesting. Is it growing taller or gaining weight? Etc. If your body size increases by 1 centimeter, you don't necessarily have to grow taller. Ling Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Chu Tianwei was shocked. Chapter 57, Happy events make you feel happy. Why are you laughing? Chu Tianwei looked at Ling Feng with surprise and suspicion. Ling Feng smiled coldly. He replied to the system first, and then looked at Chu Tianwei coldly. How much does it cost to double the rent? What does it matter if you lose 1 million? Do you think this is something that can be solved with money? Chu Tianwei gritted his teeth. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. There is only a small conflict between us. Now I sincerely apologize to you. Can you please be so kind as to forgive me? Ling Feng sneered. Compared to your use of coercion and bribery, and sending people to forcibly drive us father and daughter away, I have been merciful enough, right? I just asked you to move out of this building, but I didn't force you to leave Tianhai. Isn't that considered being merciful?
Xu Tianwei took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment.
Actually, I saved Chu Yunchuan's life.
If I hadn't sold everything I had and borrowed money from everywhere to pay for her surgery, she would have died long ago.
So can you forgive me for the fact that I once saved Chu Yunxian? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Why does my lower abdomen feel hot? Since you saved Yunxian, I will give you a few more hours. Move out before noon tomorrow. Xu Tianwei was furious. I was so depressed that I almost vomited blood. I was secretly complaining in my heart. I saved your woman, and you'll only give me a few more hours? But when the words came to his lips, Xu Tianwei held back.
It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he found that Ling Feng seemed to be ill.
This is in the general manager's office with central air conditioning and a constant cool temperature.
Ling Feng's face suddenly became unusually rosy, as if he had been drinking.
In addition, fine beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead and the tip of his nose. Boss Ling, what happened to you? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you? Xu Tianwei asked with concern.
Ling Feng picked up the teacup and gulped down a few gulps.
I'm fine, go back and move it. Boss Ling, brother Ling, you. Xu Tianwei was so sad that he could not even cry. I really don't want to move. What do you want me to do in order to let me go? Ling Feng put down the teacup and stood up.
You told me before that I shouldn't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit.
Now I'm going to tell you this. If you don't believe it, you can try to see what the consequences will be if you don't move out.
After saying that, Ling Feng hurried to the bathroom.
Free and finally comfortable.
It felt like it was going to explode, the swelling and pain were so unbearable.
Light a cigarette and calm yourself down. Wait until the blood no longer surges and the mood is no longer excited. And inside the office, Xu Tianwei was very depressed.
After waiting for a long time, Ling Feng didn't come out, so he had to leave in disappointment.
How is it? Did the boss agree?
Su Feixiang, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately asked curiously.
Just bought a few more hours, must move out before noon tomorrow.
Xu Tianwei suddenly had an idea and a plan came to mind.
Oh, by the way, if I change the legal representative of the company to someone else, then I don't have to move, right? Su Feixiang burst out laughing. Aren't you just trying to cover up your mistakes? No matter who becomes the legal representative or the CEO, the company is still yours.
Even if you sell the company today, Boss Ling will not believe that the company really has nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't sell it earlier or later, but you were forced to move today, so you suddenly sold it.
Isn't this obviously cheating? Xu Tianwei said angrily. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. So if I sell the company to him, at least I don't have to move, right? Su Feixiang smiled and said, this is a good idea, why don't you go in and try it again? Xu Tianwei turned around and went back without saying a word.
After waiting for a long time, Ling Feng finally came out.
Unlike before when she was blushing and sweating, she now looks rosy and energetic.
Feel more masculine, handsome and confident. Of course he didn't know that Ling Feng became even more powerful with the help of the system because he refused the multiple choice questions he asked. People feel refreshed when happy things happen.
The natural spirit is obviously different.
Boss Ling, my company has been operating here for many years, with stable business and impressive performance, and a market value of several hundred million.
Moving suddenly will result in heavy losses.
How about I sell you part of my shares at a low price, or all of them?
Ling Feng was stunned and speechless. WTF? Coming again? Whether it is partial equity or full equity.
Ling Feng was not interested in Xu Tianwei's company at all, so of course he would not choose it.
So will I be punished for refusing to choose? Is it going to grow another centimeter?
Chapter 58, Down-to-Earth Rich Man.
Boss Ling, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable because of diarrhea? Xu Tianwei quickly chased to the bathroom and shouted through the door. Boss Ling, my company is worth 500 million yuan. If you are interested, I can sell it to you at a 20% discount. If you only want to buy equity, how about buying 20% of the shares for 60 million?
In the bathroom, Ling Feng felt hot and sweaty again, his blood boiling. After hearing what that bitch Xu Tianwei said, I was speechless.
Any normal man would wish to be more powerful and majestic.
Now that Ling Feng refuses to make a choice once, he has to grow once. Although it is a good thing, 1 centimeter at a time may not seem like much.
But who knows how many more multiple choice questions Chu Tianwei will ask.
What should we do if the growth rate is too scary? I don't care, but I'm afraid that someone will not be able to stand it and think of me as a monster.
Thinking of this, Ling Feng secretly made up his mind.
If you refuse to choose to face punishment in the future, you can let the system increase your height, waist circumference, arm length, etc. We must not allow growth to continue in just one place.
Light up a cigarette and relax.
Wait until the surging blood and the heat all over the body gradually subside.
Outside the bathroom, Chu Tianwei could no longer bear it.
It's not okay to make concessions and apologize, and it's not okay to give up shares. I have already humbled myself so much. Ling Feng didn't give any face at all. Damn it, Chu Tianwei, have never been like this before, putting my face aside and begging for help in a humble manner.
Since you are so disrespectful and insist on driving me away, let's just wait and see. But the humiliation you put me through today, I will pay you back double one day.
After saying these harsh words, Chu Tianwei slammed the door and left angrily.
Come out from the property lobby.
Chu Tianwei immediately called his second brother Chu Weisheng. After returning to the company, he asked He Yan, the director of the administrative department, to coordinate the moving arrangements. He also asked the legal department to send a lawyer to take the rental contract to the property company and demand compensation for breach of contract.
And the other side.
Ling Feng came out of the bathroom for the second time.
I don't care about what Chu Tianwei said. I just felt very hungry and felt like I could swallow a cow.
Let Su Feixian lead the way to the property company cafeteria.
Like many company canteens, the food here is large in quantity but tastes bad. But Ling Feng's voracious eating left Su Feixian dumbfounded.
Is this still the super rich man who owns a super A-grade office building and has a net worth of billions?
He ate so lavishly that he looked more like a wage earner than a wealthy man. Could it be that the food in the cafeteria today was so delicious?
But last time Mr. Wang came to inspect, he said that the food in our cafeteria tasted like pig food.
Out of curiosity, Su Feixian picked up the chopsticks to pick up the food.
I tasted each dish and felt that they were no different from before.
Boss Ling is dressed simply and has no airs. He is obviously more down to earth than Master Wang.
Su Feixian muttered secretly and accompanied him carefully. After a long while, Ling Feng finally put down his bowl and chopsticks. The taste is pretty good, but next time, add more meat to the main course and more fruits after the meal, so that everyone can not only be full but also eat well.
Su Feixian nodded repeatedly. I thought to myself, it's not my money. As long as you, the boss, are happy, you can let your employees eat bird's nest and abalone every day.
By the way, I read the financial audit report and found that Tianhai Xinyue Media actually owed more than 20 million yuan in rent.
The rent hasn't been paid for 3 years, why are they dragging it on? Su Feixian looked around awkwardly.
He lowered his voice, as if afraid of being heard. This company produces movies, TV series, and variety shows.
The boss Zhu Zuihua has a very good relationship with Wang Yue.
If it weren't for Zhu Zuihua's introduction, how could it be possible that the beauties around Wang Shao kept changing and never lacked new ones? Besides, money laundering through filming is an almost open secret in the entertainment industry. With such a relationship, how could anyone possibly urge her to pay the rent? Ling Feng snorted coldly. I don't care what they have done. Since the building is mine now, I have to pay the rent without a penny less. Eat slowly, and after you finish, keep an eye on Chu Tianwei's company and never allow them to maliciously destroy it.
After leaving the cafeteria, Ling Feng went straight to the 18th floor.
As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I found that there were quite a few people queuing in the corridor. Ling Feng was just about to run straight to the door when he was suddenly grabbed by a burly woman wearing glasses.
What are you doing? Don't you see everyone is queuing? Don't think you can cut in line just because you are handsome. I'm looking for your President Zhu.
I don't care which boss you are looking for, just get in line. The girl with glasses pushed Ling Feng to the end of the team.
If you want to be a big star, then wait in line for the audition. Chapter 59. Start your show. Be a star?
Ling Feng was stunned.
I'm here to collect rent.
Before Ling Feng could explain, the girl with glasses threw a piece of paper at him.
Take a quick look, this is today's audition content. If you want to be selected by Director Liu, you have to study hard and act seriously. Out of curiosity, Ling Feng took the paper and took a look. This is a commercial film about drug enforcement.
Although the main storyline is very simple, it is about the sinister and vicious traffickers being caught and justice finally triumphing over evil. But in order to highlight that victory is hard-won, we have to choose evil and vicious villain actors. The third male lead has the most important role. In the play, he is the cousin of the drug lord, who is treacherous, cruel, and extremely rampant.
Today's audition play.
He went to a nightclub to meet a client and accidentally discovered that other dealers were secretly selling drugs. The scene where he is caught, beaten, and interrogated. Ling Feng was thinking about how to act out this scene.
A few more people came out of the elevator. Why did you guys come just now? Sorry, Miss Fan, there's a traffic jam on the road. Hurry up and get in line.
This scene must be performed well.
Thank you, Miss Fan. We will do our best. Several people quickly came and lined up behind Ling Feng. After a while, they started whispering. This scene is not easy to act. That's right. We are all students and have never been in society.
The difficulty of this play is to show the treacherous and vicious. Then when we go in later, we should act like a bad guy who is not serious. Don't forget what teacher Zhang said in the acting class, bad guys don't write the word bad on their faces. As a few people chatted, the team slowly moved forward. Ling Feng found that some of the people who left the audition were listless, while others were dejected.
Some even looked regretful and annoyed.
Obviously, everyone wants to get a role and participate in this big-budget commercial film. If you can become an overnight sensation and a big star, you will gain both fame and fortune.
But Ling Feng didn't care.
I didn't want to be a big star, I just wanted to go in and collect rent from Jutsuiwa.
When I was bored, I took out my phone to check WeChat.
Chang Liang said that if you ask him to buy a house, he can give you a red envelope of tens of thousands of yuan.
I have hundreds of houses now, do I still need to buy one?
Besides, there's no need to pay attention to a snob like him, so just delete the message directly.
In addition, Su Weiwei also sent a message to thank Ling Feng for paying the surgery fees.
He claimed that he was short of money and would definitely pay back the money after seeking compensation from the murderer.
Ling Feng was too lazy to type and just replied with a smiley face. Straight men don't talk crap.
We don't know each other to begin with, why talk so much? Instead of spending this much time, I might as well turn on remote monitoring and see what my daughter is doing. In the video, my daughter and other children are eating lunch under the supervision of a teacher. Seeing his daughter eating happily, Ling Feng was also very happy. Before they knew it, the team was approaching the competition room. Not long after, the person in front of Ling Feng came out dejectedly.
Next, please start your performance after entering the door. After knocking on the door and entering the room, Ling Feng felt like he was going to a job interview.
The room was very empty, with 2 men and 1 woman sitting behind a long table.
There is a small table and a stool in the middle of the house.
The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat had an untidy beard and was dressed casually, looking quite artistic. The man and woman sitting on the left and right are relatively young. The 3 of them didn't say anything, just looked at Ling Feng.
Now that you're here, let's just go through the motions.
Ling Feng walked towards the table and chairs slowly,
looking around, waving and grinning.
It was like being in a nightclub, looking at beautiful girls everywhere and greeting acquaintances. He pulled over a chair and sat down with his posture crooked. He frowned slightly and took out a cigarette and lit it. After taking a long puff of smoke, he glanced around casually.
It was as if he was patrolling the dance floor, selecting his prey for tonight. Suddenly,
he frowned slightly, raised his head and pointed to the front right. It was as if he was winking at his younger brother, even though there was no one around.
After a while, Ling Feng raised the corners of his lips slightly, sneered, and looked him up and down. It seems like I have already brought the person here. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? What's in your pocket? Take it out. You can't hear me, right? Take it out.
Ling Feng's voice suddenly rose, and the expression on his face became increasingly gloomy. His gaze returned to the small table, as if the other party had already handed over the item.
What are these? Who asked you to bring them? Not talking, right?
Ling Feng held a cigarette sideways in his mouth and suddenly stood up. He suddenly dragged the man to the table and smashed the wine bottle. Although there was no one and no wine bottles. But the movements are extremely realistic and coherent, and the expressions are particularly ferocious and cruel. In an instant, Director Lu Wei's two assistants were so scared that they thought a gangster bully had arrived. Instead, Lu Wei leaned forward and looked at Ling Feng in ecstasy.
This non-physical performance is absolutely amazing. He was so intoxicated that he forgot to call for a stop. Chapter 60. I'm actually here to collect rent. Ling Feng was a little distressed. We've been performing for nearly several minutes, why haven't you called a halt yet? The little bit of plot I got in the audition was not enough to act. Without a complete script, how can I perform the role? Thank you, the audition performance ends here.
Ling Feng stopped decisively and bowed slightly.
Very good.
Lu Wei slammed the table and stood up suddenly.
The two assistants beside him were frightened and quickly stood up and gave way. What's your name, young man?
Lu Wei walked forward excitedly.
Lingfeng, the peak of the bullying Lingshan Peak. Wow, this name is good, it's domineering enough.
Lu Wei patted Ling Feng's shoulder hard and took out a cigarette and handed it to him.
Which school did you graduate from? Tianhai Academy of Drama?
Ling Feng shook his head.
I'm not studying acting. Today I'm actually here.
You are at the right place. Before Ling Feng could finish his words, Lu Wei patted Ling Feng's shoulders again and again. I've been waiting for 2 days, and finally I got you. Your performance just now was even too amazing. Oh, by the way, when I saw you performing just now, your expressions were very rich and your movements were crisp.
You must have acted in many plays before, right?
Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, I've never acted in a play.
I'm actually here to collect rent today. Ah?
Lu Wei and the other two exclaimed in unison.
Collect? Collect rent? Lu Wei looked up and down at Ling Feng in astonishment. This is really hard to understand. Many veteran actors came today, including some who have won awards. There are also many people who used to be extras and are now studying acting. Lu Wei simply couldn't bear to watch the performances of these professionals.
Either he's trying too hard, or he's too frivolous and doesn't seem like a bad guy. It is totally impossible to believe that the character he plays is a sinister and vicious drug dealer.
On the contrary, it was Ling Feng, the rent collector. Someone who was not even an amateur. The performance was so good that people really thought it was a member of society. Moreover, he is a ruthless person who is responsible for murder and is lawless.
Every look and every movement revealed 3 parts of cunning and 7 parts of cruelty. It was so satisfying that Lu Wei clapped his hands and cheered.
I really am here to collect rent. Your company owes me more than 20 million yuan in rent. I wanted to come in directly to see Zhu Cuihua, but your staff forced me to queue. I thought since I'm here, I might as well come in and give it a try. After hearing this explanation, Lu Wei and the other two almost fell to their knees. Nima.
I have been very selective and have had countless people audition, but I just can't find a good actor that satisfies my needs.
You are a rent collector, come here to have fun. Hey, wait. Lu Wei suddenly realized. Young man, oh no, Mr. Ling. You just said you were here to collect rent? Ling Feng nodded and said, yes, is your general manager Zhu here?
The young man wearing glasses immediately reminded.
We don't know, you have to go to the front desk and make an appointment with her secretary. Okay, excuse me.
Ling Feng was about to turn around and leave, but was held back by Lu Wei.
Hey, where are you going? The audition was so perfect, and you're the only actor for this role. You don't want to play it, do you? Lu Wei asked nervously.
Ling Feng smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I was just acting randomly for a while, just for fun. It would be better for you to find a professional actor to play such an important role.
No, it's just you. I can't stand the others.
Lu Wei was firm and decisive, as if he had decided on Ling Feng and would never change anyone. Ling Feng was ashamed.
No way?
I was just acting casually, I'm still far from being a real villain.
Lu Wei laughed and said, brother, you just said the opposite. You are worse than the villain we imagined.
But the worse the villain, the easier it is to arouse the audience's emotions. Ling Feng was speechless. The years when I worked part-time in a bar.
I have met many different kinds of people.
Having seen and heard so much, of course I know what a real villain looks like. I wanted to just perform a few scenes to go through the motions. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei fell in love with her at first sight.
Hey bro, you're here to collect rent from Mr. Zhu, so you must be from the property management company, right? I think working in a property management company is a waste of talent. It would be better to film with me.
With your handsome face and outstanding temperament, I believe that you will become a hit if you play the villain this time. Just based on your performance just now, that arrogant and cruel look will definitely make countless female fans like you to the point of going crazy. When you become famous, you will be well known and get paid a lot, which will definitely be more than what you earn from working and collecting rent.
Chapter 61. This role belongs to you. Lu Wei talked non-stop.
I was afraid that Ling Feng would not agree to act.
His eagerness to recruit talented people made his two assistants anxious.
Brother, being an actor is so good.
The work is not tiring and the money is easy to make. It is much better than working as a part-time worker.
That's right.
If you can become a popular star, you can get a lot of advertising endorsement fees. Let's not talk about the future for now.
As long as you agree to participate now, you can get at least 800,000 yuan in salary.
The minimum guarantee is 800,000, brother.
If the performance is good and the box office is high, the reward will be quite a lot. It was obvious that Lu Wei and the other two considered themselves ordinary employees of the property management company. I didn't realize at all that I was actually the owner of this building. Seeing that they were so sincere, Ling Feng couldn't just refuse. What's more, now that my daughter is in daycare, I don't want to stay at home writing novels every day. Chu Yunchuan's case is being handled by Shueli and his wife, two ace lawyers.
You have to find something to do, right?
Thank you for your recognition, but I have a daughter who is under 3 years old and is in daycare. Her mother is not here, so I have to go home every day. If I have to go to another place to film, I won't be able to work with you. Lu Wei smiled and said, "Don't worry, we shot the whole play in Tianhai."
In that case, I'll give it a try.
Ling Feng replied with a smile.
Lu Wei was overjoyed. Great! You are the most suitable person to play this role.
But from your performance just now, it seems like you go to nightclubs often.
Is there any familiar place you can recommend?
It would be best if there were a lot of extras, so that we could not only be paid handsomely but also have our names credited at the end of the film. Ling Feng did not hesitate and immediately proposed.
How about the Moody's bar?
I have a good relationship with the lady boss.
Lu Wei was surprised and asked, "What? You actually have a good relationship with Mu Yixue?"
Now it was Ling Feng's turn to be surprised.
No way, you also know Mu Yixue?
Lu Wei smiled awkwardly. The woman who plays the drug dealer in our movie, Yinner, is charming and seductive.
I spent a long time but couldn't find the right actress.
A few days ago, I was looking for nightclubs to work with. When I saw Mu Yixue at the Moutier bar, I immediately felt that the role of Yinner was particularly suitable for her. Her every frown and smile is full of charm, her eyes are seductive and alluring. I offered her 100,000 yuan for a 1-minute scene, but she said she was not interested.
Since you have a good relationship with her, why don't you help me with the work? If this thing can be done, I can give you an extra hard work fee.
Ling Feng smiled slightly. I thought to myself, my relationship with Mu Yixue is more than just good. If she really asks, she will agree to act even for no pay.
But of course he couldn't say anything nonsense in front of Lu Wei and the other two.
Okay, I'll ask her later.
If there's nothing else, I'll go find your CEO Zhu. Lu Wei burst out laughing. How come it's all right? We have to sign the contract right away, and then give you the script.
You have to adapt to the role and memorize the lines as soon as possible.
As for Mr. Zhu, Lu Wei slightly turned sideways.
Wu Jia, go to President Zhu's office and see if she is free, come back and bring Xiaofeng over.
Good job, Director Lu.
Wu Jia left immediately. As soon as I walked out of the competition room, a lot of people gathered around me.
Teacher Wu, why hasn't he the person who just went and come out yet?
That's right, he has been in there for almost 10 minutes.
Could it be that Director Lu has taken a fancy to him? It's already noon, has the audition been suspended?
Wu Jia said nothing and winked at Fan Meng. After they walked a little further away, they whispered. The third male lead has been decided, let's go.
Ah? What about you, Bo?
We have already received the deposit. Old rules, just return the money. Watching Wu Jiayuan go, Fan Meng was filled with resentment and stomped his feet hard. He returned to the door of the competition room and shouted. The third male has been decided, please go back. As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately complained and grumbled. But Fan Meng pretended not to hear and went straight into the competition room.
I went and it turned out to be him. Seeing Ling Feng chatting happily with Lu Wei, Fan Meng looked unhappy. Director Lu, my aunt said that Yu Bo is quite suitable for this role. Why didn't you wait for him to come before finalizing the actor? Lu Wei said angrily, do you think that just because your aunt is the general manager, I have to listen to her?
Also, Xiaofeng said that your aunt owed him more than 20 million yuan in rent.
What is going on?
Fan Meng looked at Ling Feng coldly.
Owe him more than 20 million? Is this a joke? Who doesn't know that this building belongs to Yida Real Estate Group? If there is any rent owed, it should be owed to the Wang family. How could it be owed to him? Chapter 62, Such a Big Tone. Fan Meng was full of hostility as soon as he opened his mouth.
Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. Since he has accepted the bribe from Yu Bo, then naturally, she would speak well of Yu Bo. At the very least, we should give Yu Bo a chance to audition and perform. If director Lu Wei had left it up to him, he would have directly decided on Ling Feng to play the third male lead. Then how could she explain to Yu Bo? Her aunt is Zhu Cuihua. But I couldn't even get an audition opportunity. This is really too embarrassing. When she came, she started to ask cold questions one after another. Lu Wei naturally became furious instantly.
Fan Meng, what do you mean? Watch your tone. I'm just passing on a message. Why are you talking so much? Fan Meng snorted coldly without showing any weakness. What's wrong with my tone? I'm just talking about the matter. You. Lu Wei was very angry.
Ling Feng, let us go to the office and discuss this slowly. Fan Meng suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Wei. Yu Bo will be here soon, you should at least give him an audition opportunity and let him show off. Lu Wei snorted coldly. 3 hours ago, you said he would arrive soon, but what happened? Even if he flew here from another place, he should have arrived, right? He is just a second-tier celebrity, and he is not even punctual for the audition. If I really let him join the crew, won't I have to work according to his mood every day? He has something urgent to do, I will call him immediately to urge him. Fan Meng retreated to the door, as if blocking the way and not allowing anyone to leave. But before the call was connected, Wu Jia knocked on the door and came in. Following behind him was a wealthy woman who was even fatter than Fan Meng. She was wearing heavy makeup and not only luxurious clothes, but also her earrings, necklace and bracelet were all made of jade. It is so full of jewels and riches.
Xiao Meng, what are you doing here? Zhu Cuihua asked with a frown. Aunt, you came just in time.
Yu Bo will be here soon, but director Lu doesn't plan to give him an audition opportunity and says he will play the third male role. Fan Meng pointed at Ling Feng, just like a primary school student complaining to his teacher.
Zhu Cuihua glanced at Ling Feng twice. He looks quite handsome. How is his acting?
Lu Wei immediately said, good, very good, his portrayal of the villain really opened my eyes. I can guarantee that when the movie is released in the future, the clips he starred in can be used as acting teaching materials.
Wow, what a big tone. Fan Meng rolled his eyes and said sarcastically. How well can a complete newcomer who has never been seen perform? Can you compare with professional actors who have been in the film industry for many years and have rich experience?
Lu Wei could no longer bear it. People who are engaged in art all have bad tempers. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted angrily.
Fan Meng, what do you mean? Who is the director between us?
The leading female and second female roles, the leading male and second male roles, for important actors, have been chosen by you.
I have nothing to say. Is it not possible for me to choose the third male lead actor that I like? If you don't even give me this little bit of rights, then I don't want to be a director.
After saying that, Lu Wei looked at Zhu Funfang angrily. If Zhu Funfang couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would definitely leave in anger.
Xiao Meng, what are you doing? How are you talking to Director Lu? I asked you to come here for an internship, not to cause trouble. Why don't you apologize quickly?
Fan Meng snorted contemptuously and turned his head away.
I won't apologize.
Instead of giving a professional and talented actor a try, I chose a complete newcomer.
I would never believe that they didn't have any shameful dealings. Lu Wei yelled, nonsense.
I just met him for the first time today.
We didn't even know each other before. Does not knowing each other mean that you two are innocent? Fan Meng retorted. You. Lu Wei couldn't bear it any longer and immediately pulled Ling Feng away. "Let's go, let's not make this movie," etc.
Ling Feng stopped and said that he could not shoot the movie, but he had to pay the rent.
"Rent?" Xu Fengfang looked at Ling Feng with some surprise. "Who are you? Did Wang Weilin ask you to come?"
"My company has been here for more than 3 years and has never paid rent. I have never paid before, and I will never pay in the future, even if Wang Weilin comes in person."
Chapter 63 Is your face valuable?
Xu Fengfang spoke with great force.
He refused to pay the rent and was even aggressive. Ling Feng sneered. "What does it have to do with Wang Weilin whether you pay the rent or not? Don't you know that they have transferred this building to me this morning? Of course, if you don't believe it, you can call and ask now." Xu Fengfang's face suddenly turned cold. "Lao Lu, wait a minute." Taking out her cell phone, Xu Fengfang immediately walked away.
Fan Mang, Lu Wei and others were naturally dumbfounded for a moment. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, Fan Mang raised his hand and pointed at Ling Feng with an incredible look on his face. You actually, this building." Fan Mang was so surprised that he stuttered. Suddenly I felt that Ling Feng was so handsome, cool, and full of masculinity. So much so that he completely forgot to urge Yu Bo to come for the audition. When Lu Wei came to his senses, he was a little amused. He raised his right hand and looked. "What the hell did I just do? I actually called a billionaire little brother? And more than once, patting his shoulder?" After Lu Wei muttered to himself, he looked up at Ling Feng. Suddenly I realized that if he was really an employee of the property company, he would definitely wear formal attire during working hours. No one would be like Ling Feng now, dressed casually.
"Brother, oh no, Ling, Mr. Ling. So you really are here to collect rent? I thought you were an employee of the property management company."
Lu Wei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment.
"I really have the urge to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it."
Ling Feng smiled indifferently and turned to look at Zhu Cuihua who was on the phone.
"Aren't you cheating me? If you want to sell the building, then sell it. Why do you also transfer the debt? You should at least tell me in advance. What should I do now?" "Okay, you tell him."
Turning around angrily, Zhu Cuihua hurried to Ling Feng.
"Wang Xiao wants to talk to you about my rent." Ling Feng took the phone, sneered and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Wang?" Wan Yue on the other end of the phone immediately said,
"I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. Ms. Zhu's company has been cooperating with our group for many years and has not collected her rent before. The reason we suddenly transferred the building to you this time was that we did not consider it carefully enough and forgot to explain the situation to you. So, can you please, for my sake, not let Ms. Zhu pay the rent that she hasn't paid before?" Ling Feng glanced at Zhu Cuihua. He folded his hands in front of him, head slightly raised, looking very proud. "Mr. Wang, with just a few words, you want me to charge her less than 20 million yuan in rent?
Is your face so valuable?"
Wang Yue said anxiously, "No, the 20 million yuan in rent was originally owed to our Wang family by her, but we have never collected it." Ling Feng sneered and asked, "If you don't accept it, that's your business, and why didn't you tell me earlier before signing the replacement agreement? Now the ownership and debt of the building are mine. Why can't I collect the rent she owes me? And this is not a small amount, more than 20 million.
Can you just not accept it?" Wan Yue was suddenly speechless.
Yesterday's public opinion storm broke out too suddenly and had such a huge negative impact. In order to calm public opinion as quickly as possible, my father brought the top management of the group to apologize.
The agreement to exchange Shengfeng commercial building for Lingfeng's shares was drafted by the group's legal lawyer. Wan Yue didn't even read the agreement before his father and Ling Feng signed it.
If Zhu Cuihua hadn't just called, Wan Yue would have forgotten that he had abused his power for personal gain and had not collected rent from her all these years.
This is terrible. Not only the building is Lingfeng's.
Including Zhu Cuihua, all those who owed rent became Ling Feng's creditor.
Of course Wang Yue also knew this.
Just by saying a few words, Ling Feng was exempted from more than 20 million yuan in rent.
Is this possible?
Even if we are brothers, we still have to settle accounts.
What's more, the relationship between the two is not good.
Take it. Wang Xiao fell silent. Ling Feng threw the phone back to Zhu Cuihua.
"Hey, Mr. Wang, what should we do about this?"
Zhu Cuihua got the phone and turned on the speakerphone function immediately.
"You give him the money."
Hearing this, Zhu Cuihua immediately became furious.
What? I promised you that I would introduce you to beautiful women, but you won't charge me rent. Now you have changed all the beauties one after another, but you want me to pay the rent myself. Young Master Wang, are you trying to get something for free? Do you still follow the rules? Do you believe I will expose you?
Chapter 64, Changing Attitude Faster Than Turning the Pages of a Book.
People die for money, birds die for food. In order to save more than 20 million, Zhu Zuihua took the risk. Wang Yue on the other end of the phone was naturally very angry. There was a crisp bang. I don't know what he knocked over. After 2 or 3 seconds, Wang Yue said in an annoyed voice. You are awesome. You dare to threaten me for such a small amount of money?
Zhu Zuihua snorted coldly. I'm not threatening you, but you were the one who cheated first.
Count them yourself. How many beautiful women have I introduced to you over the years?
It's bad enough that you're fickle, but you got someone pregnant and then just said you didn't want her anymore.
How many messes have I had to deal with for you? Wang Yue said sternly, that's enough, can't I give you the money? I'll transfer it to you right away.
Without waiting for Zhu Zuihua to ask, Ling Feng immediately showed a photo on his mobile phone.
This is the details of uncollected accounts in the audit report. It is clear which company owes how much rent.
Zhu Zuihua's company, with more than 20 million in arrears, naturally ranked first. Nearly 28 million, please transfer 40 million to me.
Why the hell did you charge me more than 10 million? The abortion fees and breakup fees that I paid for you over the years, aren't those money? Good job, Zhu Zuihua, I will remember you.
After the call was hung up, Zhu Zuihua snorted nonchalantly. She has countless negative information about Wang Yue in her hands.
If Wang Yue really dares to cause trouble, she can make Wang Yue the second famous Edison Chen in a minute.
Putting away her phone, Zhu Zuihua's eyes softened. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ling Feng was no longer as arrogant and contemptuous as before.
I never thought you were the notorious anchor who embarrassed Wang Yue on the internet yesterday.
At such a young age, he was able to come up with 75 million shares to exchange for this building. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Fan Mang, who was standing by, suddenly felt something was wrong.
My aunt's eyes, smile and tone.
They all reveal a lot of flattery and fawning. Aunt, regarding the audition for the third male lead in this movie.
Of course I listened to Director Liu. Zhu Zuihua's tone was firm and unquestionable. But you Boda. Just let him go to hell.
He is always late for auditions.
Who would dare to use him in a movie?
After the cold scolding, Zhu Zuihua immediately put on a smiling face. He smiled and made a respectful gesture. This place is really too simple, please follow me to the reception room to have some tea and rest for a while.
This attitude changes so fast.
Ling Feng felt that he really deserved to be in the film, television, and entertainment industry. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book.
Before leaving, Lu Wei hurriedly reminded. Mr. Ling, I will send you the script via WeChat right away. After the contract is ready, I will send it to you for your review. Is that okay with you?
Okay, I'll wait for you. Lao Lu set the salary higher, at least the same as the second male lead.
Zhu Zuihua immediately gave instructions.
Being able to have a wealthy man like Ling Feng participate in the show is something we have been dreaming of.
People make movies for fun, not to make money to make a living. What's wrong with paying a symbolic bit more in pay?
If you have a good relationship with rich people and they help you out, you can earn more than just the money you earned from the film.
After doing business for so many years, how could Zhu Zuihua not understand this little trick? Only.
Looking at his aunt's smiling face, he and Ling Feng slowly left. Fan Mang felt really bad.
It's really strange.
He is obviously a super rich man with a net worth of billions, why does he look so low-key? Lu Wei heard the muttering and said with contempt. The cleaning lady on our floor lost more than a dozen houses in compensation for the demolition of her home, and her net worth is over 100 million yuan.
Is she being high profile? If I hadn't told you, you probably wouldn't have known about it at all, right? Fan Mang looked surprised. Wu Jia just ran away. Hey, where are you going?
I went to help my aunt mop the floor and asked her how old her daughter was. Please help me ask her if she has a son.
Reception room.
Zhu Zuihua smiled and invited Ling Feng to sit down. He asked the secretary to notify the finance department to pay the rent immediately, and then personally poured tea and water for Ling Feng.
Although he was very polite, Ling Feng didn't like this kind of chat, which was like checking on someone's household registration. Xu Cuihua, who was very good at observing people's expressions, of course knew that she shouldn't ask too many questions when meeting someone for the first time. After adding WeChat, we just talked about scripts and movies. We had a pretty good chat by candidly sharing some little bits of knowledge. But just when the two were having a good chat, with a bang, the door of the reception room was suddenly pushed open. A tall, thin, handsome young man with a feminine temperament. Like a young wife who has been bullied. After pushing the door open and rushing in, he asked with a face full of resentment. "Sister Hua, why don't you let me audition? I prepared for this movie for more than a month in advance. Why did you choose him instead of me? Chapter 65. You sissy, just rely on you? What are you doing? Do you have any manners? You rushed in without even knocking. Who do you think you are?" Xu Cuihua was merciless and directly attacked. "Why did you choose him instead of me? Why am I inferior to him?" Yu Bo asked angrily. "Why do you say that?" Xu Cuihua picked up the teacup with a look of contempt. "The audition starts at 8:30, and it's almost 1:30 now. Even if you're stuck in traffic, you should have arrived by now by walking, right?" Yu Bo explained nonchalantly, "I was delayed by something urgent, and I greeted Sister Meng Meng." "I don't care who you greeted, the actors have been confirmed anyway, go back to where you came from and don't disturb me when I'm visiting." After taking a sip of hot tea, Xu Cuihua looked at Ling Feng with a smile. "Is this scene okay? It's not very explicit." Ling Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. As the main villain in the movie, in order to highlight the character's brutality and cruelty, the screenwriter arranged a scene where a man raped her. In real life, who the hell dares to force it? They had played role-playing games before at Mu Ishua's strong request, but they soon burst into laughter. Without real experience, Ling Feng might not be able to act out this part well. If Xiaomeng knew that he was the third male lead, she would definitely not agree to act in the role. Yu Bo suddenly rushed up and spoke loudly. "It's okay, just keep reading. If you don't understand something, I'll explain it to you one by one later." Xu Cuihua smiled slightly, put down the teacup and slowly stood up. His brows furrowed slightly and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Yu Bo stepped back subconsciously. "Sister Hua, what are you doing? I just said the truth. Xiao Meng and I had agreed to act in this movie together. She hoped that I would be the one to push her into the movie." Xu Cuihua said nothing, but forced Yu Bo out of the reception room step by step. When she reached the door, Xu Cuihua stopped. "What is Xiao Meng?" "A little star who has been promoted for 3 years but still cannot become popular. If she hadn't brought in money, would she have been able to play the second female lead? It's good enough that I don't replace her. How dare she stop me from using Ling Feng as the third male lead?" Yu Bo asked angrily, "What's so good about him? Why did you and director Lu have to choose him? Could it be possible that an amateur who has never acted before could act better than a professional actor like me? I don't believe it unless we compare." Xu Cuihua couldn't bear it any longer. "Okay, then go find director Lu and perform it for him to see if he will choose you. Go is go." Yu Bo snorted and turned away. Xu Cuihua slapped her forehead and felt her blood pressure skyrocket instantly. How can such a sissy play a vicious and cruel villain? Xu Cuihua turned around and went back to the room, locked the door, and instantly put on a smile. He was extremely enthusiastic in answering Ling Feng's questions, and just now he drove Yu Bo away with a cold face and cold words, as if he was a different person. And the other side. Yu Bo went straight to Lu Wei's office. "Director Lu, Mr. Zhu asked me to come to you and let me audition and perform for you. If my acting is not good, please criticize and correct me, otherwise give me the role of the third male lead." Lu Wei gritted his teeth secretly. Seeing Yu Bo, who looked arrogant and self-righteous, he felt very disgusted. But when I think of Yu Bo's parents... Lu Wei put down the pen, leaned back, and lit a cigarette. "Okay, start your show." After Yu Bo retreated to the door of the room, he strode forward with his head held high. With Ling Feng's god-level performance before, Lu Wei really wanted to vomit when he saw Yu Bo's current performance. "Are you here to perform on the catwalk? You look so nonchalant, are you sure you are playing a drug dealer and not a petty gangster?" Then they arrested people, beat them up, and interrogated them. The cold-blooded, ruthless, and vicious feeling of drug dealers is completely invisible. Lu Wei felt that Yu Bo was more like a gangster looking for trouble. "How is it? Is my performance better? This is a real textbook performance. Yu Bo's face was full of confidence. But what he saw was Lu Wei shaking his head indifferently. What? Wasn't my acting good enough? Lu Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette. Have you ever been in a fight or hacked someone to death? The kind that drew blood. Yu Bo shook his head vigorously. I am a law-abiding citizen, how could I beat or kill someone? Lu Wei chuckled. You haven't even chopped anyone off, and you expect to play the role of a drug dealer well? Yu Bo was very unconvinced and asked. What do you mean? Has Ling Feng ever chopped anyone down? Lu Wei took a sip of his cigarette, squinted his eyes and smiled. I don't know if he has ever cut anyone, but if you piss him off, you know how ruthless he is. Humph, do you think I was scared? I don't believe he can act more cruel than me. Yu Bo snorted coldly, slammed the door and left. And Lu Wei smashed the cigarette butt. A sissy who doesn't know his place wants to play the third male lead? You're not even enough to carry Ling Feng's shoes, how can you compare with him? Chapter 66, Try it and you will know how cruel it is. With a bang. The locked door was not pushed open. Immediately afterwards, there was a rapid knock on the door. It must be that damn bastard again. Zhu Cuihua cursed inwardly and said apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Ling, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Zhu Cuihua stood up and ran straight to the door, full of anger. I didn't expect that I had just opened the door and didn't have time to start scolding. Yu Bo slipped past like a loach and ran straight towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng, I want to duel with you. Duel? Ling Feng was stunned. Isn't he just the third male lead in a movie? As for risking your life just to get a role? I now own an office building, for luxury homes and 500 school district houses. There are also 25 million outstanding shares of Yida real estate and more than 40 million in deposits. Not only does he have considerable assets, he also has an obedient daughter and a beauty who is about to be released. I'm so bored that I want to duel with you? Putting down the script, Ling Feng smiled slightly. Since you want to play the third male role so much, I'll let you play it. The rent has been paid, and the purpose of my trip has been achieved. No. Zhu Cuihua hurried over. No, absolutely not. Mr. Ling, Director Lu said that the role of the third male lead should belong to you. Didn't you say before that you've never made a movie before and you're willing to join the crew for fun? How can you go back on your words? Ling Feng burst out laughing. He was willing to fight me for a role. I don't want to risk my life for a play. Yu Bo was stunned for a moment and quickly said, No, you misunderstood, the duel I'm talking about is to see who has better acting skills. Ling Feng smiled faintly, put down the script and stood up. In my opinion, there is no need to compete for who has better acting skills. Since you are so persistent in wanting to play the third male role, then let you play it. Hearing this, Yu Bo was overjoyed and immediately turned to look at Zhu Cuihua. Sister Hua, he has given up voluntarily, so now you can let me play the third male lead, right? Zhu Cuihua rolled her eyes. How can you be so shameless? Do you know how to write the word shameless? Yu Bo sneered, what do you mean I have no shame? He clearly said he didn't want to act anymore. Since Mr. Ling doesn't want to act, I won't make this movie. Zhu Cuihua sneered with a playful look on her face. That scornful look and that half-smiling face. As if silently saying, You want to play with me? You're still a little immature. This devastating blow was a bit too sudden for Bo. Ha? You don't want to shoot anymore? Why? Just because he doesn't play the third male lead? Yu Bo pointed at Ling Feng, looking puzzled. Okay, Mr. Zhu, stop teasing him. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Okay, then I'll take you there. Zhu Cuihua immediately accompanied Ling Feng away with a smile. Yu Bo was left alone, standing there in a daze for a long while before he came to his senses. Do you really dislike me so much? In anger, Yu Bo immediately chased out of the reception room. He ran all the way and finally reached out to stop the elevator at the moment it closed. Hey, why are you the only one here? Where is Mr. Zhu? I guess he went to the bathroom. Yu Bo walked into the elevator with a suspicious look and looked Ling Feng up and down. Director Lu said, You play a drug dealer more cruelly than me, but I see that the way you dress is no different from that of a passerby. Everything he's wearing is cheap stuff from street stalls, but I can't tell at all. Can you play a drug dealer better than me?
Ling Feng smiled faintly.
He was joking. I have never acted before.
I came to see Mr. Zhu today for something and happened to come across the audition.
I just played with it. Is this really just for fun?
Yu Bo suddenly pushed Ling Feng hard and said with a teasing smile. Come on, show me how ruthless you are. I want to see how ruthless you can be. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Did he meet a lunatic? I asked you to play the third male lead, what the hell do you want? How dare you take action?
Wow, this look is good, a bit cruel. As Yu Bo said this, he was about to push Ling Feng again. Ling Feng, who had been on guard, showed no mercy this time. He instantly grabbed Yu Bo's wrist and pressed down hard.
Ah!
Yu Bo suddenly felt as if his wrist was about to break. I couldn't help but let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and my whole body suddenly tensed up in pain.
Let go, it's going to break.
Yu Bo yelled at the top of his lungs. Ling Feng smiled coldly.
Why are you letting go? Didn't you ask me to act out a scene? I am performing for you now, right? How is it? Is the strength appropriate?
In fact, the pain of a comminuted fracture of the lower leg will be more intense.
Would you like to try it? Chapter 67, The Sissy Who Feared Instantly. Oh, I'm dying. Please loosen up, loosen up.
Yu Bo was in great pain and struggled hard. Ling Feng grabbed with his backhand and gave a side kick. Yu Bo was caught off guard and was kicked in the back of the knee, leaving his legs completely out of control. With a clang, he staggered forward heavily. But he did not fall, but hit the back wall of the elevator car. Like a prisoner, he was captured and held down by Ling Feng, with his right cheek pressed against the stainless steel wall of the compartment.
Let me go, you're almost breaking my hand, let me go. Didn't you ask me to act? How is it? Is it cruel enough? If you are not satisfied, I can make it even crueler. Yu Bo was speechless. I'm really mentally broken. I wanted to provoke Ling Feng, but what was the result?
This was really a kick to the steel plate. There is no room for resistance now. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. They had all been captured by Ling Feng and could not move at all. If he continues to do stupid things, his handsome face, which he spent a huge amount of money on plastic surgery, will probably be beaten black and blue.
Enough is enough, brother, you are really ruthless. I admire you very much.
This is how drug dealers should act. You are more than capable of playing your true self. Director Liu and CEO Zhu made the right choice by letting you play the third male lead.
As a professional actor, Yu Bo is willing to be a masochist if he wants to. He immediately gave in without any hesitation. Looking at Yu Bo's terrified look.
A sissy who wears thicker foundation than a woman and whose perfume smells stronger than a dancer. Ling Feng really couldn't bear to get his hands dirty. Letting go and stepping back, Ling Feng took out a tissue and wiped it. Yu Bo's hands were greasy because he applied too much hand cream.
With a sullen smile, Yu Bo retreated to the corner. Big brother, excuse me for asking, you haven't really chopped anyone down before, have you?
Ling Feng raised his eyes and glanced coldly.
Who said I killed anyone?
Yu Bo smiled awkwardly. Director Liu guessed, he said you are really cruel. Ling Feng shook his head slightly.
I've never chopped someone down with a hammer, but I've hit someone with a claw hammer before.
One hit from the hammer could cause a person to have their bones shattered on the spot. Yu Bo's heart trembled with fear and her pretty face turned pale. I couldn't help but pat my chest, I was really scared.
Ding dong. The elevator reached the basement floor.
Ling Feng walked away, and Yu Bo followed him involuntarily.
Looking at Ling Feng's steady steps and outstanding temperament, Yu Bo secretly sighed in his heart.
Without billions of dollars or extraordinary martial arts, it is impossible to take this step. However, Ling Feng stopped before he had walked far.
Why are you following me?
Yu Bo scratched his head. I wanted to say, why don't you tell Sister Hua that you will continue to play the third male lead? Ling Feng snorted and laughed.
Why? Weren't you so crazy and persistent about wanting to act? Why did you suddenly give up? Yu Bo was ashamed. I can't compare with you at all. You are more than good enough in acting your true self. No matter how good I act, it's still fake.
Ling Feng smiled but said nothing.
Let's talk about acting later. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng walked away. Ling.
Yu Bo was about to call out the name, but then he felt that was too disrespectful.
I just learned a lesson in the elevator.
So I took out my cell phone and hurried after him. But he didn't chase far before he was dumbfounded. He originally thought Ling Feng was just driving an ordinary car.
I never expected. It turned out to be the latest Porsche Panamera. The luxury car you have always dreamed of buying is now right in front of you.
And looking at Ling Feng's indifferent look, he doesn't look like a poor loser driving a luxury car at all.
It's a very relaxed, casual and calm state.
Sitting in a luxury car worth 2 or 3 million is just like an ordinary citizen riding an electric bike to go out to buy groceries. As Ling Feng started the car, Yu Bo hurried to the door.
Brother Feng, can you add me as a friend? I really admire you.
You are simply a man among men, a real masculine and tough guy, a man of steel and blood.
Ling Feng glanced coldly at Yu Bo. If his compliments came from a beautiful woman, it would be quite pleasant to hear. But being praised and worshipped by a effeminate young man like a little fangirl.
Ling Feng suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. I really want to slap this bitch against the wall so hard that I can't get her off even if I try. Fortunately, at this moment, a silver-white Audi TT convertible sports car suddenly braked and stopped in front. A long-haired beauty wearing a sun hat took off her sunglasses and turned to look at Yu Bo. Her facial features are exquisite and her lips are as red as fire. Her beautiful eyes cast a curious look.
Yu Bo, what are you doing? Yu Bo was overjoyed and quickly introduced Ling Feng.
Brother Feng, she is Xiao Meng, the beauty you want to promote in the movie.
The appearance and figure are super first class, you must not lose control.
Chapter 68. The beautiful star is really hot.
Yu Bo, what are you mumbling about?
Did you get the role of the third male lead?
Xiao Meng asked loudly.
Yu Bo quickly smiled and said, Sister, the third male role will be played by my brother Feng. Director Liu personally selected him, and President Zhu has also agreed.
What? Xiao Meng was shocked. Didn't you say you were the third male lead?
Who are you, brother Feng? Yu Bo raised his hand and pointed at Ling Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the Porsche. Xiao Meng stood up slightly and stretched his neck to take a look. There was a handsome man with a masculine face sitting in the Porsche. He smiled and waved to himself.
I'm so manly.
Xiao Meng immediately smiled and waved.
Then he gave Yu Bo a look. Brother Feng, please wait a moment.
Yu Bo came to the Audi car and squatted beside Xiao Meng.
Who is he?
He is really handsome, but I have been in the industry for so many years, and I know almost all the famous ones.
But why don't I have any impression of him at all?
Yu Bo whispered,
his name is Ling Feng, a newcomer who has just entered the industry.
He looks very low-key, but he is actually very influential. Even Mr. Zhu received him personally.
Maybe he is a gangster.
He came for an audition today, and Director Liu immediately took a liking to him, saying that his performance as a drug dealer was a textbook one, and that he was the perfect choice for the role of the third male lead. After a short pause, Yu Bo said a little embarrassedly. Besides, I dared to try him, and he was so agile and fierce that he nearly broke my wrist. He said that he once used a claw hammer to smash someone's bones, causing them to have comminuted fractures.
I think that's absolutely true.
This guy is really ruthless, so I couldn't compete with him for the third male role, and my performance was indeed not as good as his.
Xiao Meng slightly side-glanced and glanced secretly at Ling Feng. If I'm not mistaken, this is the latest model of Porsche Panamera, right?
Yu Bo whispered, That's right, everyone knows that Porsche is famous for its expensive optional equipment. I've just looked carefully, and his car is equipped with all the optional extras. It would cost more than 3 million yuan. He must be a super rich man to have Mr. Zhu personally receive him and explain the script to him, and to drive such a nice car. Xiao Meng's eyebrows were frivolous and her red lips were slightly raised. Mysterious background, agile, masculine, handsome, and rich.
Interesting. Xiao Meng opened the car door and got out with his long legs.
She walked slowly and gracefully to the side of the Porsche, bent down with a smile and extended her hand.
Hello, Brother Feng, my name is Xiao Meng, please give me your advice.
Her hands are slender and white like jade.
The scenery revealed when bending down is even more breathtakingly beautiful. Ling Feng couldn't bear to look at it. But out of politeness, I still shook hands.
I don't deserve your advice, let's learn from each other.
Xiao Meng smiled sweetly. After squeezing Ling Feng's hand slightly, she withdrew her hand and opened WeChat on her phone. I am the second female lead in this movie.
Since Feng is going to play the third male lead, let's add each other as friends and discuss the script together when we have time. After all, there is a scene in this play that is quite large in scale, so it is very necessary for us to get familiar with it in advance and try to get it right in one take when the official shooting starts. Ling Feng frowned slightly.
While scanning the QR code to add friends, I thought to myself, this powerful play. How to familiarize yourself with the running and process in advance. Should I find a place in private and keep trying to push it? What if I can't hold it back?
After all, Xiaomeng has a pretty face and a graceful figure.
Ling Feng suddenly remembered Yu Bo's reminder just now.
He said Xiaomeng has an excellent appearance and figure, so you must not lose control.
Calm down, it's just filming.
Ling Feng reminded himself secretly. But after adding his friends, Xiaomeng smiled playfully and stared at Ling Feng with seductive eyes.
Is there dirt on my face? Ling Feng asked, touching his face. You have an undisguised masculinity, so handsome. Xiaomeng smiled sweetly.
Ling Feng was stunned and speechless.
Do people in the entertainment industry all speak so directly? Xiaomeng folded his hands, bent over and leaned on the windowsill.
A pair of beautiful black eyes, gazing at you affectionately. To be honest, Brother Feng, I feel that there are too many young and handsome men in the film and entertainment industry nowadays, and they lack masculinity. This unique, decisive, fierce, and strong temperament of yours will definitely become a big hit once you debut. Ling Feng smiled faintly.
I'm just playing around and trying it out of curiosity. Okay, we have added each other as friends. I have something urgent to do, let us talk later. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner.
Xiaomeng asked with a straight look in his eyes. Ling Feng started the engine and shifted gears, then smiled and shook his head.
I have an appointment with a friend tonight, let's do it another day. Okay, let's meet again some other day. Xiaomeng returned to the car and immediately moved the Audi away. After watching the Porsche roar away, Yu Bo immediately came to the Audi. Sis, what do you think of him?
Xiaomeng slightly raised her snow-white neck and pursed her red lips.
I will take him down within 3 days. Chapter 69, A Really Tough Female Man. What? You're going to take him down?
Yu Bo was surprised.
Xiaomeng smiled coldly. What? Any questions?
Yu Bo scratched his head and said, there are so many handsome guys around you, but you don't like any of them.
How come you are attracted to him when you meet him for the first time? Because I do feel it. After saying that, Xiaomeng immediately backed into the garage. Yu Bo stood aside, puzzled. We've only been talking for less than a minute and you already have feelings for each other?
I have been a bootlicker for almost 2 years, but in the end I got nothing. On the contrary, it was Ling Feng who talked with Xiaomeng for less than a minute. She actually became a goddess, the one to be captured within 3 days.
This is not scientific. Sister, I advise you to calm down.
As soon as Xiaomeng got out of the car with her bag, Yu Bo took the initiative to step forward and take the handbag. Then he followed closely like a little follower.
Calm down? How can I calm down?
Over the years, I have seen all kinds of men.
But his eyes and temperament are really different, and they conquered me in an instant. Hearing what Xiaomeng said, Yu Bo was speechless. I really want to ask. Did Ling Feng conquer you with his eyes and temperament? Perhaps the main reason is that he looks so handsome driving a Porsche with one hand?
If I didn't tell you, Ling Feng was the actor handpicked by director Liu, and Mr. Zhu personally received him and explained the script, and his background was mysterious.
I'm afraid Xiaomeng won't be interested at all? Well.
When he thought of this, Yu Bo wanted to slap himself twice.
Why do you brag about how awesome other men are in front of the goddess you like? Isn't this just seeking death? This is terrible, isn't it?
The goddess held her cell phone and looked at Ling Feng's circle of friends while walking. That curious and fascinated look is just like a little girl who is just beginning to fall in love.
It's over. I'm 100% trapped.
While secretly sighing, Yu Bo immediately reminded quietly. Sister, a man as outstanding as him must have no shortage of women around him. Xiaomeng smiled and said, the more people like him, the more it proves that I have good taste.
When Yu Bo's first plan failed, he tried a new one. What if he already has a girlfriend, or is even married with children? Xiaomeng snorted and laughed.
There is no corner that cannot be dug, only a mistress who doesn't work hard. No one can snatch the man I, Xiaomeng, like from you. With a heavy cold snort, Xiaomeng put away his phone and walked out of the elevator in a domineering manner. When Yu Bo heard this, he was completely stunned. Is this what the legend says? Licking a dog, and ending up with nothing? And the other side. Ling Feng navigated to the Huanan Geely 4S store based on the address provided by the claims adjuster. The brand new Geely Imbran sedan was rear-ended by Wang Yuwei in the community's underground garage yesterday. The front of the car hit the concrete wall, and the rear of the car was severely dented by his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After the insurance company towed the car here yesterday afternoon, the engineer in the store had already gone off work. A careful inspection was carried out in the morning and it was found that the vehicle body structure was damaged. Even after repair, it was still a major accident vehicle and posed a safety hazard. After a brief introduction, the claims adjuster took Ling Feng to the lounge. As soon as he entered the door, Ling Feng noticed that the female salesperson who was calculating the bill for a man and a woman seemed quite familiar. I glanced down and saw her work badge. Wang Yan? It was indeed her. I remember that she was often sick when she was a child. The cleaning lady at the welfare home said that she lacked fire in her destiny, so she simply changed Wang Yan's name to Wang Yan. After changing her name, she still caught colds frequently, but her temper became much more explosive. Among all the girls in the welfare home, she is the best fighter. She once said, "My man must be either stronger than me or smarter than me, otherwise how can he conquer me?" Now looking at her pretty and capable appearance, you can tell that she is a female warrior who does things vigorously and efficiently. Putting down his pen and looking up, Wang Yan was about to stretch. When he saw Ling Feng, he rushed over in ecstasy and punched him hard. What the hell are you doing here? Buying a car? Why didn't you call me in advance? Ling Feng glanced at the claims adjuster. I'm not here to buy a car. My car was hit and totaled. I'm here to claim compensation. Wang Yan laughed out loud. So that car was yours? It was a good crash. It was totally destroyed. Having said that, Wang Yan immediately climbed onto Ling Feng's shoulders and looked at the claims adjuster with a sly smile on his face. Brother son, he is my buddy, you should compensate him quickly. Only after he gets the money can he come to me to pick up the car. After a slight pause, Wang Yan turned his head and looked at Ling Feng. Just like snatching snacks and threatening when we were kids. I haven't opened my shop this month yet, you need help. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 70, Bragging? Rich man. Okay, I will definitely open a store for you. Ling Feng pushed Wang Yan's hand away calmly. We are all adults. I am no longer the kid in the orphanage who knows nothing. But Wang Yan, who was carefree by nature, obviously did not realize this. Holding Ling Feng's hand, he sat down and asked anxiously. Hey, what have you been doing recently? How did you suddenly have enough money to buy a car? Didn't you say last month that you stayed at home every day to take care of the children and write novels, and you were almost unable to make ends meet? I found a job collecting rent for others and the income is pretty good. Ling Feng took Wang Yan's hand away and handed him a cigarette. As a famous female devil in the welfare home, Wang Yan often hangs out with boys, so he also has bad habits like smoking and fighting. What? Do you want me to die? I'm at work now. After Wang Yan glared at Ling Feng fiercely, he immediately stood up when he saw his client waving at him. Hurry up and complete the formalities and get the money. Whether I can open the store today depends on you. After saying that, Wang Yan quickly left to continue dealing with difficult customers. Sometimes they complain that the handling fees are too high, sometimes they complain that there are too few gifts. If it wasn't for the commission for placing orders, Wang Yan would have exploded long ago. After Ling Feng filled out the information, he silently looked at the female devil who once had a cheerful, arrogant, and domineering personality. Now, for the sake of performance, I bow and scrape and put on a smiling face. It's not easy to be an orphan. According to the policy, as long as orphans reach adulthood and stop going to school, they will receive a one-time subsidy and then have to work hard on their own when they enter society. Because I have no parents or relatives to rely on, my classmates and friends can rarely help me. So everyone can only rely on themselves and work hard to make money in order to survive. In order to make money, what does face matter? Just like Wang Yan before him. I have obviously tried very hard and done everything I could to sign the contract. But in the end the customer was not satisfied, and she could only say goodbye with a smile.
With a sigh, Wang Yan returned to sit next to Ling Feng. Taking off the fake smile, I couldn't help but complain. I've been talking so hard and still can't make a deal. What the hell? Hey, what are you looking at me for? Tell me quickly, which one are you going to buy? Is it still the Grand GL?
Ling Feng said with a smile, whichever car has the highest commission, you can arrange that car for me.
Wang Yan rolled his eyes. I leaned in front of me, what are you bragging about?
Ling Feng smiled faintly.
I'm not bragging. How expensive can your domestically produced Geely cars be? What? Made in China? Don't you know that Geely acquired Volvo? Wang Yan raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Volvo showroom.
I'm not afraid to scare you to death, but the Volvo next door is also owned by our store. Our S90 hybrid luxury sedan is absolutely high-end, classy, low-key, luxurious and meaningful.
But can you afford it? Even with the tax-free discount, the final price is 600,000. 600,000, you lunatic, can you afford it? If you really have that much money, wouldn't it be better to save it and buy a house?
Ling Feng smiled and said, I've heard of Volvo cars a long time ago.
It's a brand that even has seatbelts on its logo.
It pays great attention to safety. The humanized design and craftsmanship are good, and it is very suitable for families with children, but this is not the point. Leaning forward slightly, Ling Feng asked in a low voice. The point is that I pay in full for the car, so how much commission can you get?
Wang Yan stretched out a finger. If you can really buy a car in full, I can get a commission of 10,000 yuan, but the question is, can you afford it?
After deducting the compensation for your car, you still need at least 500,000 yuan.
Do you have that much money? Ling Feng smiled and stood up. You don't have to worry about this. If you want to get a commission, just take me to see it. Wang Yan snorted coldly, what are you looking at? I'm in a bad mood, stop joking with me. As he spoke, Wang Yan turned his head and looked at the claims adjuster.
Brother son, hurry up, I'm still waiting for the madman to give me money to buy a car. The information has been submitted long ago, and it should arrive soon. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Feng's cell phone dinged. It was a text message from the bank.
Has the money arrived? Wang Yan snatched Ling Feng's phone. The next second. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, what the hell? Crazy, you robbed a bank? Where did you get so much money? More than 40 million, my dear. Did you win the lottery? Oh heaven and earth, I, Wang Yan, finally have a rich friend. Wang Yan was extremely excited. He held Ling Feng's shoulders and shook him violently. Stop, stop, stop. Ling Feng pushed Wang Yan's hand away.
Calm down, you're almost giving me a concussion.
Wang Yan chuckled and quickly let go.
He picked up the cup of water and handed it to Ling Feng respectfully.
Come on, brother, please drink some water. What are you drinking? Why don't you take me to see the car?